communicating properly with the stakeholders, we are actually helping ourselves along with to think and do the work properly rather than rushing and running around for the whole day. And that happens only because of communication. And I have also seen that a very positive thing about this system, the government systems, is customers' need. And I have seen in last 2.5 years of my work with this system that we have actually resolved required. And once we understand, the solution is very easy and it comes immediately. So I think we should hearing whatever is there. Everybody should also appreciate that the solution may not come now, but it may be a beginning of a dialogue. Then certainly something will be decided either this way or that way. Everything may not be actually be possible to do it as per the wish and need of the customer, because you also have to understand that we also have compulsions. It covers the whole end of the completely diagonally opposite when it comes to systems, procedures, and practices, which should not be, but that's the reality. I mean, if the acts and rules are for governing the complete span of the industry, it actually adversely impacts the smallest industry. So that's why we, as regulators, we have to take that a balanced approach, and that is why always we may not be able to meet the expectations of everybody. So that thing has to be kept in mind. With these initial words, I would thank again to organizers for organizing this session, which for me is very important, and also important because lots of states, I think 9 states are being represented today in front of the customers, and we would also be able to resolve some of our problems with them. Thanks a lot, and over to
Chair. First of all, a very good morning to all of you, and I will welcome Chair, all the panelists from CDSCO, from regulators interaction session with pharma and medical device industry. As you know, one of the great concern every time industry expresses, as you know, it is also not practically possible for the regulators to interact with every manufacturer or licensee or applicant at any given time. In this regard, I would like to really appreciate our where both drug regulator and industry have come together on a single platform. In fact, through this session, as a regulator, we all the way came to interact with you. So they all are from very busy schedules. The DCJ, sorry, since morning he is here. Yesterday also he was here, mainly to interact with you, to dialogue from both the side. In this session, you can share or suggest what best practices regulators should be followed on the regulators as well as on the industry. You can also share your issues, concerns during the question hour. As DCJ said rightly, we may able to give best solution. If it is not, request to all of you is, while you are sharing your question, you also suggest what your expectation. Already generally asking a question is very easy. But while you are asking question, you also suggest what is the solution for that question. Instead of we saying the solution, first let us hear the solution from existing system procedures and we'll give the suitable reply. In this session, it is 1.5 hour session. So first 45 minutes, I request all the panelists here to share what best practices they are following in their organization. Pharma and medical device industry CEOs and representatives to raise your issues and concerns. From BIS, to make your 2 minutes opening remarks about what BIS has taken various major steps for the doing your best practices in your organization. Sorry.
Hello. So can you please repeat the question? I'm Dr. Jitendra Negi. I'm Joint Director in the Procurement Cell of Uttarakhand Division. We have frequent interactions dealing with the procurement of drugs, and we are feeling involved in all these things from their experiences. So here I am open for learning, absorbing, and if in case I'm able to give some suggestions, I'll be very happy. But I think I'm the youngest student here to learn things from people. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. Cases they are following in the state of Goa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jyoti Sadesai, Director FDA Goa, making presentation at Goa, and that itself I'll speak on few seconds about this. So this FDA building commission of the stakeholders. So once they come, there is a big hall wherein all the services like inward, outward, help desk, everything is provided so that the public visiting our office, they don't have to run from place to place. Secondly, as I said about the adequacy of the staff, our directorate, I'm the director, then we have 2 deputy directors who are dealing with basically processing the files and putting up to the higher ups, wherein like right from wherein these pharmacists are working. Now a brief of how many drug selling premises are there. In addition, we have also granted in Form 42, 17 firms to sell medical IVDs. This is the scenario of our manufacturing premises. There's 7 cosmetics and 1 approved testing laboratory. And these are the loan licenses. 35 loan licenses. We have Excellent India portal for issuing sales and that means wholesale and retail licenses. We also have come on the ONDLS of the central drugs. Then medical devices licenses are issued through the online. And you all know there is a timeline for issue. And the payment part also we have simplified by payment through e-challan payment gateway of Government of Goa. See, Goa, we have this time-bound delivery of Public Services Act under which our services are covered unless there is some deficiency in the application or some issue in the premises. So as far as the product permissions are granted, we follow the procedures that is required so that the products developed are safe and efficacious and of right quality. The product permissions to manufacture drugs are granted only after verifying that the products are cleared. And as required, stability studies on this accelerated as well as long-term are called, also by the officers before recommending it for grant of permission. Also, this for the public to be on comes that is put on our website. Our website is very dynamic. All other circulars or any issues, whatever the public should. Under ease of doing business, we have simplified the procedures. So everything is available online, as I said, and then we have prepared a checklist for each and every service, and that is like, so applicant in advance side. The same way, information to consumers and stakeholders, all this is done if required urgently on the advertisement in the local newspapers, on the radio, and then publishing it on our website. All the information like not of standard quality, spurious drugs, or any alerts that are issued. So consumers are informed about the quality of the products, the precautions, advisories through press releases, as I already said. Awareness programs are conducted for the stakeholders and the consumers. So press release on the activities of the department. So these are some of the things, important things which were published in our newspapers. And activities carried out, these are the press releases. The programs which we conduct, like this accessibility, availability for these, or many programs like, for the chemists, druggists, or also for the manufacturers jointly in association, the trainings, everything, these are available. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam, very much for your presentation, sharing the good practices, especially with respect to the how transparency brought in your organization by having the IT platform as well as timelines for approval, and also how information you are sharing with the consumer and conducting various awareness program. Now I will request Dr. H.G. Koshia, Commissioner FDCA Gujarat, for sharing their best practices to the audience.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, Chair, Co-Chair, esteemed panelist, CEO, and this captain, and the ladies and gentlemen. Friends, Gujarat is a western part of India with 67 million population, and 5% India's population, 6% India's geographical area, and we have a lot of contribution. So, for pharmaceutical production and medical device production is concerned. The population of Gujarat, we can compare, it's almost equal to the UK, Germany, or France. It's like a European country, and a lot of pharmaceutical activities happening in the state of Gujarat. Friend, as a regulator, our job is to safeguard the public health by ensuring the quality of medicine. And for that, we have a mobile drug testing lab in place, where we used to have a handheld devices like miniature model of permanent spectrophotometer, XRF metal analyzer, and near-infrared material analyzer. These are the handheld devices carrying by the inspector. It's moving the mobile. So no need to send the sample to the lab, but my lab moved to the sample. And by using this kind of mobile drug testing lab, we have busted interstate spurious drug rackets. And one of the best example of his spurious meropenem injection, we have busted by using these handheld devices. Yes, we have a state-of-the-art drug testing laboratory at Baroda, under which we have a rapid microbiological testing system. Currently, microbiological testing is, all of you know, it takes almost 14 days to ensure that product is sterile or not sterile. Here, by using this rapid method, we can detect within 3 hours of time, and we can do multiple testing at a time. Once you validate the method, and this again, time is the money, and we can save a lot of time to ensure the quality of the injectables and the sterile products by using this rapid method testing. And that system was really very, very useful while pandemic, COVID second wave, while almost India's all the companies were geared up with the remdesivir production, vaccine production, even blood anti-coating solutions. But in the second wave, nobody was prepared, nobody was piling up the stock. Once you order with the company, that will take almost 21 days to deliver that remdesivir injection to the government institution or the public, because 5 to 7 days it takes for lyophilization and 14 days for the steady testing. If everything goes well, then only after 21 days, manufacturer can put that product in the market. So when there was a lot of hue and cry for this injection, and then this time this rapid system is very, very useful to the, not only to the my enforcement sample, to the most of the companies. They have sent their samples. We have tested within a week of time. A lot of batches we have cleared. This is the only example of the remdesivir injection, but we did testing of the vaccines and so on, different products also. Yes, how to safeguard the public health. Once my lab declared some product is not fit for the consumption, it's spurious, substandard, how to recall from the market. In Gujarat, there are 51,000 plus retail wholesale pharmacies. But yes, we have an excellent software. With one go, we can send this bulk messages to all the retail wholesale pharmacy to the registered mobile, that the name of the product, its batch number, manufactured by the name of the company, declared substandard, stop use, sale, and distribution it. So immediately that chemist off-shelf that medicine, and it won't goes to the patient, and even if doctor continues to prescribe that medicine. And this is how we can efficiently using this IT resource in the state of Gujarat. Yes, this is the demo page of the excellent software. This was developed by my team with the NIC team. And right now, almost 19 Indian states are replicating that software. And this is the public domain, because they don't have your mobile number. How you can get this product is fail or not? So once the product declared not of standard, we send the bulk SMS to all 51,000 chemists, and we also put this database in the website, and it remains there for 180 days that these products are not fit for the consumption with all the details of that product. As I mentioned, almost 19 states are replicating this software. Yes, we have a online software for the manufacturing side, known as a DML software, under the ease of doing business. Once you come to the Gujarat, you want to start your factory in the Gujarat. When you select the pharma sector, immediately link to my software. Under UODB, it comes to food and drug, and we issue most of the activity online, where inspection is not required. Last December, on 25th of December, it's a Good Governance Day, we launched the software for online application for the cosmetic, because under drug and cosmetic, we also govern the quality of the cosmetics manufactured in the state of Gujarat and moving the Gujarat state. So it's an online module of the cosmetics. Now, moving further ahead, because most of our activities are online, we are following e-governance. So now from e-governance to m-governance, most of our applications are developed in the mobile mode. So as a manufacturer, as a retailer, wholesaler, you can track your application, you can check your status, even you can download the application or certificate and print at your end. So no need to go to the desktop or the laptop. Again, systemic reform, because in Gujarat there are 5,000 plus retail, 5,000 plus manufacturers, including allopathic, cosmetic, homeopathics, and 51,000 retail wholesalers, and 700,000 product licenses issued to the different existing manufacturers. How to cope up with that work? We are a team of 1,567 people from Commissioner Pune in the state of Gujarat. But yes, we did systemic reform. We have cut down the submission channel. Where the file is looked after by 5 people, we have made to 3 people. Where there is 4 people, we cut down to 2 people. So we can fasten the approval and our processes. So these are the number of samples here we are picking up from the market. And the bottom red line is the samples not fitting, suiting for the consumption. It is NSQ, not of standard quality drugs. And this is the trend of the quality of the pharmaceutical product moving the state of the Gujarat. Yesterday, Honorable Minister has raised the concern about the quality of the pharmaceuticals, and he requests all the stakeholders not to compromise with the quality of the ppharmaceuticals. And here, as FDA Commissioner, my job is to make sure that citizens get the safe medicine. So this is the trend of last 10 years. 2010-11, the failure ratio was as high as 7.98%. Last year, it has come down to 2%. Year after year, the quality of the product moving the market is improving, thanks to all law-abiding manufacturers and my vibrant enforcement team. Last Sunday, we have inaugurated one of the state-of-the-art food and drug testing lab at Baroda. This is the picture of that Baroda lab. This is a G plus 9-story building, 15,000 plus square meter built-up area, and this is going to one of the biggest and the largest by the construction-wise in the nation, and I think next 50 years it's going to be one of the biggest lab in the country. Every floor, dedicated floor, one is a microbiology, one is a wet chemistry, one is a software instrument, one is for medical devices, one is for food, and so on. Yes, training is one of the important part, because we are dealing with the science-based regulation and the science-based products, medical device or the pharmaceutical. So strengthen my capacity of my team. We have tied with the NIPER Ahmedabad. We have tied with the National Forensic Science Institute of the Ahmedabad, and we impart continuous training, refresher courses to my enforcement staff, not only for my enforcement staff, but also for the stakeholder for the better compliance. We do a lot of audit to the medical device industry and the pharma industry. Who will audit us? We pay for the Bureau of Veritas, invite them to come and audit us, how we are enforcing the Food and Drug Regulatory Act in the state of Gujarat. And after auditing, they are issued the certification from Bureau of Veritas, IO certificate of my office. Our lab is NABL accredited since 2008. Every year we are expanding the scope of analysis. And this is all about the Gujarat. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Koshia. I think you must have observed from his PPT, Gujarat is first in many aspects. FDCA is the first state drug regulator who introduced IT platform that is excellent in India. The first IT-based platform for submission of applications. And Gujarat is also the first state, they have introduced the concept of mobile drug testing lab by having the on-site testing by using NIR methods. And I think they are also the first state to introduce the rapid method for microbiological testing, especially during the COVID, with the timely approval from the Indian Pharmacopoeial Commission during the pandemic times. Thank you, sir, for sharing your best practices from Gujarat. Now I will request Mr. Umesh, Deputy Drugs Controller, Government of Karnataka, to share his experience, best practices in Karnataka.
Very good morning. Before I continue my scenario about Karnataka, I would like to thank our drug controller. He is supposed to attend the meeting today. Since he had an emergency meeting yesterday with his Secretary, Health and Family Welfare, I am deputed today to attend the same. As far as Karnataka is concerned, the drug control department is functioning under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka. The main objective of the department is to implement the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and rules to ensure the quality of drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, which are manufactured and marketed in Karnataka at the notified price in the interest of the people. We have 3 wings in our department. One is enforcement wing. It has commenced in the year 1954. And we have drug testing laboratory. It has started in 1964. And pharmacy education. We have the Government College of Pharmacy under the department. I think Karnataka is the only one state which is having a pharmacy education under the department. As far as drugs testing laboratory is concerned, we have 3 laboratories. One is placed in Bellary, Hubli, and Bangalore, whereas Bangalore laboratory is NABL accredited. As I told, Drugs Control Department is headed by Sri B.T. Kanapuri. He is also a licensing authority for the state. In order to ensure the uniformity in the grant of license, permissions, and various certificates pertaining to manufacturing, authorities vested with the drugs controller only. Whereas grant of permission shall comply with rules, stability data, and bioequivalence study are all mandated. To ascertain the quality of the drug control department, where the drugs are sold and marketed in the state, these are subjected to testing under where we are drawing about 1 sample for 100 retail outlets and 1 sample from 25 wholesale outlets to ensure the quality of the drugs. And we are giving continuous education program are being conducted regularly by the officers regarding online services, antimicrobial resistance, and anti-TB drugs, and misuse of psychotropic drugs, and also if any new regulation comes. Effective recall of the drugs declared as NATAF's quantity, and e-sampling software is adopted, and we have also one uniqueness. Once one SMS alert goes to all the stakeholders, retailers, manufacturers, wholesalers, and all the doctors registered, once it is declared as NSQ by the drug testing laboratory. And all the department website is linked with all the relevant government organizations like CDSCO and NPPA. And price monitoring resource unit is also set up in our department to achieve the objectives of NPPA. We have, as a statistics, I want to give the statistics about Karnataka. We have 424 drug manufacturing units, 445 loan license manufacturing units. We have 80 cosmetics manufacturing units, 44 cosmetics loan licensing units. We have 36 MD medical device units in Karnataka. We have 258 blood banks in Karnataka, and we have 48,049 sales established in Karnataka. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Umesh, for sharing the information, and very happy to understand from your talk is that you are mandatorily implementing stability data and excipient compatibility data before grant of product permission. That's really ensures the quality of the product that are manufactured from the state of Karnataka. Thank you very much. So now I will request Mr. PM Jayan, Deputy Drugs Controller from the Kerala state.
Good morning. First, I express my sincere gratitude to Department of Pharmaceuticals and FICCI for inviting me to this occasion and to address this August gathering. I am from Kerala, a southern state, having just more than 3 crore population. But we consume nearly 7 to 8% of the drug produced domestically in our country, in the domestic market. So, we had 4 drug testing laboratories in our state. Up to 2014, we had only 1 drug testing laboratory at our capital, Trivandrum. In 2014, we started one at Cochin. In 2019, we started one at Trichur. And in the last year, we started a drug testing laboratory at Konni. And the 5th laboratory, its civil works are going at Kannur, that is in the northern part of Kerala. In the last year, we had analyzed more than 10,000 samples in our state. So our main concern is to make available standard quality drugs to common people. That is one of our motto. The second thing is that, as told by the other authorities, we are using the online drug licensing system for issual of licenses. From 2012 onwards, we used the excellent platform for granting licenses. From the last October, we switched over to national portal. Like we are using the National Medical Devices Portal for granting medical device licenses. In the year 2018, we started a program for collecting back unused and expired drugs from common public in our capital city. That was with the help of a traders organization. In the last year, the Kerala government had given the consent to extend it to the whole state of Kerala by using the support of a government-owned company, Clean Kerala Company Limited. Our aim is to place bins in all medical shops for the people can put their expired or unused medicine there, and the Shujitra workers of the company will collect and segregate, and then it will go to incineration at a plant in Kochi. And the government had allotted fund for us in this financial year for extending the same to Kerala. And another step is one of the steps is by the government of Kerala is to make Kerala state as an antibiotic literate state by this year. So the benchmark fixed by the government, Kerala government to Drug Control Administration, is that no antibiotic will be sold from a medical shop without against a prescription. I know it is a very Herculean task. We are going on the way to implement the same in our state, because as we all know, the antimicrobial resistance is one of the social menaces we are going to face. By 2050, after cancer, the antimicrobial resistance will cause more deaths in world. So that is another thing. Then from the last May, 2022 May onwards, the DC offices in our state is using e-office facility. So the applications can be submitted by the public or by the manufacturers through online portal. So we can do our work from our home itself in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerala. Thanks for sharing, and it is happy to hear that no antibiotics will be dispensed without the prescription. I think that way is going to be very useful, and as you said rightly, it will really also take care about the antimicrobial resistance. And though you are not a producing state and you are doing very effective enforcement activities in Kerala, and also you have very good number of testing laboratories, 4 laboratories. In a state where you are not producing but you are only consuming, it is nice to have 4 drug testing laboratories in a state of Kerala. Now I will request Punjab, Mr. Shri Amit Duggal.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I will like to thank DOP as well as FICCI and Drug Control Sir for giving me such an opportunity. The thing is that India has become the pharmacy of the world, but we have to sustain it. In Punjab, we are there. We have linked all the applications are being routed through one portal that is in West Punjab. If you just log into that, you will automatically divert it to the excellent software. We have excellent software for the licensing of the retail wholesale, as well as we have gone for the manufacturing also for that. In Punjab, we have around 20,134 retailers, 9,734 wholesalers, around 148 manufacturers for the formulation, and around 40 API manufacturers. And number is still growing. In Punjab, basically there was a problem with regard to the misuse of the drugs. For that, we have made a policy regarding 6 drugs, which are, say, dextroproxifene, diazepam. All that has been restricted. Only the chemists who are situated outside or inside the hospital, near to hospital, where actual prescription is expected, those are being allowed by the department to stock those particular drugs. Then the problem came with the tripentadol and tramadol. For that, we have restricted the quantity. We have fixed the quantity which a wholesaler can stock at a particular time, a retailer can stock at a particular time. No doubt these drugs have fallen under the category of Schedule H also, H1 also. Secondly, for this purpose, because with that effort, the misuse have come to a very lower level now. Thirdly, what we have done is, our is an FDA, which is under the control of the administrative secretary, who is an IAS officer. Then we have got a commissioner who is again an IAS officer. Then drug controller is designated as joint commissioner, and assistant commissioners, ADCs have been designated like that. We have zonal licensing authorities and drug control officers down the lane. We are trying to get support the industry by giving the approvals within a span of maximum 2 days. The product approvals, no doubt they have to submit the documents regarding bioavailability, bioequivalence and all that, which are mandated by the law. Thirdly, I would like to share my experience during the COVID when I was in charge of drug control UT. Because today also I got an email from somebody. At that time, as I was in Chandigarh, so there were 3 primary institutes. One is the PGI, and the Government Medical College is there, Sector 32. And the most of the people, the Chandigarh being the capital of the state of Punjab and Haryana, and also proximity with Himachal and Jammu Kashmir. I got a call in the early morning from a deputy commissioner that a lady by the name Sushma or something like that has visited her office, and due to the restrictions, this is during the first COVID phase, due to restrictions, she cannot move to Chandigarh with his son for the chemotherapy, or for the medicine it was actually. So all the couriers were off. Then what I did, I called the deputy superintendent of post to my office, and then we discussed the modality, and we tried and we started a courier service, especially for the transportation of the medicines through post office a dedicated line or a counter was made so that the drug supplies should not be affected, the patient should not get suffered, or that kind of chemotherapy should not break down in between. Likewise, I tried to persuade the chemists that these drugs should not be sold at 8%, more than 6 to 8% margin on lending cost. This has an effect that all the burden came onto Chandigarh because the drugs were being available at an affordable cost there. But I am also thankful, on a call, I used to get the supplies from the manufacturers. There was not even a single day dearth was there. Even today morning, I got an email from somebody from Bombay. His birthday was there today, and he thanked me because it was not me, it was the joint effort that made the drug available to him at that particular hospital where he was. So these are the things which are being followed, and we are always there, but within the framework of law. There we will be there, we are there for the industry for hand-holding purpose, but simultaneously a rigorous hand is there for the non-followers. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Punjab. I think you made a very important point, and one of the great concern in the Punjab is relating to the pharmaceutical abuse. I think you have taken a very good steps by restricting the quantity of supply of habit-forming drugs to the distributors, wholesalers, and retailers. Thereby, that's great. So without affecting the legitimate use of this medicine by the legitimate patient. And also the approval times. It is very happy to know the approvals are happening such a short time. I don't know whether it is a part of ease of doing business in that state, or because to have nowadays states, for ranking purpose, to have a better rank in the ease of doing business, the timelines from day to day, it is coming down drastically. But I don't know really whether this type of timelines is a good sign in pharmaceutical sector, or whether it is really we need to be look into the genuinity of that particular timelines. And also very thanks to hear from you're making some drug courier service wherever the legitimate patients are required. Thank you very much, Punjab. So now I request Thiru M.N. Sridhar, Joint Director, Drugs Controller, Government of Tamil Nadu.
Good morning to one and all. Dignitaries of the dais, on the dais. I am Sridhar, Joint Director of Drugs Control, Tamil Nadu. This is our organization structure. We work under the Health Minister, and Health Secretary is the next. Commissioner FDA is our chief, but we are working in a separate directorate. We have got enforcement wing as well as drug testing laboratory. One laboratory started 3 months back in Madurai, which is a world-class testing laboratory. We have 2 joint directors and 2 deputy directors and 25 assistant directors in our state, 14 senior drug inspectors and 140 drug inspectors in Tamil Nadu. As far as analysts is concerned, we have got 3 government analysts, 3 deputy government analysts, and 6 senior analysts and 31 junior analysts. Now we are employing 6 junior analysts for Madurai drug testing laboratory, which is started 3 months back. This is with respect to sampling. Sampling, we follow the data of the manufacturers and popularity of the fast-moving drugs like cough syrup, S-cuff, and other things we are drawing, and we have launched so many prosecutions. We are drawing all types of cosmetic samples, baby products, soaps, skin products, hair care products, etc., to ascertain the quality. Samples are drawn from retailers, wholesalers, and homeopathic manufacturers, departmental stores, and unlicensed premises. Significant number of samples are drawn from each drug inspectors tested every month. One drug inspector has to draw 8 samples per month. It is mandatory in Tamil Nadu. A software is being developed for publication of NSQ drugs for alerts to the public. Supply of drugs on prescription under the supervision of pharmacists is confirmed. Maintenance of purchase and sales bills, required documents are verified by the inspectors. Storage conditions are throughout the shelf life period is monitored, and it is ensured also. Sale of Schedule H and H1 drugs on prescription is monitored. Supply of habit-forming drugs and abortion pills on prescription is cross-verified with the prescribers. Recently, we had a raid in Kallakurichi. The abortion pills are supplied and that is misused by the public. Public means that is an unqualified doctor. So we have conducted raids and we have launched 46 prosecutions at that time. That is in a year back.
So
Procurement of drugs
Jane,
from...
sorry to interrupt you, because the time is constrained, we had to give sufficient time for the audience also. Please.
Okay, sir, I will skip off the slides. This with respect to number of inspections carried out and legal actions are initiated. A number of licenses cancelled up to 9. This is with respect to up to December 2022. And after I am taking over as Joint Director, I have cancelled 16 licenses up to 22/5/2023 for misuse of habit-forming drugs. This with respect to total number of sample drawn and sample tested. NSQ reported is 260. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the NSQ is very, very minimum. But we are getting NSQ from other states. That has been monitored and we are prosecuting them also if the content is less than 70%. The role of drug inspector, they are the backbone of our department. They are drawing samples and making inspections to detect the sale of drugs in contravention of the Act. We have got 2 intelligence wing at Chennai and mobile squad at Madurai. They will be covering 13 districts, mobile squad in Madurai covering 13 districts. For any complaints received, they will go and inspect and initiate legal action. In restricted license shop, labels of cosmetics and OTC drugs and their purchases are verified to detect the imitations. If the manufacturer is situated in other state, follow-up investigation is done accordingly with the help of the state drug controllers in India. On detection of sale of huge quantities of habit-forming drugs for abortion pills without prescription, licenses are cancelled and immediately suspended based on the gravity of the offense. Special teams or drugs inspectors, one region are deputed to conduct surprise raids to other region for effective enforcement. Wholesale dealers are instructed to go transaction only by check or net banking to detect pilferage. With respect to narcotic and psychotropic substances, a proposal has been submitted to the state government to forward the same to the central government with the recommendation for inclusion of tepentadol under Schedule X to completely prevent the abuse. Recently, we have detected a case in Erode. Tepentadol tablets are supplied by Cynic Life Sciences, some 6,000 tablets to one super pharmacy in Erode. We have closed down we have sealed the shop and we have written a letter to the concerned state drug controller for further verification. We are conducting awareness program with chemists and druggists as well as manufacturers and stakeholders for their better improvement in the quality and better enforcement. As a licensing authority and as a regulator, stakeholders should come with problems and we will solve the problems if it is in accordance with the law. In Tamil Nadu, I will be always with industry friendly and I will help to the maximum extent possible to the industry. That is my humble submission, and thank you for giving this opportunity for the panelists, and thank you one and all.
Yeah, thank you, Tamil Nadu, and it is great to see that you have a very well-defined criteria for sampling of drugs from the market to evaluate the quality. Now, as in the cricket match, the initial players have sufficient time to play, but as the players next in the row, we had to squeeze that time. And now I will request Mr. K.R. Chawla, Drug Controller, Delhi. Sir, 2 minutes.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Thanks for the opportunity for sharing my thoughts with you. I'm sharing our what we do in Delhi as far as enforcement is concerned, and in next minute I'll cover how we facilitate the stakeholders. As far as enforcement activities are concerned in Delhi, we have taken zero tolerance against the persons who are dealing in habit-forming drugs, narcotic drugs, and those dealing in spurious drugs. For persons dealing in narcotic drugs, we are organizing joint raids with NCB officials and Crime Branch Delhi Police, who are registering FIR under NDPS Act, and simultaneously we take departmental action by way of cancellation of license against the persons who are clandestinely dealing in habit-forming drugs. So that effectively stops that person from dealing in drugs if we cancel the license. That is immediate measure, and once that FIR is registered, it is a long-term measure and it is a deterrent for others also. Now, as far as spurious drugs are concerned, we have devised a procedure to detect spurious drugs moving in the market. We collect survey samples and specimen samples from different outlets, from the chemist shops and other outlets. Even that trader doesn't know that from his shop sample has been collected. We have kept vouchers for this purpose in our department. Those samples are collected in our testing lab, government testing lab, and the result is given within 24 hours. So we are able to track in case any substandard or spurious the drug which fails in identification. Then we immediately go for collection of legal sample. And that's why we are able to curtail the movement of spurious drugs in Delhi. Second way, we collect specimen samples and send it to the original manufacturer and seek their report. So as per provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act, once the original manufacturer declare the sample as not genuine, then we take further requisite step to go ahead with the prosecution proceedings. There is absolutely zero tolerance, and in Delhi, we have got over 90% conviction rate in court of law. So that is tremendous and even better than CBI. So to achieve that purpose, we have consistent training of our officers, and we ask them to share their case studies and their experience encountered in the field, the difficulties faced while arguing the case, problems raised by the defense counsel while arguing the case, so that those loopholes can be covered in the future investigations. Now, the system is we have to follow and comply with the provision of CRPC as well as Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And most of the regulatory officers in India, they are not well acquainted with CRPC provisions. So we are giving specific emphasis on our officers so that they are able to comply with the mandatory provisions of CRPC also. This is about enforcement, and as Dr. Raghuvanshi rightly said, If we are helping our stakeholders, we are helping ourselves. So as a part of that, like we are extending a helping role as a facilitator to the stakeholders. The very first thing is dissemination of information. What information, what circulars we get from DCGI, rules updation and other things which are important for stakeholders to be shared. We have created WhatsApp group with the stakeholders. With the manufacturer group we have one thing, testing lab we have one group, trade associations we have another group. So whatever information we get, we immediately put it on our WhatsApp group and the information is disseminated in the same day. Then secondly, while collecting the data for parliament questions and other feedback from stakeholders, those groups are really helpful. We receive the circular from DCJ office regarding parliament questions or some data required from some other government compilation purpose. We normally get it within 48 hours and are able to transmit to the higher authorities. Similarly, there are awareness programs with the stakeholders. We are sensitizing our trade associations and manufacturers group with regular updates and physical interaction also, not only on WhatsApp group. Then like we have created a help desk who helps the applicant to upload the documents, the fresh applicants, renewal applications, medical devices applications, MD41 applications on the online portal, because most of the applicants are not like familiar and are not comfortable with these portals. So that helps them to, like as a facilitator, we are helping them. And besides that, we are ensuring timely delivery of services like MD42, medical devices license we are granting in registration, we are granting within 10 days. There was, I think Dr. Sumani knows, there was a expo exhibition on medical devices in Delhi, Pragati Maidan. That was lasting for 3 days and all industrial houses, major export houses, import houses and traders, major traders participated in that who are dealing in medical devices. They were selling medical devices from their counters also. So as a part of regulatory compliance, we worked day and night and issued them licenses overnight on MD42 offline way. That was a big achievement and we issued more than 100 licenses in those 3 days. That was a part of facilitation provided to the public. That's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Delhi, and thanks for your motto of zero tolerance on non-compliance. And congratulations for having 98% conviction rate. Okay, I think we first would like to hear, I understand from the CDSU also good practices because of the lack of time. First, initially, we will take questions from you. And after that, if time permits, our CDSU representatives also will share their best practices. Now the floor is open. Yeah, I think, please, the person.
So just one request. Yeah, Rajiv ji, 1 minute. Just one request. Let's not repeat the questions. And the questions which are being discussed at different forums for years, let's not put it again. Because those questions are already in the system. They are being discussed and handled the way government system handles it. Rajiv ji.
First, you introduce yourself and which organization your company you are representing, and be brief because due to lack of time. Come without any introduction to the question. Come to the question directly.
Thank you, sir. My name is Rajiv Nath. I am the forum coordinator for IMED, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, representing the medical devices today. Medical devices have just come into regulation from 1st of April this year. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to the various state regulators because normally we interact only with CDSU. So it's a good opportunity for us to interact with the various state regulators because the Class B medical devices is the challenge, mainly currently, which have come into regulations from 1st of April this year. And for that, the role of the CDSO is clubbed along with SLA. So over here, what I would like to suggest, because many of the manufacturers who already were making medical devices for decades are now failing to get the manufacturing license from 1st of April this year, even though many of them already had an ISO 13485 certification and were already making exports internationally based on that, even with international regulatory approvals. But of course, they need to know, unlike foreign companies, foreign manufacturers don't get inspected, Indian manufacturers get inspected. Even though they have ISO 13485, they need to go through another audit from a notified body. So my request is, number one, if in the interim period, the manufacturers who've got a NABCB accredited certification bodies, ISO 13485 certificate, if it was already registered and already having a license, he may be continued to do business, so business is not disrupted, supply chains are not disrupted, and he may be continued to give that manufacturing license. And there are any procedural delays for whether IT related or whether for audit closure related or for review of the file by the SLA and CDSO, that can be done on a post-approval basis. Need not be at this case on a pre-approval basis, on a grandfathered principle for continuity of business. We wish the regulators to be acting like a gardener. They should remove the weeds, but not the healthy grass from the garden. We also wished that on a monthly basis of a VCO meeting can take place of CDSO and SLAs with the association, certain key people over there, at least for the pending cases over there. Because manufacturers now are nervous to use IMED to reach out to CDSO and to SLAs because they feel that if we inform that we are running a factory without the license, we'll be in bigger trouble because it's illegal activity. So many of them are afraid to come out in the open, and we need to help them. The other issue is regarding the issue of medical device officers. Many of the state regulators have made medical device officers who were earlier drug inspectors from the pharmacist background. I urge all the state regulators, now that you're going to be looking after medical devices, it's an engineering field, kindly treat it differently. India is already 80% import dependent. We will be making it more import dependent if we will not allow manufacturing to thrive. So you have to have a different approach for medical devices than you do for drugs or for cosmetics. And I urge you to kindly hire engineers and scientists with the right regulatory background, and the approach has to be for auditing and progressive improvements and not for inspections for closure. So the search kind of or seizure kind of an attitude which you have in the drug industry needs to move from the stick approach to a motivating education approach, at least in the initial years, so that you are able to capture and discipline the manufacturers. These are my humble submissions to you, and I look forward to your kind cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv, for your comments and suggestions on the Class B devices and also the role of medical device officers. We'll look into that. Thank you. Yes.
It's more than WIPGR. Dr. Somani, super team. So delighted to be with you, sir. I'm glad that you mentioned about the regulations. Now that there is regulation, very happy.
Can you introduce yourself,
Yeah,
please?
I'm a physician from Chennai, Karunanidhi.
Karuna.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Reddy. Yes. See, the problem is that sometimes, post-corona, there is a psychological disaster. Some of our patients find it difficult to get antidepressant and that non-GABA, okay? But at the same time, anybody and everybody can get antibiotics in our country. So the problem is that, as you know, that the OTC is done not by pharmacists, the indigenous pharma assistants. So what to do? See, I understand, sometimes it is difficult. See, why can't you tell them to dispense antidepressant even on a day-to-day, like TB, there is a DOTS program. This patient can come to you every day and get some, see, either it's all or none, either you get plenty of antibiotics or you don't get any Zopiclone. So ultimately, the Tamil Nadu pharmacists said that we are supporting industry. If you support the patients, industry will thrive automatically.
Thank you, Karunanidhi. I think thanks for your comment on that. As a drug regulator, we will play very, very delicious role, to one side really promote as well as strengthen the pharma industry by faster approvals, developing the innovation new drugs. Second, without compromising the quality of the product. You may be aware, yesterday our honorable ministers are during the inaugural time very clearly stated this government is a pro-industry government, but does not mean that there will be any compromise in the quality. Wherever there is a compromise in the quality, strict action will be taken against that. Okay, so
Not
please.
action. We want interaction with the drug. See, come to our IMA meetings, introduce yourself. See, there is a patient somewhere, pharmacy somewhere, drug inspector somewhere, physician. Connecting the dots, that is what we want your help.
Sure.
See, we are not against. We want India to be the pharmacy for the whole world.
Thank you. And we'll see that through Karunanidhi, we will interconnect all the dots. Thank you very much. Sure. Next, yeah, Ashok. Sorry, yeah, please.
Namaskar, I am a director in Department of Pharma. I have one request from for state drug controllers that the molecules and the formulations and the SKUs that you grant approval to, why isn't that available on a public domain so that we are able to know how many drugs and who are the manufacturers all spread across India? It will help Department of Pharma to have access to a lot of data which will help us in policy making and making of schemes also. So right now, what I feel is that we have to commission various studies to get this information, that where what is being produced. It would be wonderful if the state drug controllers could put their registers online and so that we could have access to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your suggestion, comments. We noted.
Sir, good morning. I am Ashok Kumar, representing ASSOCHAM on behalf of the medical device manufacturer. Sir, one thing is that MD 42 has been instituted only for that, you know, that medical device. The requirements for the MD, the 20B, 21B is much more. And you were there as a committee, we interacted with you. But what we are finding is that during implementation, there is a non-uniformity of the requirements from different states. Like some states have like 26 requirements. And as per the Gazette notification, there are only 8 requirements which has been listed. So this is something, if you can kindly look at it and harmonize the requirement, that will be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Ashok. I think these applications are made through MD online.
No, sir, most of the time it's, the applicants are asked to submit hard copy.
I will request Dr. Somani just to briefly give any, yeah, I think Koshia.
Sir, in fact, for MD42, it's simply registration of the premises who are dealing with these devices. So in Gujarat, we did a lot of camp. It's camp-based. We put a request to the association, like Ophthalmic Association, come forward with your members. My team rushed to there. On site, we did a lot of registration with minimal requirement because it's only identity of your business and you have to disclose what you are going to sell or store.
So, whatever point you raised is actually, we also getting some information and feedback from the ground that these things are happening. It's on us. We have to see how do we harmonize it. But unfortunately, historically, whatever has happened, the federal system of regulation, there are different interpretations of the same law by different states. We thought that bringing online system would help, but MD online, in spite of being 100% application online, we also hear that there are some states who are asking for physical application in spite of online application. So some aberrations are there in the system. It is being noticed, and we will try to negotiate and discuss with the states, and hopefully in future it will be solved. These are aberrations. Take it as aberrations. It's not a systemic error.
Thank you, Chair.
Sir, this is Karunakar from Biocon Limited. Sir, my question is related to test license requirement for new drugs. Sir, before 2019, we used to take
Keep mic near.
Before 2019, we used to take NOC and Form 29, which was not, quantity specific. So under that, we were able to manufacture the batches that can be, we were used to up to preclinical and clinical studies as long as we manufacture in GMP facility. Now, after 2019, the process has been, we are in a situation to repeat the process. One time we should take to make developmental batches by taking NOC, either in CT11 or 14, 15, followed by Form 29. Again, whenever we want to make clinical batch, again we have to repeat the process. So the process, here the clear message is, when we move along with the time, process should be, complex to simple. But in this, with the test license requirement, we are in a situation that our process has became, simple to complex. So kindly request you look into this matter, and if you provide simplification process of test license requirement, it is really benefit for the industry.
Thank you, Karunakar. Actually, as you said rightly, we tried to go for a more simplification in the NDCT rules. That more simplified process lead to the complex. That Pradhan will tell you how that more simplicity, we try to put a more clarity in the regulation, that because of more clarity lead to some confusion. I think Pradhan.
Yeah, I think in two cases. First of all, if you talk about the Form 29 license that you take, that rule has been amended that the licensing authority has to grant within 7 days. If no response is received, then it will be considered deemed approved. So this kind of provision is already there. And so far as, provisions of Form CT 11 or 12 or 13, so there also, you don't have to take, license again. If you take a license under, Form CT 11 for manufacturing test batches, under the same batches, you can also manufacture the clinical trial batches. I don't know who is asking you that you take another batches, another license, and you repeat it. Yeah, and for that, we have also, published our guidelines also. It is already available in the websites also.
So yes, sir, I do agree with you. In 2020, it was clarified by your good office, but that interpretation, whatever explained, that we are taking for pharma product. Since that clarification provided under heading of pharma section, so regulators' interpretation is not applicable for recombinant or biological products. So again, we are bound to take one more time, NOC and Form 29 to make developmental batches which falls under RDNA drug and biologics category.
So in case of RDNA product or vaccines, yes, obviously, they are, because those are granted by CDSU headquarters. And, but even that, under that provisions also, there is no requirement that you have to take another license for manufacturing the clinical batch separately.
But this is the practice we are following, sir. Then
in the CEO conclave just now, a while ago, I had said that there are lots of areas in the licensing system which needs rationalization, and CDSO is going to take them on campaign basis. We will try to address these kind of problems because these are actually looking at the system and then trying to rationalize it. So, as Dr. Pradhan said, if it is just a matter of proper communication, and if we have to add 2 more words along with pharma, that's very easy. Let's review, and if that is only that much, we will issue another advisory on that.
Thank you very much, sir. This is again one more point regarding validity of test license. As per 2017 Gazette, validity of test license has been increased from 1 year to 3 years. But as per the Gazette, some of the states, they are considering 3 years for fresh license. For renewal, it is only 1 year. So our request is, please, clarify the state drugs control, whether for renewal of test license, whether it is 1 year or 3 years.
I think you may be knowing, as per the rules, even for renewal itself is stated only for 1 year. It is not the state interpretation. It is in the rules itself it is stated. First grant at
Rule
the time
91
of grant,
says also same.
Yeah.
Rule 91 says so.
Rule 91 clearly says that at the time of grant fresh, it is 3 years, and subsequent renewal, it is 1 year. So your suggestion is taken, and as and when any rule amendments made, and this DTAB will look into that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harshita Gupta from Morula Health Tech. First, I would like to thank the CDSCO for the great job which has happened in the transition. From regulating a limited number of devices to regulating all devices is not an easy scope. And we know that all the regulators have been working overnight to support the industry. So thank you very much, sir, for that. I have a couple of questions and feedback from my side. One is with respect to the database, which is published regularly with the licenses which are approved. If that could include two columns, one with the manufacturer name and the other with the time to approval, it can help make things more transparent in terms of how long products are taking to get approval based on the classification. So it will help us also when we want to apply for a product, plan better as to how much time a similar product may take. Second point was with respect to the special expert committee. So when we work with innovative products as an importer, right, we face a lot of challenges in introducing them into the market. Because if they are innovative and have FDA and European clearance, even after that, a majority of time we are requested to do clinical trials in India. However, that becomes very difficult for a small, medium enterprise. It may be possible for a larger organization. So if something can be done to encourage even innovative products from small, medium companies to come to India, having established randomized controlled trials in their home markets, that will really help us bring more innovation. We started this company to bring innovation, but we've had to work with a lot of similar products because we are not able to financially survive on that. So it is our humble request if anything can be done on that aspect.
Thank you, Harshita. We have noted, as DCS have said rightly in the beginning, questions which are already in the mind of CDSU and the government, they will look into that. Thank you.
Hello, sir. This is Harish Jain. I represent Karnataka Drugs and Pharma Manufacturers Association. Sir, many a times what happens when our members file applications to the SLAs and SLA seeks some kind of clarification or guidance from the CDSCO so that the licenses can be granted in a proper legal way. And if there is a doubt in some interpretations, the help of CDSCO being sought by the SLA. So my only humble request is those kind of clarifications and guidances whenever they are sought can be expeditiously, maybe in a matter of a day or two can be given. That will help. Otherwise, till the explanation comes, the whole file is being kept pending. So that's first part of my question. The second part of my question was, there's the issue of fixed dose combinations, which are, I'm sure, which is not going to go away very soon. But then the CDSCO who can publish a list of, I know there is a comprehensive list is already there, but then apart from that, we have like approved drugs, then we have a COCATIC 18 months policy decision list, then pre-88 list and all those things. But apart from, there are there is a lot of ambiguity in the sense, lost or FDCs are being granted by one state and not granted by another state and all that. So some kind of solution is found out for this problem so that there is a uniformity in these regulations all over the country.
So especially on the FDC, there is only one law which says that FDC does not fall under purview of state government's licensing. It is in the purview of central government's licensing authority. If states are doing, they are not doing the right thing. We have started communicating with them. Some of them are responding very fast. I'll give you one example also. Sacubitril valsartan, lowest strength in one of the states started actually manufacturing. Other company actually came to us that this is happening. And within one day, that state actually, when we approached them, within one day they withdrew it. But there are also examples where they are not listening. So, this is the right time to communicate to all also, and then state is also sitting here. See, if you would have been looking into the press statement, news and all, the center, both ministry and CDSCO, is actually now taking these things with a different approach. We are now pursuing more vigorously and rigorously with the states and trying to close things to logical end. We are not leaving just by writing letters. So I think the results you will see maximum in 6 months. Things have started moving in some areas where they got stuck for long. And FDC is one area where I am very clear that if it is center's purview, center will have to work. It's not state's authority. It's very clear.
I think I would like to recall in that context, I think something a related matter. If you look at the circular dated 15 January 2013 regarding that we have to prove the safety and efficacy of the drugs, and most of us were filed a kind of a retrospective application to regularize our fixed dose combination. Now that circulars were very clear, it is only for fixed dose combination, not for the single ingredient formulations. Now we have issues like, in the sense, I'll give you a couple of examples like flunarizine tablet or sucralfate suspension. These have not been approved any time by the DCGI's office. They are not part of the Indian Pharmacopoeia prior to 2010. Now what is some kind of, and the products are available in the market. Now there are, like, if I consider my state, my state doesn't give a license for these kind of products. Now how do we resolve that issue where some way of should we find out where everybody is on the same page?
As you said, Harish, just now our DCJ also said very clearly, the CDSU is in the process of rationalization of entire rules of clinical trials, new drugs and other things. And as you said rightly, there may be some drugs called grandfather drugs. Okay, so definitely this also will be issued while rationalizing all these rules. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Just one point. In case of FDC, we need support from industry also. Very interesting examples are coming, and I have seen last 3 months only. One company comes and complains about other company that this company is selling irrational FDC without your approval. Whereas the same company who is complaining is also one of the selling one of the FDCs which is irrational and not approved by. And when I ask this question that why are you selling, then the answer is what we are selling is safe, but what he is selling is not safe. So these things should actually not happen. We need support from industry also. One of the big industries, one of the top 20 companies in this country, they came to me with some complaints, and when I asked that why are you actually selling something which is not approved by CDSU, they say that we are selling because the state has given me approval. And when you ask that, I mean, state cannot give you, it's I mean, as good or as bad as unapproved drug. There is no answer. Their only plea is that state has given me, so I am selling it. So the industry also has to understand and help us in doing what we are trying to do.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Hello, sir.
Sorry.
Sir, my name is Amit Deshmukh. I am representing here Human Biosciences. We are in natural medical device, just like we're in collagen, homostat collagen, bovine collagen. So I just want to know, we have any specific policy in the new policies, because we are facing little bit problems. So if anybody can explain, guide us, this great help for us. We have also US FDA also in this domain. Thank you, sir.
This you want to, this whatever the collagen, you want to make it and sell it as a drug?
No, sir, we are in the natural medical device. We are in collagen, homostat, bovine collagen.
Okay, so that attracts the definition of a medical device.
Yeah, so
and medical device rules clearly prescribes, if it is not yet available in the Indian market, then you need to do clinical evaluation procedure.
Yeah.
And if it is already similar product is available, then you can get the necessary permission from the CDSU and you can start manufacturing. It depends upon the class of the drug, getting license from the respective authorities.
Yeah, we still depends for outside sourcing for many raw materials and everything.
So I think you can, because it is individual case, I think you can approach the CDSU directly. We will give regulatory support for you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great.
Yeah, Mahesh Balgat, Sinjin. Thank you very much for this forum, and actually I'm delighted to hear what you mentioned, that you're going to take up certain number of initiatives, especially with regards to licenses. So I won't touch that one, but I did want to bring up something that's very specific to what we are going through right now. We've learned a lot from the pandemic. One of the things that we are all facing challenges with is dealing with all of the financial implications and the supply chain implications. A specific one is with regards to post-marketing surveillance. For drugs like remdesivir, which were very high in use at one point of time, today there's absolutely no patients available. So what would be your recommendation to industry to make sure that, and further regulations that we put in place for making sure, yes, you still understand how post-marketing surveillance studies can be conducted, when it's really difficult to still recruit just because of the way that the drug utilization has now gone down. So I just wanted to raise that. If you have an immediate answer, I'm happy to take it. If not, it's something to think about.
You see, yes, today there may not be any COVID patient for post-marketing study of remdesivir, but once upon a time there was a lot of patients, and permission was granted with condition that you have to conduct the post-marketing surveillance. So this is now if you say that we have not been able to recruit so many patients required for the post-marketing surveillance study, and some other company might have actually recruited and they have completed the study. So that case to case, we have to see whether how much you are proactive to actually comply with the condition of post-marketing surveillance study. That depends, because we cannot have a general, circular or something that post-marketing surveillance study is not required, or whoever has not complied, that is okay or not okay. That we have to see that how much you are actually proactive to conduct the post-marketing surveillance study after taking permission from us.
Thank you, Pradhan. I think we will take last two questions. I think it is already 1 o'clock.
Dr. Reddy, I have a question.
Just a minute, sir, before you. Yeah, please go ahead. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Sorry, I'm Imtiaz Basade from Myron Laboratories Limited. A very simple question on the repetitive work on the EU written confirmation and the WHO GMP. The states are asking a lot of documentation, including the state zonal CDSUs, for such applications. So if it is a renewal and there is no new addition in this list which we are asking, can the repetitive work be reduced by asking a simple documentation for the renewal? It will definitely ease both the industry as well as the regulator.
Okay, we noted that.
Right. My name is Dara Patel. I am from the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. Part of my query has already been answered by you and Dr. Raghuvanshi. But a main concern of all the manufacturers is that most of our SLAs are not at par. And we take pride in complimenting some SLA that they are doing a fantastic job. We've been hearing that for the last 10, 15 years. But what are we doing to make the other SLAs also come at par? It's very important, because indirectly there is an injustice done to manufacturers in a particular state, or I don't want to spill the beans, but there are occasions when somebody is not supported in a state, he goes to another state and does, we are not concerned about that. My only concern is, and as an association head, that every SLA through CDSU and DCGI's office should come at par, and we should be proud of all of them rather than continue praising just 1 or 2 SLAs. That's not going to serve our purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a genuine problem, and we, in one way or the other, we spoke about it. And I think the answer lies in the dialogue. What we have started doing now is, we have actually started directly talking to SLAs in a formal, structural way. Since I joined, we have already had 2 such sittings. In fact, I am traveling to different states along with my Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health. We went to Chandigarh and we met 5 SLAs of the surrounding states: Uttarakhand, Himachal, Punjab, Haryana. Similarly, 10 days back we were in Calcutta. We had 7 or 8 SLAs from surrounding states: Northeast, Sikkim, Bihar, Jharkhand and all that. So what this is bringing, and what we are finding, that this dialogue has opened up a channel of communication, direct communication, and a lot of issues are actually getting resolved then and there, which probably was a gap in the system. Direct dialogue was not happening, and in many situations both parties were holding their positions, which was not required probably. So I think, and this is going to continue on a regular basis. So I think situation will improve, because this will bring some kind of increased coordination and better understanding of the law and each other. So I think you will see the improvement there. But it is a problem which we have recognized and need to be addressed. And I'm also cognizant of the fact that it cannot be solved by law and rules. If it was to be done by that, it would have been done by now. And we cannot change the federal structure also. So the system is there to stay. Only solution is a better dialogue and communication and discussions. That we have started.
Thank you, Chair. Just I would like to add one point. Government of India has already taken various measures for strengthening of the state regulatory system. They're addressing the two issues. One is to strengthen the infrastructure. For that, there is a separate scheme called the Central Sponsored Scheme by the Government of India. Already they have distributed more than 670 crores to the various states for their infrastructure development, including the manpower. In addition to this, government also has come up with the annual training calendar for developing the capacity of the skill and the knowledge of the regulators, thereby to bring uniformity among all the states. Thank you, Dara. Last question. Last but
Yeah,
one.
thank you, sir.
Sudhakar is last.
Yeah, my name is Krishna Prasad. I'm from Prognosis Medical Systems, Bangalore. So, is there anyone from AERB?
So, supposed to join today, but I think AERB representative is not able to join.
Okay.
Yeah, please you say your point, we'll convey message to them.
So, AERB type approvals, we manufacture X-ray devices. AERB type approvals are issued against either a CE certification or a BIS. In most cases, we have both. In this particular case, we have a BIS certificate. Before we register, all our devices that have type approvals are registered under CDSCO. So one of the things that we are facing right now is we got our BIS, made an application, and it's been 3 months, and we are still awaiting type approval. Many emails addressed to AERB, to the heads of the department, has not met even with a simple reply. We want to know if we are making any, we've been licensed manufacturers under AERB since 2010. So we're quite aware of the regulations, the process, everything. But no answer, no explanations, a complete blank is
got your
harming
point.
our business.
I think one of our panelists would like to make a comment on this.
Please.
Thank you. I would like to ask, do you have BIS license as per IS 7620?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So
for this particular device, yes, we do. Included. And everything else is also included.
Okay, so BIS rule stops at that BIS has given you license. As per that license, AERB has to issue the type approval and whatever is required. So I think AERB has to take a call on this. And I would also like to inform that IS 7620, that is a very old standard, and we have already adopted the new IEC standards, which cover a lot of scope. So the standard is in place, and we are trying to withdraw that IS 7620 standard. The fact is that it is still that order which mandates the IS 7620. It has not been withdrawn yet. So we are looking forward to, we are having discussions with AERB also that how to proceed in this case and how to implement that new set of standards.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Final last question, Sudhakar.
Good afternoon. My name is Sudhakar. I represent the AmCham. My question to the CDSU officers, with regards to the competent technical staff, sir, there is a requirement is already given in the MDR 2017. However, when we apply to the state authority, it takes months and months, sometimes years, to get the entire process done. My request is humble submission. Ease of doing business, the requirements are clearly articulated, we comply and submit. Something can be done so that in 30 days, 60 days, instead of 365 days or 700 days. Because we know the requirement, we bring in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhakar. We will communicate this message to all the states. So before conclude, I would request Dr. Somani for your comments. Panel.
Thank you. I have no comments to make because a lot of things have been discussed. And basically, on behalf of all the organizers, this particular session was to build the trust amongst the manufacturers and regulator, and basically also to build the trust for the consumers. So whatever are your problems, if you are able to properly articulate and send it, because CDSU has a PRO office and also a email, which is a startup innovation. There you can send your individual problems, and you will get the answers or you will get the solutions on that. So that is how, and during the COVID time also, you have seen how we have worked with regards to whether it is vaccines, remdesivir or amphotericin B or plasma, or its story started from hydroxychloroquine and it ended with the liposomal amphotericin B. And we have made lot of innovative changes, starting from working online and also in a hybrid mode. So this way of working, we need to continue to our problem solving attitude and by way of the dialogue. But the bottom line remains the same, that you have to approach with the problem with so that you get the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for short and sweet comment. And I request Chandrasekhar, any your comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. So initially during the address, I was referred to the representative of Himachal Pradesh, but actually I represent the zonal office of the CDSU. Of course, under my office, we cater to the states of Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, and UT. So I have been there for the last 1 year. So after I have been there, so as DCGA said, others also said, the major problems that at our office we face are two. Himachal is one of the states under jurisdiction, and Himachal caters to about 35% of the domestic pharmaceutical production. So they are quality concerns regarding the drugs that are manufactured under our jurisdiction. And how to address these quality concerns is one of the issues that we need to, our office need to address. The second thing is, the topic which is also already touched base, is that how to institutionalize the coordination and cooperation between the state and the CDSCO. So these were the two major challenges. The first one regarding the quality. So what we have done is we have started sensitizing the manufacturers so that they become quality conscious, and it is a responsibility of not only responsibility for all the stakeholders to ensure quality. The stakeholder includes the manufacturer as well as the regulator. Regulator here I am talking is both the state as well as the CDSCO. So there has been a misconception in our region as well as in many parts of the country that only it is the responsibility of the state, and others, CDSCO does not have much responsibility with respect to the quality, but it is not true. And this message we got through the manufacturers, and now there is a significant change in the perception of the manufacturers and other stakeholders that regulator here, the state is there and the CDSCO is there for the rest of the country for where the drugs are manufactured. This message has gone through. And regarding the coordination with the states, we have started because our policies are clear. So wherever there is a confusion, where there is lack of clarity, we go to the basics, and the basics says the powers are shared between the state and the central government. It is clearly given, and there our role we are doing, and naturally the states are doing. I am thankful for the cooperation with the Punjab, our drug controller is there, and Himachal. So both of them have given a very good cooperation, and with this, so we have conducted the risk-based inspections, and there is significant change in the perception and also the quality of the drugs. And this, our challenges would be how to institutionalize, as DCGI said, how to institutionalize this thing so that it not only to our region as well as to the entire country. So thank you, sir. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Thank you very much, audience, for your patient hearing. And your all comments and your questions, before I'll hand over the mic to the chair for his concluding remarks, I request Pradhan just to convey, what are the regulatory expectations from the industry? So till now, I think we discussed what are your expectations from the regulators. So now I request Pradhan, what are the regulatory expectations, from the industry at the time of submission of application or any other matters? Pradhan.
I think that is also an important point, and because of shortage of time, I will be very quick in this regards. As DCGI has already mentioned, that industry should also help regulators to function in an efficient manner. So in this regard, I think there are at 3 stages, the industry should actually participate in a very, significant manner, which will help regulators actually to provide the services in much more efficient manner. What are the 3 stages? First is when we develop any regulatory provisions, rules, or we make any guidelines or issue circulars, their participation of industry is very important. Because rule, when it is actually published as a draft guidelines, there are many activities or there may be some gaps in the rules. And industry, because they are involved in their activities from daily basis, so they may be, much aware about a particular things, which is very important, which is actually a problem for most of the stakeholders. They can actually bring all those things to us, so that can be incorporated in the rules. Similarly, while we develop the guidelines or circulars, those things can also be actually prepared in much more consultative manners. Now, next thing is, obviously, when the rules, regulatory provisions and guidelines, everything is there, all industry players should have proper understanding of all these things. What are the requirements? Because we know that regulators functions under the regulatory framework. It is not that which is not permitted under any rules or regulation. If there is a request that you give us permission, obviously regulatory authority will not be able to solve your problem. So you have to have proper understanding of all regulatory requirements, guidelines, procedures, circulars in this regard. And then the third point is that when you submit a particular actually application or request to the regulatory authority asking for approval or license, then if you have proper understanding of everything, you will be much more in a comfortable situation to make the dossier in a proper manner, or you will be able to actually respond to the regulators in an efficient manner and by actually addressing the particular point which has been raised by the regulators. All these 3 points will actually help regulators to function in a much more efficient manner, and then obviously this part is also important from industry's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. And I will thank all the panelists and all the participants for your active participation and interaction. So I will request the chair to conclude this session.
So just wanted to thank all of you for a very energetic dialogue. A lot of actions on us, we have understood most of them. Couple of points from my side. So what we saw just now was we have some of the states who have got actually some of the best practices which are worth taking by other states, certainly by CDSCO also in some of the cases. To name some of them, like Gujarat, the mobile lab, testing labs, they have the portable devices for testing. These are some of the things which happened for the first time for regulator in this country. Similarly, the quick communication system, immediately sending mass SMSs wherever the communication channel has to be opened. So there are a lot of good things which are happening in the states also. So that is one which we have to take as a learning. Second, at the CDSU end, and for that matter, from all regulators' point of view, we have to understand one thing, that if we are not clearing the issues and if we are holding the files back because of whatever reason, we are actually burdening ourselves. And I was actually surprised when I came to CDSU in this role, that a very rough calculation that we handle about 50,000 files in a year. 2,000, 2,500 files only on blood bank in 1 year. And similarly, we have 25, 30 domains where we are handling files. How can an organization work efficiently if I have 50,000 files to be cleared in a year? And also the expectation and the requirement is that we apply our brain in most of them to solve issues. So it becomes very difficult. So learning for us should be that we have to clear things as early as possible, cut down on the licensing. When I'm talking of rationalization of licensing, that is coming actually from the fact that I have to reduce the burden of licenses. Otherwise, I think it's going to be one of those systems. There are, I won't name, but there are systems in this country where things are actually piling up and they are increasing to be cleared rather than actually decreasing to be cleared. So we don't want to enter into that domain. So that is a very clear understanding to us, and we have to establish that system. Some of good things which has happened, that I think the communication would increase as we go. The discussions have already started happening with state. Direct communication is happening. Things will improve there also. And I'm also very happy that we have to actually stop this session sort of in between, because I know there are many questions which are left. And this is a good sign that people are open and talking, and there are a lot of more questions to be solved. So the message is that we need to have more communication sessions like this, or maybe find out an alternative. Maybe the PRO at CDSCO and maybe the similar setup in the states, they need to be a little more active and responsive. So those things, we have a lot of good messages for our correction and improvement. So with this, I again thank everybody for participating and giving all these inputs and feedback to us. Thanks to organizers for holding this beautiful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful session that we had. As I invite on stage Sri Abhishek Singh Ji, Director DOP, to kindly do the honors of presenting a small souvenir as a token of gratitude and appreciation. We begin with our distinguished chairperson, Sri Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, CDSCO. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for chairing this session. To our moderator, Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy, Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. We present to Mr. A.K. Pradhan, Joint Drugs Controller of India, CDSCO. Thank you, sir. To Dr. V.G. Somani, Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO. Thank you, sir. To IBS representative Sri Chandan Kumar, Scientist C and Deputy Director, Medical Equipment and Hospital Planning Department, BIS. To Srimati Jyoti J. Sardesai, Director of Food and Drug Administration, Government of Goa. To Dr. Edji Khoshia, Commissioner of Food Safety, Food and Drugs Controller, Government of Gujarat. Mr. Ranga Chandrasekhar, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDSCO from Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Ranga Chandrasekhar. We present to Mr. Umesh Shanta Rajaya, Deputy Drugs Controller, Government of Karnataka. To Mr. P.M. Jayan, Drugs Controller Licensing Authority, Government of Kerala. To Shri Amit Duggal, Assistant Commissioner Drugs, Food and Drugs Administration, Punjab. Thiru M.N. Sridhar, Joint Director of Drugs Controller, DCA, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Jitendra Singh Negi, Joint Director Store, Directorate Medical Health, UK. And from Delhi, we have with us Mr. K.R. Chawla, Controlling and Licensing Authority, Drugs Control Department. Thank you. And may I request the eminent panel to kindly step forward for a group photograph. I would request Shri Abhishek Singh ji to kindly join the panel for the group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, inviting everybody to kindly join us for lunch. Lunch is served on your right-hand side. The next session will commence sharp at 2 o'clock. We request everybody to be seated 5 minutes before that. Thank you. Please enjoy your lunch and be back in time. Thank you.
अब ये वाली उठा लो ना इतने लगा रहे हैं यहाँ लगाऊं कहाँ
और टेप लाए टेप है बस और एक वैसे भी लगा देते
ना गिरने का ना है अरे आ जाओ इधर बुला लो इन्हें
हटा दूंगा शीशा नहीं चेयर छोड़ना ही अभी यहाँ पे रखना कितनी अरे आपने होटल वाले लगा रहे हैं हमको लगा
हाँ मैंने गिने ना आए हैं बता
सामान
यहाँ से ऊपर आ जा सीढ़ी से। देख उसके अंदर कुर्सियाँ हैं, इधर से जा इधर से। एक दो तीन चार पाँच छः सात आठ नौ
In about 5 minutes from now, we will go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Once again, requesting everybody to join us with the proceedings of the next session in about 5 minutes from now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, requesting everybody to kindly take their seats in front of the main stage as we are ready to go ahead with the next session. And the topic for the session is pharmaceutical industry as pillar of India's growth and quality as the key foundation growth driver. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished chair for this session, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, CDSCO, Government of India. A very warm welcome once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome him. I invite our session moderator, Ms. Smriti Mishra, Partner PwC. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Inviting eminent panelists, first from the government sector, Dr. Manish Pandey, Director and Head of PAD Division, Quality Council of India, and Professor Dulal Panda, Director, NIPER, Mohali. Warm welcome to you, sir. Also inviting our industry panelists, Mr. Kirti Ganorkar, CEO, India Business and Pharmaceutical Industries, Mr. Siddharth Mittal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Biocon Limited, Mr. Nikhil Chopra, CEO and Whole-Time Director, JB Pharmaceuticals Limited, Mr. Bhushan Akshikar, Managing Director, GlaxoSmithKline Pharma, Mr. Rodolfo Harosas, Managing Director, Sanofi India Limited, Mr. V. Simpson Emmanuel, Managing Director, Roche Products India Limited, Mr. Rakesh Bamzai, CEO and Managing Director, Mylan Laboratories Limited, a Vitris company. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this session on pharmaceutical industry as the pillar of India's growth and quality as the key foundation growth driver. The time duration of the session is approximately 1 hour 15 minutes, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair and the moderated session thereafter. We will have question and answers in the end only if the time permits. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be discussing on India pharma industry role in driving India's economic growth and what kind of innovations, quality and global reach India should focus to contribute globally, more from value perspective than the volume, and also will be discussing on the strengthening of quality monitoring framework to attain the required consistency. With those words, I have the privilege in inviting session chair for the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you organizers for holding this session, which is, I think, in the present context, one of the more important domains where we have to sit together and deliberate that what has to be done to move forward from where we have and where we have reached. So we have to appreciate one point today, that we have been designated as pharmacy of the world for all the good reasons. And the world has actually recognized India as the producer and supplier of affordable and quality medicines to make the healthcare more accessible world over. So I'm not going into the statistics of how much we are producing and in which sector. But just to sum up, that we are doing about 25 billion US dollars of exports, and the domestic market is also around the same value. So, and the projections for next 5 years is, I think, becoming maybe 3 times of what we are doing today with respect to the exports as well as the domestic market. The huge opportunity lies in front of us as exporter and also as a domestic business community. And also it is a well-known fact that reaching to the top is difficult, but maintaining that top position is more difficult. So we may be the largest producer of generic, we may be the pharmacy of the world. We have reached here with the help of people like you sitting here. But maintaining that position of the pharmacy of the world and moving beyond that and having that sustainable position is much more difficult, but it is also very important from a country point of view, both from economics and healthcare point of view. So, to set the context, what I would like to do is, if you touch upon last 6 months, there were a lot of press news about the quality of the medicine, and there are lots of different kind of narratives were being presented in different channels, giving different interpretation of what is happening and why it is happening. People questioning our capability as a country, that are we actually capable of producing the right quality medicine or not. But at the bottom of all this is that we have to see, if we analyze the data, I mean the issue of quality, we have come to know that quality of medicine is actually impacting the 2 most important aspects of our lives as individual as well as a country. One is impacting our healthcare system, because whatever happens, if the quality is not right, and if it is becoming a systemic issue, then the trust is lost. The citizens actually lose trust on the quality of the medicines which are being made in this country, which is not something good to happen. And on the economic side, it actually dents that brand India in medicine and can actually has the potential of impacting our exports also, if we do not pull up our socks and do the corrections required. So at this point of time, I think right time to deliberate that how do we actually, currently do we realize that there is an issue when it comes to quality of the medicines being made here? And if yes, how do we deal with it? And ultimately then how do we link that to our economic development and growth of exports and domestic market in time to come? So at the government level, a lot of things actually is happening for last maybe 6 months, little less than that. Because at the government level and the top level of the government, the realization has happened and very aggressive stance we are taking on when it comes to quality of the medicines in this country. And you would have looked into some of the press news also, that what government is doing, how we are trying to tackle that. And I'm happy to say that we see the needle moving towards the right direction. The realization is being made and the reception is there on the ground. People are trying to change. So I think still we are not at a stage where it has become a systemic issue when it comes to quality. But if we do not correct at this point in time, if we do not do right interventions at this point in time, it might become an issue going forward. And the industry has to also understand one thing, which is very simple to understand if you sit on the data and see, that the opportunity is immense. Today, if we are doing $25 billion of US billion dollars of export and equal value of domestic market, and if it is going to double or become 3 times in next 5-7 years, I mean, we are sitting on a huge opportunity, on both fronts, the domestic business as well as exports. The global pharma business is going to become 3 times in next 7-8 years. That's the projection. And if we are participating in about more than 20% of global pharma business, if you see in totality, you see what is the opportunity we are sitting at. So this is probably the right time to look from any angle in pharma domain for this country, be it business, be it health, be it the government responsibilities. Everywhere the opportunity is huge. And we have to basically prepare ourselves. And the ground has been set, a very strong ground has been set. We have to take that leap to the next level, both from quality as well as the innovation front. So with this, I will stop here and to Smriti to take it forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi. This was very, very apt opening remarks for the session we have. And just at the onset, I would like to express my sincere thanks for being part of this esteemed panelist here and to be able to, take a small role in enabling industry-wide discussion here on this platform. The idea is to really kind of, get into a little bit more context setting before we, deep dive on the questions and try and deliberate this further. We are all on the same page that we clearly have set out our ambition. The grounds are set. There is a very enabling environment which we have, sort of facilitated by the government and the regulators. And in this whole scheme of things, how do we, while retaining our dominance as a pharmacy of the world, we move up the value chain? We actually reverse the ranking we have in terms of value and volume. We obviously learned that we have slipped down further to 18, which is obviously not the place we would like us to be. And then what it takes to, grow from here, build from here. What are those imperatives, industry-binding constraints we have to achieve that growth? So the context of this particular discussion is to really hear from our panelists today who are representative across Indian pharma industry, whether they are global MNCs, Indian MNCs looking at exporting drugs as well as serving India, as well as companies who are standalone looking at Indian region as their dominant business sort of stream. And then try and have a holistic dialogue really to come up with a roadmap of what needs to be done across areas to achieve this growth outlook. And to really now get to the panelists themselves to come and share their perspective. My first question will be really to, I'll go to, I think Kirti, we've had a, conversation earlier. Kirti, the idea is to really get your perspective on what's your outlook on Indian pharma industry. From the vantage point you have, how do you see the industry growing? And where do you see our aspiration should be, which is realistic and achievable, and what we need to do? So over to you, Kirti, and then we'll go to the other panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I look at where we are as an industry, we are at, say, 45 billion, and you have to grow to, say, 130 by 7 and 8 years. So I was just making a rough calculation is we have to grow by CAGR of 13.5 to 14% for next 7 to 8 years to achieve these numbers. So where does this number will come from? So of course, out of 45 billion, half of the is a domestic pharma market, which is close to 22, 23 billion, and half is from exports. So Indian pharma market, the way it is today, it will continue to grow in double digit. But what I would like to share my thought is, how do we innovate? See, today we are strong, we have become pharmacy of the world, we are #1 in generics. But where do we go from here? So I am sharing my thoughts on creating a research ecosystem and making India a life science hub. And how do we do it? So what we are talking from morning is not the volume, but the value. And how do we go up in a value chain? So the biggest market today is in the US, and US is up in a value chain because they keep on innovating on new drugs, whether it's a new chemical entity or new biologics. And they have been doing this for many years and reached to a level where they are today 700-800 billion kind of a market. So for us, in my opinion, the value can be created if you start focusing on innovation. And when I'm saying innovation, it's again drug discovery, basic research in terms of NCEs, that will make us the difference. So what we are doing as a company, we still continue to do as a Sun Pharma. We are innovating, we have 5 programs under development. But today's forum, I would like to share some of the thought is how do we collaborate between academic institutes, government and industries? How do we create anchor educational institutes where the basic research happens, and then that basic research is transferred to a company where it is taken up for clinical trial and eventually for commercializations? How do we set up the health startups where the PE and VC investors come and invest in those? So we need to create a health startup ecosystems between all of us to think through how do we promote all of this, because this is what is happening in the US. Most important, I also felt is since we are lagging in innovation today and we need to catch up, we need to collaborate with the big institutes in the US and Europe. So collaborating with the big institutes in US will also help us to understand how the basic research is done and how do we upscale our talent pool. See, today, all of us know we are very good in terms of like in chemistry, but what we need for research is a medicinal chemistry and some work around biologics. So we need to upscale the talent pool for building of this program. And then finally, what we discussed in the morning is ease of doing business in terms of doing global clinical trial. If that has all been supported, then we can look at this vision of going to $130 billion. So the most value which can be created is through innovating or discovering new chemical entities and new biologics. That's my initial thought, yeah.
No, thank you, Kirti, and I think we will further down the deliberation, we'll get a little bit more deeper towards all the verticals you talked about. Let me go to Rakesh now. Rakesh, if you can take up the same question around your perspective on India's story and what you think are the imperatives for us to achieve the growth vision.
Smriti, you want me to talk on innovation and quality?
If you could just give your take on the whole India story, India pharma story, your perspective, how do you see India?
Thank you, I got it.
Thank you.
Thanks. See, India, actually, we have tremendous excellence in pharmaceutical manufacturing, R&D, biotechnology, and I have no doubt that, we are on a path of becoming $130 billion. Now, you teed off, and also Dr. Raghuvanshi talked about what needs to be done as an organization, as a country. I think Kirti talked about innovation, incubation centers, funding from PEs, so that's one aspect. Second is how do we make these interactions between academia, between the institutions, between the companies, stronger? How can we work closely with organizations like NIPER, CSIRs, all other big organizations, and make sure that those quality research is generated from those labs, and working with the industry, we make it bigger. That is one aspect. Second is, how do we do this with tremendous focus on quality? Because I think as we have an objective of $130 billion, we should also say, like, within 10 years, we want to have one global quality. So I think that is something as a country, I'm sure that Dr. Raghuvanshi will be thinking. This morning, he talked about how do we get into Schedule M as a compulsory situation for the country. Then WHO, GMP qualified manufacturing plants. Then the third step will be reaching one global quality. I think the collaboration between the industry and the academia, the innovation that we talked about, training and investment in training is another very important aspect. The fourth aspect is, make it a culture as a country, make it culture as an organization. I think managing this particular business so far, I think we had big organizations, multiple names here, building this 50 billion journey. But what it takes us to go from 50 to 130, 150 billion is something that we should debate, we should talk, and we should lay in our roadmap. And I'm sure that, industry, government, the institutions, scientists, everybody will have to play a very important role.
Thank you, Rakesh. This was really insightful. Let me go to Siddharth now, covering my left on the industry side. Siddharth, your perspective, please.
Sure, thanks. Being the third speaker, I get the benefit of repeating what my previous two speakers mentioned. But I'll use an example. I think I'm not sure how many of you know that China today is the second largest pharma market in the world after US. It's $500 billion, half of which is Chinese traditional medicines, which has been there for decades and ages. And still the government is encouraging, and there are doctors in the entire ecosystem. But the remaining half is still the traditional, the new age medicines. Now, when you compare India's market of $40 billion and Chinese market of $250 billion, with now India having higher population, I was just trying to understand what has led the pharma market to be 5x when the population is same or now India is higher. It's a large part of that 250 is innovative drugs. Because what China did, they put all generics drug in centralized government buying 3 years back, and they really got down the prices of the generics drug. They ended up freeing up a lot of budget, and then the government started investing in creating ecosystem. I think that's where the whole ecosystem becomes so much critical to promote innovation and to promote locally invented medicines. We also, when you look back in terms of the number of Chinese PhD scientists who have gone, studied in West, the Chinese government put a concerted efforts to get those scientists and PhDs back and made them entrepreneurs, because they've seen this in the West. And that's how they created the huge ecosystem. And today, 70 to 75% of the value is driven by the drugs which are invented, discovered, manufactured, and commercialized domestically. This was through a plan of 10 to 15 years of concerted efforts by the government. Now, one good thing in China is the government doesn't change. And the policies, what they come up with is a long-term vision, stays like a sacrosanct piece of document. I think what we should look at as, I know that DOP has worked on a vision document. I think Madam Aparna did mention in the morning that that will be released soon. This thing is 40 to 130 million. These are just numericals. Because 40 is current, but how do you get to 130? We need to crystallize it. We need to prepare for plan B, which means we all sitting today cannot predict what's going to happen in 2027. Certain things will happen basis what we predict, certain things will not. So we have to actually have a plan of much bigger number than 130. It's like one of those corporate 5-year business plans. None of the business plans are ever met. But you need to have a plan B if we are really serious about this number, that how do we think big, act big, and come up with policies in collaboration with the government, industry, academia to capitalize on the opportunity. I'm sure, with the amount of talent, capital, and the pool that's available, whether it's manpower or whatever, India as a country can do it. But we just need everyone to be together. And I think this is a great platform, definitely where Department of Pharmaceutical, various other government departments work with industry. But we just need to keep working on it and look at a very big picture.
Thank you, Siddharth. Really positive input here. Let me go down to Nikhil. We've got names in that order, so we'll start from the left. Over to you.
First of all, thank you DOP and FICCI for inviting me in this panel and be among the dignitaries. Good to have a goal post of $130 billion. The way I see is, if you keep one eye on the process and the initiatives that you take, and one eye on the goal, I think that is what generally has been done. But fundamentally what I believe, that if you keep both the eyes and focus on the process and the initiatives that you keep, then why 130? You can reach 150, you can reach $160 billion. That is what is my understanding of the overall targets that budget, what we have taken. But my understanding on innovation is, I think it has been spoken by the panelists, that partnership with academias, which has happened in US, whether you talk about products for prostate cancer, abiraterone, enzalutamide, you talk of products for rheumatoid arthritis, infliximab, you talk products for glaucoma, latanoprost, all of these products were developed in some of the universities. And many of the multinational companies, they collaborated with all these universities, and these drugs could see the daylight consumed by the patients. That is a route, I think, today morning when Aparna Madam shared that now with PRIP scheme coming into, I think that initiative has to be put on war footing in terms of how Indian companies can collaborate with these academias and put a roadmap in terms of what we want to do. Second is what we do in our company in form of innovation. We believe more fundamentally in incremental innovation, looking at drugs which are twice a day or thrice a day dosage formulation. How can you improve patient compliance? How can you have extended release, modified release formulations? How can you have different drug deliveries which will improve overall the adherence of the medication? I think those all things should also be taken into picture. That is what I think. Last but not the least, I think a lot of encouragement should be also given in the world of contract manufacturing and development work, because we have 7-star facilities across the country with all the big companies, and if that happens, I think that can also add to value. And last but not the least, in next 5 to 7 years, many of the patented molecules expiring. I think the trend which is happening is a lot of partnership between multinationals and Indian companies, where affordable access, quality medicine, better quality of life the patient can live, and it can drive better volumes. These are 4 or 5 things which comes to my mind when we think in terms of where we want to reach. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Nikhil. I think we'll again try and detail some of the points you mentioned further down the panel. Rodolfo, over to you really for your perspective on India market and
Thank you,
the growth
Smriti.
outlook.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all, to the colleagues here with us and everybody in the audience. So yes, I think the 130, 140 billion is not really super aspirational. I'll say that we are already headed in that direction. We are already growing at a double-digit growth rate. So if we don't change much, we might end up just there. So I think the real big question for us is how do we get to $500 billion before 2050, right? Which is the next milestone, right? When you think of the shorter term, the next few years until we get to 150, we're already in that direction. We're one of the fastest growing markets in the world, right? The conditions that exist today to support that kind of growth are likely to be there for the next several years. The economy of India, to start with, is growing steadily, and it's growing steadily because of its domestic market, and there are many gaps and opportunities in the domestic market, so it is going to continue to grow steadily for many years to come. Government of India is increasing investment in healthcare, which is very good because there are many healthcare gaps in the country, and as these healthcare gaps are closed, growth for the industry comes, and that's what's happening already, right? You look at the currency of India, it is pretty stable. Compared to other emerging markets, the Indian rupee is very stable. So the value is protected in that sense. Many of these elements that I'm just mentioning are currently driving the growth of the industry and will continue to do so. I think that we need to ask ourselves, really, what can we do to make this a very prolonged and sustained period of growth, leading to $500 billion in 2050? When we come to that question, then significant change and improvement, both in innovation and in quality, I think will be fundamental. I think if we want to have that place of a leading country, a leading pharma industry in the world, also in terms of value, then we have to have a significant increase in quality and in innovation. At Sanofi, we are firmly committed to the vision that this pharmaceutical market in India is going to continue to grow steadily. We have deployed recently a new plan called India for India, where we focus on diabetes, consumer healthcare, innovation, and an extension of our reach to take our product to more Indians. So we see the future very positively, and I think there is an opportunity to make that positive future last very long, and then really have a meaningful transformation, getting to the $500 billion before 2050.
Thank you, Rodolfo, for bringing all those additional inputs. I'll move on to Bhushan to share, please, his perspective.
I think the disadvantage when you're one of the last ones to speak is I have to be conscious of what not to repeat, so I'll stick to a few things which come to my mind. I think one of the first things I want to say is we all should be incredibly proud, which we are, that we are known as the pharmacy of the world. And that's largely because of all the innovation that has already happened, but largely on the supply side. The way I see the future, especially the aspiration that Dr. Raghuvanshi talked of in terms of touching, almost moving from 45 to 130, we'll need a lot of innovation on the demand side. And a couple of things that I wanted to just drive up, Rodolfo, taking cue from what you just now said. This whole demographic dividend of 1.4 billion that we have, the domestic consumption patterns of our nation really afford an incredible opportunity for all of us in terms of what more we can do. To give you an example, I think the first 50, 60 years of our industry were largely where we are today is because of the manufacturing footprint that was laid out quickly and first by multinationals, and I think the Indian companies really did an incredible job in becoming Indian multinationals. I think the next phase will all be about moving jobs in early R&D. So I know many multinationals are doing that, including ours, where we are moving significant number of jobs in early R&D into India, given the fact that digitization and technology is really driving many aspects of our lives, especially in pharmaceuticals. A lot of the work is machine learning based, AI based. A lot of those jobs are now moving here, including protocol development for advanced molecules. So that's where I think there has to be a lot of convergence between, and I say that as one industry, shorn of whether it's multinational or Indians. As one industry, we have to take that concerted effort. And again, to reiterate a couple of points that were made earlier, a lot of interaction and engagement with the academia, because I think we have some centers of excellence in India. What can you do to again dial up some of the quality management systems right from our curriculum, the academics? So I think that's how I would connect both the dots. So those are my views.
No, thank you for all the points you made. I think they were clearly sort of additional to what we really want to, sort of really detail out later in the session. So last but not the least, Simpson, over to you.
Yeah, it always is difficult to be the last, but I'll try to not repeat whatever my fellow panelists have said. But I'd like to kind of go back to something which is much more fundamental, and want us to maybe think about how the world is changing, because we can look at everything from the current static point of view and also look at it from as to how the future is going to be looking like. Because we are talking about health actually changing dramatically. We are no longer talking about one product which is going to serve a huge population. We are talking about very personalized medications actually coming into the picture. So the shelf of how the pharmacy would look like is actually going to change over the years. As much as we have capabilities in kind of dealing with the current set of products or the current portfolio of products that we discuss, the mix is actually going to be dramatically different in the future. We are now talking about gene therapies, we are talking about biologics, we are talking about very targeted therapies. As much as we can claim to be the pharmacy of the world at this point of time, will we still be relevant with the changing environment in future is something I think we'll have to look at, and bring quality as an aspect on top of that. So when we talk about quality, again, quality is a very generic term. So it can be anything for anyone, and I think rightly as Dr. Raghuvanshi mentioned, it's about the perception. Whether the person who's actually going to consume the particular drug or the therapy is believing in that particular product and the quality and this thing, and how do we even create that? Maybe I'm just going to throw out maybe a little controversial topic over here. Are we integrating all our systems together? Because at the end of the day, why do we even need quality? Because we want quality to assure us of health and the outcomes, health outcomes. Because is there a mechanism in which we can actually tie health outcomes with every single thing that we do? Which means that maybe our processes will have to change much beyond looking at quality of a product from a manufacturing point of view. Because it's not just about whether a quality product gets manufactured, it also needs to be a quality product when the patient is actually going to consume it. I think, Suresh, you were mentioning about it in the morning. And so you could have a great product. I mean, by the time it reaches with proper, with very bad cold chain, it could lose its efficacy. So it needs to tie into one overall story. And is everyone actually going to be thinking about it together rather than one department in isolation thinking about it? So just as an example, what we speak and how we behave might be two different things. Let's take into account our public procurement systems. I mean, how much focus do we have on quality when we actually procure our medication? It's usually on the cost. The lowest price product will get a preference, great, but are all the quality aspects incorporated within our procurement mechanisms to ensure that we don't create that negative perception that, okay, if it is going to be through this procurement, maybe the quality is not assured. So we might have to think about it a little more holistically than what currently we might be doing. And I think whatever ideas my fellow panelists have shared in terms of how do we partner with universities, how do we bring in new technology to do that, because that's going to be the future. In the world of chat GPTs and BARDs, I think quite a few things as to what we were doing in the past might not be relevant. It could be mechanized and it can be automated as well. Thank you.
No, great points, Simpson, and I think we are all, from an industry panelist perspective, are aligned on the growth outlook. It's extremely positive, and I think this now takes us to our government panelist here, Dr. Pandey and Professor Panda, to have some of your, comments on the outlook, as well as any specific points you want to set as a context before we go deep dive on quality and some of the other areas we want to discuss today. Over to you, Dr. Pandey.
Good afternoon, all. I think so there's an audio issue at the mics at this stage where we can't hear very clearly what our co-panelists are saying, but I understand the topic is of quality. Now, I represent an organization called the Quality Council of India, an autonomous body set up by the government. Our main focus is to drive quality. The tagline is, of course, the base of the pyramid, but we have done quite a bit of work also on the top of the pyramid by having the drone certification scheme, which in the world is unique, and where before you power a drone, you need to have a certain set of quality parameters in place that focuses not only on quality, but also safety, reliability, and security, because drone is a double-edged sword as far as you talk about strategic importance or cross-border dropping of any contraband or arms and ammunition. Having said that, let us talk about this particular subject. Now, as the Quality Council of India, I think so we pride ourselves in telling that in the, in the pharma sector, we came out with a scheme which was on the medical devices, and some of the co-creators would be here in the room. The idea why we did that was basically to have an instrument where the industry could get something in terms of what they should look at in terms of quality. And if I talk about quality, it is not only about products. Usually the products are always an outcome of a process, and that process is driven by humans, and then there is something called as the competence of personnel. So as the Quality Council of India, we started in this sector by doing the ICMed. The credit goes to us in terms of building a kind of an ecosystem where the regulators were still trying to understand and create a structure, because in the government, we would all know that it is a very process-oriented, well-thought, and a long-term planning that they do. But as far as the council is concerned, we guys are fast in what we understand. We are quite flexible in terms of our manpower or any other processes that we want to do, so that if you see in future, we create certain systems which helps the government to also quickly, whenever they set up a regulation or anything, have the essentials in ground. So if I give you an example of ICMed, the ICMed had the structure, it had the processes, it also had the quality management system in place. In addition to that, we also prepared a set of bodies which would assess compliance, which are the certification bodies, or for you, if you're into the regulatory sector, is the notified bodies or the NBs. Now, with moving forward with a pace, giving some direction, understanding the total quality ecosystem, not for the nation alone, but in terms of the global markets, such kind of initiatives that the Quality Council drives helps later on both the industry and the government to be compliant to the upcoming regulations, have certain things in place so that, the transaction time is reduced and more or less the compliance is maintained. And of course, when they do the G2G negotiations or discussions, they have everything in order. So these are my initial remarks. I would dwell later on to the next that we were doing, and we have a divided house on the next initiative of the Quality Council, but I'll get into it once we hear others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I'll go to Professor Panda. Please, share your thoughts with us.
Good afternoon. See, we are talking about innovation. Innovation requires disruptive technologies leading, and that will come from disruptive thinking. I'll just say one thing first. Do we really know how many T2, T3 levels discoveries are there in Indian academia? If we put that together, it will be more than 10,000 or more. And we have no way to actually any access of this. So we put together an inventory and see how many of these are really worth of anything, maybe 10%, maybe 2%, and that is ready, thing for us. That can be one invention. I think all over the world, academia plays a very important role in innovation. Indian academia, unfortunately, is not really linked with industry that way. Now the time has come that we actually should increase our linking. Maybe just to give one very quick example, Naipar Mohali has 250 PhD students. Even 10% of that PhD students work in industry-related problem, that will make a big difference. And that does not require a big thing from industry. It is only the mindset between the academia and industry linkage. I can elaborate later, but just to say that 4 different areas academia can be really helpful to industry. For example, drug discovery. Its attrition rate is very high and everything is really costly. But in most of the academic work can be done in academia, initial work. And then after say T3, T4 level, it can be passed to industry. So there are many things like that. Academia also should make industry skilled people and as well as trained industry people. We should have much more traffic from academia to industry, like professor of practice, or professors should go to industry as a sabbatical. We don't need salary. It is actually maybe something, very small thing can be attached where the professors can go to industry because we are already paid our salaries by the government of India. So I think just one last thing I want to say before this. This year and previous year, what I have seen, that Department of Pharmaceutical and maybe Government of India putting many schemes, particularly this year, there is many things coming for the research and development. Let us put our hand together, do some innovative work, which will give us both the new product as well as, and one thing, NIPAR or other academic institute could be used for quality maintaining. You know, we have so many different instruments should be used to maintain the quality of the products. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Panda. I think, we'll take the cue from you and sort of, try deep dive on quality as a topic. I think we're all aligned on this floor that there is an aspiration. It's a very realistic aspiration to get to a double-digit growth in the current decade. And we all are aligned on the fact that we need to move up the value chain. We need to find new avenues for growth. We need to do certain things differently. And quality is a big aspiration, not only as an industry, but also as a nation, because there is an India image involved, and there's a certain perception associated with it, which we have to sort of, overcome, and then kind of achieve what we need to achieve on the quality side. So I think my question will be first to Kirti, to really, give some thoughts on what constructive ways we can, build a roadmap to achieve the kind of quality standards we need to have in this country. From your perspective, as an India pharma leader, one of the biggest company, what are your, thought process on how we can achieve and attain some of these quality aspirations we have set out for ourselves? And we'll then go down to each panelist.
I think from a quality perspective, what I believe is quality by design, which is a program initiated by US FDA, is one of the best programs, because what we are talking is a developing product, and your quality comes during the development of the product, then long term we will not have a quality issues. So what we need to do as a country is to have a skilled manpower who understands the quality requirements. Today we have a good skill, just to illustrate an example, like 50% of the ANDAs which US FDA approves, all the manufacturing facilities are in India. So that way the country's quality has improved last 15, 20 years. We understand what the regulators are required. But going forward, maintaining that quality, we will need more skilled manpower. So for which, in my opinion, creating an academic institute which teaches the B.Pharm or M.Pharm students about the quality management system and what is required by the industry is a must. Today, like somebody passed out B.Pharm, he doesn't know what the quality system is, what is required in manufacturing, and they get lost. So at the industry level, or even we are thinking even at our company level, is to start institutes where we can invite all the fresh graduates and teach them and talk about quality and quality aspects and quality system, which will take us to the next level. That is what is one suggestion I have.
No, thank you. Is there any specific ask from the enabler ecosystem, which is the government and the regulators, where you'd like to see some changes coming in? I just wanted to kind of, have that
In terms of
perspective also
quality?
factoring. Quality.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I think what we are asking from regulators is finally the quality is becoming global and it's not remaining like the quality in India or quality in the US or qualities in the Europe. So what we need to see from a regulatory perspective is like whenever we talked of quality, we talked of only one quality, global quality and global standard for all the products which are manufactured, supplied, marketed by India. So going forward, whenever we manufacture product in any plant, it is a one product across all the markets. And that's the level if we reach as a country, it would help us in a long run.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Rakesh, if I can go to you with the same question from your vantage point, what are the various thoughts around quality aspiration India has set for itself, and as an industry we aspire for, and how do you see what changes need to occur for us to really attain that?
First of all, quality, as Kirti said, is a culture, right? It's not a perception or a desire. It is in us that we want to produce, or we want to do everything that we do in an organization or a country should be high quality. Like we want to be high quality pharmacy of the world. So that's first concept. The second is now making that as a goal for ourselves. What is needed to be done, skill development, training, institutions, connect with academia in a big way, onboarding of an employee in an organization. That's all that will add on to the culture of quality in an organization. And I'm sure that, that differentiates organization in a very big global platform, because for us, there's quality in everything that we do in Mylan, so that's why we believe in it very, very strongly. That's one aspect. The second aspect is quality is extra profit. Let's look at quality not as a cost, quality is extra profit. Now, I think there, Dr. Raghuvanshi can play a very important role, because if we are talking about price controls on one side, and we're talking about high quality manufacturing, where you have to have one global quality. These are very important interrelated subjects. So how do we get as an organization, as a country, to that level? I think I will leave with that thought and say that, let's get India to a level where we have one global quality, quality in everything that we do, quality as a culture. Because, I think personally, as an organization or as a country, we have come a very long way from olden Ranbaxy days when we had one organization, pharmaceutical organization in India, and now we have global big organizations. If I name some of them, there'll be very big list. So how do we get to the next level of $130 billion by being a high quality pharmacy or biosciences capital of the world?
No, thank you so much. I think we'll go to Dr. Raghuvanshi for his thoughts in the end of this particular, conversation. I'll go to Siddharth for sharing his views, and I think we would, like to see in a biopharma context, because that's one industry we are seeing a lot of growth avenues. We aspire to sort of, become a larger biopharma player in the world scheme of things. So please do share your thoughts.
Sure. So, biopharmaceutical, of course, is a bit differentiated compared to the pharmaceutical or synthetic industry. Of course, we, as a front runner in biopharmaceutical, do have an advantage of attracting a lot of talent. The volumes are much lower compared to synthetic large volume drugs. And hence it's much easier to have a control on quality, But I go back, what we discuss with our employees when we do town halls, when we meet them on shop floor, is what Rakesh said. Quality is all about mindset, it's all about culture, and it's invisible. If you go and ask anyone what is culture and what is mindset, you can't see it. So how do you kind of get that early on when employees join, or maybe when they are at the learning level or at the college level, that how do you kind of get them up to speed in terms of why quality is important? And one thing which we talk is, you guys are manufacturing drugs. Manufacture drug assuming your family is going to be the recipient of that drug. Keep quality in mind. I mean, and that's the level of awareness. But at the same time, let me also say that if we have 1 in 4 pill in the US that's manufactured in India, quality is not that bad also. I mean, I think we shouldn't, in the name of quality, be overly worried that there is an issue. So it's just an opportunity to enhance. I think we did mention that there are 10,000 local pharmaceutical manufacturing units in India, of which probably only 2,000 units are Schedule M or WHO approved. And what we should endeavor is, how do we kind of get the remaining upgraded? I mean, we can't get everyone to comply with WHO standards. But I think what is important is, could there be a separate industry body, or which could be a subset of one of the industry bodies focused on MSMEs, and where, working with government, can we kind of enable them to invest in quality mindset, getting them educated. And it's doable. I mean, nobody wants to manufacture bad quality drugs consciously, right? It's just cutting the corners. And I think some of the things which we've been also talking about in terms of pricing and drug control, if a drug is already selling at 2 rupees or 3 rupees, why do we want to over-regulate? And I think when we over-regulate is when people start cutting corners and then compromise on the quality. So that's what I feel.
No, thank you, Siddharth. I think clearly the point around institutionalizing some of the good practices within quality, which we already do, how does that sort of, rolls out for the rest of the industry? I think great point. Let me move to Nikhil, to yourself, coming from a very sort of holistic pharma experience, looking at both you have in the past on the, export market, as well as India, formulation, India pharma market as such. From your perspective, how do you see quality as an area to sort of, give some of your perspective, please? Thank you.
So what we fundamentally believe in our organization is that quality is a commitment, and the reputation is to deliver that commitment over and over again. That is what we follow in our organization. Quality as well as affordable access goes hand in hand. That is what we think, and the ratio that we have in our manufacturing plant is, if you have 2 guys in the manufacturing setup, you have 1 guy who is working in QA and QCs. That is what we follow. And I think the panelists have shared in terms of what more can be done in the world of skill development. That should be the agenda where I think government can play a key role in terms of, I met somebody in the morning from this company called Life Science Sector Skill Development Council. I think those type of organizations should be given uplift in terms of how they can collaborate with government, how they can collaborate with companies, and if that can be done, I think, and I think what was shared, that also there is a hype which has been created. 1 in 4 pill, if is consumed in US from India, I think we are there. It is not an area of concern, but I think how do you now climb the ladder? How do you set new benchmarks? I think that should be looked as. That is what is my view on the entire aspect of quality.
No, thank you, Nikhil. I think very pertinent thoughts, and we will probably have our government representative here responding to that. So I'll move on to Rodolfo. You have some very interesting thoughts around it, and it'll be good to hear from you what your thoughts are really around the quality topic. Over
Thank you. Thank you. So I think, first of all, I agree with everyone that quality is a growth driver. Like I mentioned before, I believe that if we are to sustain growth at a very steady pace like we are today for a prolonged period of time, not 7 years, but 25 years, to get to the $500 billion in before 2050, quality is going to have to be there and we're going to have to make improvements there. No doubt, and I fully agree with everyone. I want to draw attention of everyone to another aspect in quality. Quality is not only a growth driver, but it is probably the most important fiduciary responsibility of this industry. If you think of it, the society allows this industry to operate, produce, and commercialize medicines based on the assumption of quality, right? So it is really utmost responsibility of the industry towards the patient at the end, right? So it's not only a growth driver, but also an important, very important element, and perhaps the most important responsibility that we have to make sure that patients get the quality that they need and that they expect, right? And I think that when you look from that angle, then other questions come up, right? Not only the processes and policies that we can employ to continue to improve quality production in the industry, but also questions such as how do we tackle counterfeit, right? Counterfeit being, you know, a big issue in India with many events of counterfeiting, with product that is altered and falsified, many times life-saving drugs falsified that can lead to death of the individual or the patient that is taking that. And what can we do as a society, as government, industry, to tackle that more effectively? Because that's also part of quality at the end, right? So, and also, if you think of it, these are, you know, small groups of criminals that are one city, then pop up in another city, difficult to catch. But at one point, what can we do from a government perspective to increase the effort in law enforcement to really get these criminals and put them behind bars for a very long time? Not to mention that this actually comes back to the growth ambition of this industry, right? We have had some mishappenings in different parts of the world with Indian products, right? Imagine if we were to have a disaster or a big issue with counterfeit, killing thousands of patients in India. How does that impact the image of this industry and its potential for growth as a global leading industry? I think the impact would be very heavy. So I would encourage us to think very, very much about that aspect of quality as well.
No, thank you, Rodolphe, for very candid views on some of the points around quality. We'll take that up with the government panelists in a bit. I would like to go to Bhushan now for his thoughts on this topic.
Sure. So first of all, I resonate many of the views shared by the panelists. The first point I want to make is, I always have wondered if there is an antonym or an opposite sounding word for quality, what would that word be? There is nothing in the English dictionary, but I think what comes to my mind is mediocrity. And when you are in the industry like pharmaceuticals and healthcare, we can't have mediocrity in terms of quality. So I think that's a philosophy that all of us, and I think I agree with Kirti, for many of us who did our pharmacy undergraduation, we used to spend 3 months in the factory. I think a large part of that time was in the QA department or the QA assurance. Need to go back and see what is it that we can give back. I think specifically a couple of call-outs to the points that were made earlier. I think we've traversed a long distance. Whether it is the large Indian companies, multinationals, they have well-evolved quality management systems in the country. And what is it that we can therefore do to really handhold those MSMEs in terms of a unified understanding of quality? We have our own factory at GSK, but we also have 20 plus CMOs whom we consistently work with. And I'm sure that can resonate with most of the other companies. So I think that it's a journey which we all have to be on that bandwagon all the time, because there is no moment for you to slip. I think the other bit is, again, I can give you an example. I'm sure it happens in many other companies, but the quality function reports directly outside. So they don't report into the commercial lines, including me. So which means if there are decisions that need to be taken, which can safeguard the interest of even one single patient, I should not be able to influence and create a conflict of interest. I think once you have that philosophy, you will be very much guaranteed that you're not exposing even a single patient to any potential risk. Those are a couple of ones, and I think the third one is clearly in terms of the training hours that we spend in the industry, just getting people up to speed on understanding of not just the bare minimum, but what are those global quality standards, the quality management frameworks that we all need to adhere to and to deliver on a daily basis. That would be my thoughts.
No, thank you. Thank you, Bhushan. I think clearly the point you brought out around the whole network of CMOs who help us manufacture, it's not just about the core manufacturing. The company has the responsibility actually extends onwards, and it's ultimately the patient centricity which basically drives this whole conversation. So last but not the least, Simpson, and we'll do it the other way around on the next topic. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree more on the mindset and the culture part of it. Maybe I'll kind of extend that a little more. Many times when we look at quality, we are thinking about it, it's the responsibility of a quality department or maybe an external body which is actually going to be taking care of this thing. I mean, can we look at it a little differently? What would put pressure on the system so that quality is not a luxury, but it's actually basic hygiene? That it is given, it is a fundamental right. That can only happen when our patients are able to kind of recognize what quality is and they are knowledgeable enough to actually question if something is suspicious. And that's the challenge which I think we coming from an industry will have to kind of take upon ourselves. Are we willing to live in a glass house? That everything and anything that we do is transparent to anyone that would want to kind of like access it. So I think that's a bold step that needs to be taken by the industry, and I can definitely raise my hands and say that I can volunteer for that as well. And so what are the steps which maybe as an organization that we are taking? So basic things like we're talking about QR coding, but we now have a mechanism in which we can not just trace a batch, but by a single vial as to where it has, how it has actually gone through the supply chain, and also look at what kind of temperature the product has maintained. So that is being done on an individual company level, but is it something which even the patient will recognize, or only an expert will be able to recognize the kind of innovations that is being brought in? It's not by chance that Roche is like for 11 consecutive years has been in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, which has a lot of emphasis on the quality and the access to care as well. So these best practices, if it becomes a hygiene factor, that will be great. And I think it's a collective responsibility. I always like this particular saying that it takes a village to raise a child. It is not a Department of Pharmaceuticals or NIPER or some other quality agency to kind of take up this responsibility. It's a collective responsibility, including our patients. And how can we build that kind of awareness to our patients so that it becomes their fundamental right? So these are some of my thoughts.
Thank you, Simpson. I think the point you made towards collective responsibility and not holding one authority responsible for sort of really ensuring this is a great point. We have the privilege of having Dr. Raghuvanshi here today. So let me just quickly request him to respond, or if there's any thoughts he would like to share right away. Please, over to you.
So, I mean, lots of discussion on quality. And also, we spoke about the innovation side for supporting the growth, future growth. So, starting with quality, again, see, we have to understand one thing very clearly, that policing cannot solve this quality problem. If there is a problem, policing cannot solve it. Policing is done only for a part of society which will always be there. When I see the whole, the holistic scenario, there is an answer in itself that we are largest generic manufacturers for US. We are meeting their quality expectations. And sometimes we boast that we are able to make the quality medicine, right? But the underlying point here is that US is demanding that and we are making it. So there is a capability in this country, when asked anything, we can do it. And there are historical examples. If I see when the patent regime was being discussed to be implemented in this country, there was huge amount of hue and cry that industry will close down, the business will vanish. But today, if you see, that was one policy decision which has actually facilitated the growth of this pharma industry in this country, right? Similarly, today, a lot of things in different domains that this is not being facilitated, this is restrictive, we have to open up and all that. So my understanding and feeling is that whenever we have to do something, we are capable of doing it. Another example is COVID. Nobody could believe that what we have done as a country during that COVID period. And that's only because there is an inherent capability within us to solve the problem, to meet a challenge. Only flip which we have to do is, I think we are more reactive. When things come, we actually do it. We are not able to actually anticipate and prepare ourselves in advance. And probably that's the biggest difference between the countries who are higher on the innovation index, or for that matter on the quality index also, and we as a country. If we are actually, those guys are able to preempt and think in advance that this is what I have to do, you have to reach there. We wait for something to happen and then we react and reach there. So that is something which we can flip. Nobody can actually stop us from doing anything, whatever we want. The kind of noise in the system today I see in the area of biologics and discovery, I have full confidence that next 5 years, we will be leading in biologics and maybe we'll put multiple steps forward in the discovery arena. Today we are ourselves doubtful that whether we'll be able to do it or not. But actually I have full confidence looking at our past that nobody can stop us. And government policies we have proven again and again from government side that the policies which we make, they actually facilitate the whole domain and whole growth of this country. Everywhere if you see, not health or no health, wherever we have done, we could have done better. Everything can be done better in a better way. But what we have to see is, whatever we are doing, is it optimal or not? It could be, there are always better ways of doing anything. But I think both from the government side, policy making, we should not doubt there. Very capable machinery. On the industry side, capability not at all a question. As a society, capability is not a question. So we have to just believe on ourselves and we will do it. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi. I think great points. I'll go to Professor Panda for anything he would like to add to this.
I heard many things about quality. I just don't want to repeat those. I think like quality and world class is very difficult to quantify. But if Indian pharmaceutical industry and product has to be quality, then we need to quantize it. We need to digitalize it. We need to know how much impurity is there, percent-wise. How much, what is the solubility, what percentage of calcium is there, what percentage of magnesium is there. We just need to get down to the level of the percentage. And that will make us to be confident that we are making the quality. So digitize the quality. That is one thing. And second thing is that, see, we have to use the best practices for maintaining quality. Many times, the way biologics and, protein or peptides are talking, they are much more complex. You can look at the quality of the peptide for a long time using circular dichroism or some other techniques. But when you are talking about the proteins, you can't do that because secondary structure may remain same, but the enzyme activity is gone. So how to use the best practice for each and every pharmaceutical agents, we need to find out the best practice and digitize it. Until and unless, it will be very difficult for a newcomer to maintain quality. Only way they can show my product is as good as your product if we have quantified that thing.
No, thank you. Thank you for those comments. I'll request, Dr. Pandey to share any additional thoughts he would have.
Yeah, so I'll give only four short observations based on what I've heard. One is that there has been a term used as global standards and something to do with the standards at the top level and some standards which are more national. As Quality Council of India or as a country, we don't believe in double standards. I think so we should have one standard, it should be applicable from right to the MNCs to the SMEs. So I think so that is one thing which we should always keep in mind. And the other part which I thought and heard about the quality department, I have seen many organizations kind of dissolving their quality department because they understand that quality is not a departmental activity. It is an activity which each one of us has to understand and practice. Point two. Point three is about us as the country. I have been interacting with Dr. Raghuvanshi on certain aspect. So what we are thinking in the Quality Council is to come up with such a standard and impress upon the government to consider that standard as the standard for the nation. Usually in the public procurements where we see you have mention of CE marking, US FDA, why not an Indian standard? We as the council have worked for standards on the traditional medicine, which is called the Ayush mark. And the manufacturers who are adhering to the Schedule T of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act are also coming to the Ayush mark because, at a level playing field, everybody has to be compliant to the regulations. But when you are exporting to the global market, the buyer needs something plus plus. And somewhere, that is where quality drives over compliance. So you have to understand the difference between the quality and compliance, and somewhere, to become market leaders, you will have to have some kind of a mark to kind of profess that. With this, I think so I'll thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. I think, just a time check quick, we would want to quickly go through every panelist to take up the whole R&D and innovation topic. And my request will be to really sort of apply your own lenses from your own, worldview as well as your India aspirations, specific to companies who would want to set up India as a frugal innovation base versus companies who need to move up the value chain, in terms of R&D innovation, which is more complex generics, more specialty product, and that's more relevant for companies, Indian global companies, we've got the industry representatives here. And then, of course, there are services aspect of R&D, which, we see India as a big region and has the opportunity to really supply that. So I'll first go to Simpson to, get his perspective on what are some of those, recommendations, specific recommendations, because we've got a minute each for everyone, and then we'll open the floor for the questions. So over to you, Simpson.
First of all, maybe rather than the recommendations, I'll say that what is the efforts which is being done. India as an innovation hub, we are looking at India as an innovation hub much beyond just pharmaceuticals, but looking at it from what is the capabilities that we bring in. So as an organization, we have set up multiple units other than what we are known for in terms of pharma products. We have tapped into the intellectual capability that we have, especially in the field of IT. Most of our back-end analytics that is going to be happening, which is being as a service which is provided for the entire Roche world outside, is happening in India. Because one of the 3 centers globally that we have is in India. It's in Pune, close to around 1,500 people occupied with it. Currently, I'm setting up 2 other units here in India, which is for deep analytics and advanced analytics using AI algorithms in partnership with universities. It's going to be a project which is going to come up in the next 3 months. And we're also bringing in a analytics capability of addressing the global requirements that we have, close to 100 and 150 odd people exclusively based out of India. And that's a project which just got signed off a couple of days back. So yes, we are looking at innovation and we are looking at intellectual property which we can tap from India. It's just a logical expansion that it is going to go into the field of R&D and various other things that from healthcare which we can relate to as well. Paucity of time, maybe I'll pass it on to Bhushan.
Yes.
Sure, I think a couple of quick points on this one. First and foremost, the inclusion of India in the global clinical trial map. I think, speaking of GSK, we have almost 24 trials right now ongoing. And that would serve two purposes. One is obviously to have data, but more importantly, also have opportunities for collaborations with Indian companies once we cross that road. Second one is to the point that Simpson was making. As I said, most of the multinationals are moving, including ours, a large amount of early R&D jobs back into India. And these are not just about lower level jobs. These are really about many of the Indians who studying in the US or who are working there, wanting to come back. So you just set up a big center in Bangalore, like some other multinationals. So I think that's one of the ways you can continue to fuel, because if on one hand, if you want to launch innovative medicines and vaccines in this country, where is it that research can further progress, even on the Indian company side, so that we can take these medicines and vaccines into the Western world? So I think you need a lot of these collaborations back and forth moving forward.
I'll add 3 points on innovation. One is, basically 3 views on innovation. I think we can think of innovation in at least 3 different ways. One is the adjacent innovation, where there is a big opportunity for India. We can do more of that. It's easier to do that. It's easier to instill an improvement in adjacent innovation. It's a low-hanging fruit for us. The second type of innovation is disruptive, best-in-class, first-in-class innovation. I think India can do that well too. We have some of the best minds on the planet in India, a very well-educated talent pool. We have all that we need to be a leading nation, also in disruptive, best-in-class, first-in-class types of innovation. This is important because those are the big ones that will really make the image and will really make us capable of becoming a leading pharmaceutical company down the road. That's more difficult to do. If the first is a low-hanging fruit, this one is more difficult to do. To find and discover a drug like that is estimated to cost about €1 billion for each drug. So there is a different type of project that requires more a specific approach. I think the third type of innovation we should think of is we're in a country with 1.4 billion people, almost 20% of the planet. If you count the foreigners like me, probably 20% already, right? It is estimated that medicines get to less than half of that population. So another way to think about innovation is how can we innovate to increase significantly access to medicines for the Indian population. Imagine how much of an opportunity is there and how much of a need is there as well.
Let me carry on from where my previous panelist left in terms of, I think the country in which we live in is 30% India and 70% Bharat. I think 70% of our population are still denied basic medicine for hypertension and diabetes in the villages of UPs and Bihars of this world. I think innovation in supply chain, innovation in distribution, innovation in making medicine reach to the patients who are suffering from this ailment is also going to play a pivotal role in terms of what we as a company can do, because we consider ourselves as a small fish in a big pond. We are a $400 million company, not a big company. But what we believe in when we talk of innovation, a bit is from our end is, we keep in mind patient's perspective in terms of what we can do to improve patients' quality of life. How can they adhere to the medication? Because when we talk of $25 billion market for India, 40% is chronic, cardiometabolic. The burden of disease is so high. So how can we work towards incremental innovation, what I spoke earlier? Modified release tablet, extended release tablet, drug delivering in different formulations in terms of what more we can do. Let me talk about the technology that we had in our previous company in terms of how can we look at reducing the lung disease burden in terms of delivering drugs in the form of inhalation. We are trying to do the same in our company in terms of what more we can do in terms of managing hypertension as an ailment. 1 in 4 patients suffering from hypertension in the country is undiagnosed. So all those aspects can be played, and this is also in a bit way how tomorrow you can innovate and look at how tomorrow at the end of the day, being in healthcare sector, how can we work towards improving patients' quality of life. That is what we try to do in our company.
No, thank you. We'll go to Rakesh if If you can just share your views, please.
So we, as an organization, Mile and Beatrice, we've seen a lot of innovation out of India. We do one of the biggest R&D centers, innovation R&D center is based out of India. We have technology innovation out of India. We have clinical trial center out of India. We have multiple center of excellences out of India. We have also the marketing services, global marketing services center of excellence out of India, because Indians are very innovative. So tremendous innovation here. We're also working with multiple institutions in India to see how do we get that innovation which happens in laboratory back to the back to the benches, back to the commercial sense, making some commercial sense of it, and then to the markets. We also had multiple collaborations with Indian innovators. We recently announced an ophthalmic collaboration worth hundreds of millions of dollars out of innovation out of this country. So I feel that innovation is very important for differentiation, for value creation, and as a country, I think there is a lot bits and pieces available in this country, but how do we put it together, and how do we build that culture of quality and innovation together, and reward that innovation? As organizations, I can talk about me. As an organization, we are identifying and rewarding it by taking those kind of innovations to the market, and as a government at large, because that will bring a very strong ecosystem of innovation in this country.
Kirti, over to you.
Of course, I think in the interest of time, what I can say, we are talking about innovation, but India can innovate at the fraction of the cost compared to Western world. So that's also equally important. If something gets innovated in India, it would be available to world at economical price, and that will make things more affordable and accessible. So that's what the message I want to.
Thank you. Siddharth.
Okay, so the only difference I would like to make between innovation and discovery, I think that's also important, because I think in the context of volume to value, we are talking about discovery. Innovation is innovation in anything, what we do, how we do things even today. We can get better manufacturing technologies, we can do the same thing in a better way. So that's simple innovation, but I think what we have to focus on is on the discovery, the translational discovery and research. How do we start not making what has been already discovered somewhere else, but how do we spend more energy in discovering newer molecules, drugs for orphan indications, rare indications. I think that's where we have to really focus on, because innovation, every company will do it in some form or the other.
No, very well said. So, Dr. Raghuvanshi, over to you for a quick response, and then we'll open the floor for questions.
So, just a couple of points in very brief. So, one area which I don't see today being addressed, or being used rather, not addressed, is interface of clinical and technology. This country is very strong in clinical development skills. This country is probably one of the best places in technology, but unfortunately we have not been able to bring the innovations, or for that matter work also, at an interface of clinical and technology. Huge opportunity. And we have ourselves decided to go into digital therapy and digital health. We can't do anything unless until we blend both of them. So there is a requirement of a structural change to actually deal with this problem. Second is on innovation. Heard a lot about industry and academia. My experience of last 30 years, we have been talking since I was a student, since before that. Things has not moved. The basic structural problem there is both parties have held their position. I will do the way I do, and you do the way you do. Unless until we change our positions, we will keep on discussing, nothing will come out. And there is a structural issue there also. The metric of evaluation is wrong. From academic side, The metric of evaluation is how many publications you did, and people then start looking into publication only, and all sorts of malpractices happen there. Unless until we correct the metric of evaluation for academics and make them understand that your customer is industry and you have to actually change and budge your position, listen to them that what they want and then work, rather than do something and go to them that this is what I have, you will never be able to do that. And third is, I know most of the people sitting here are at this position only because they are capable of thinking and they are actually thinking. But larger part of this country, they do not get opportunity to think. They get opportunity only to do things. What you are told you do, that's all. And we are probably lucky lot who actually did whatever we wanted to do and started thinking, and we actually came out of that situation, and today we are sitting here and talking. So my request to each one of you is, as an organization or as an individual, please promote people to think and then do work. Don't push them to do work only. My experience with when I shifted from corporate to government, the first thing which was a shock to me, that people come to you, you're second in line, very senior people. They come to you that this is it, sir, tell me what to do. And my response, because my training was different, I used to get irritated. Why should I tell you what to do? I mean, what for you are here? You think, and if you think that you are not able to take decision, then come to me, I'll tell you what to do, or how to do, or a couple of options I can add. But we have to develop that culture and actually push that culture of start thinking. Otherwise, this call center culture has destroyed the one generation completely. We are actually in a bad shape if you don't correct. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi. With that closing remarks, we'll open the floor for questions. We've got a curtailed 5 minutes now, so please state your question, and the panelists it's addressed to. Thank you. Please.
Growth in the health sector is a boon not only for the shareholders but also for the whole Indian population. What do you think, Mrs. Smriti, that the quality of PSUs in our country? Do you think that, as this gentleman said, common cause of pauperization in this country is ill health? Okay, so the poorest of the poor can get benefit from the PSUs. But by looking at this podium, it is not even David and Goliath. IDPL may not become a gold partner, at least add them as your old partner. See, HLL Life Care itself revolutionized the diagnostics. But why is this? I mean, stepmotherly treatment, where is the problem? These companies were Navaratnas. Now they are facing headwinds. At least next year, show us the Karnataka Antibiotics Limited, Goa Antibiotics, HAL, IDPL. We the Indians owe a lot for our PSUs. Thanks for all your advice. We will act.
Thank you. I'll request Dr. Raghuvanshi to just quickly have responses. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a debate which needs a separate discussion. We are short of time. You are putting a right question, but certainly this would need a lot of time to discuss, because we don't want to initiate a new discussion. We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Agree with you.
I think we have a gentleman at the back. Please state your question.
Dr. Rajiv, the last you made a statement about people come to you and ask about what to do and not to do. I think our culture is from the student life. We have to give democratization institution until students are open to question or allowed to work independent. This will continue for another 100 years. We don't have culture of democracy. We don't have the culture of autonomy and teacher-student relations like
I understood.
Slave and dictator. Our teachers are not the way teachers should be.
No,
the first stage is to make our teacher like a teacher.
Agree with you, fully agree with you, but this actually goes upstream one step further. My analysis of the problem is not only education system, but it's a legacy which we are carrying. We were ruled by people where we were told to do as a society, don't think, only do. It's actually carrying from there. Our all systems were designed as per that system. Now we are changing that and we are moving. Maybe pace may be slow, but we need much more changes to come out of that mindset and social structure. That's my thinking.
Thank you.
Ma'am, sorry to
Maybe
interrupt
last
you,
question,
ma'am. This
of
will
the-
be
of the
the
evening.
last question.
Good evening. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Damodanari, a PhD holder. I am working for in Ampere Infrastructure as a director project. I come here for business opportunity, but I slightly go back. I was certified auditor from PICI, Quality Risk and HSE. So since morning I am observing we are more concentrating on quality, because when somebody is pointed out PSU, see, across the country, there is well-established quality system is there. So why can't we think of, I'm just thinking because all the manufacturer has to cooperate, so that morning, what I understand, somebody is making drugs in different form and it is not good for the people. So this gives the clarity so that the drug is, it is certified and it is approved by the authority, government authority, so that people can have faith, because some drugs are coming out, only state government is approved, central government is approved, but ultimately when it comes to the poor people, they may affect by this. So as a authority, government authority, please introduce risk also, because as rightly pointed out, quantification is more important, because risk is basically when we made a conclusion is a lot of, so quantification is more important. This will help the system to improve. Thank you, gentlemen.
Over to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that wonderful session that we had. As I request all our eminent panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everybody else to kindly remain seated. As we are straight away moving into the next session, we'll just take a minute to do up the top table for the next session. Thank you very much indeed. Kindly remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will just arrange the top table for the next session and straight away move to the proceedings of the next session, which is on digital transformation shaping the pharmaceutical industry value chain.
I'm the moderator. Yeah, I was going to moderate it from here, if I can. Whoa. Oh, that is not showing from here? No. Nothing is showing from the here, no? Okay, fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. I would like to invite on stage our distinguished chairperson, Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pantji, Chairman, NPPA, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our chairperson, Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pant, Chairman, NPPA, Government of India. I invite our moderator, Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat, Chief Operating Officer, Syngene International Limited. May I invite on stage Shri Kamlesh Kumar Pantji and Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat, our chair and the moderator. Also inviting our panelists, Mr. Suresh Pattathil, President OPPI and General Manager, AbbVie India. I invite Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Bharat Serums and Vaccine Limited. I invite Mr. Motoyuki Sakiyama, Chief Executive Officer, Otsuka Pharmaceutical Company Limited. I invite Mr. Philip Hubin, Head GTM and Digital Transformation, IMEATA, Boehringer Ingelheim, UAE. I invite Mr. Pramod Gokhale, Group CIO, Mankind Pharma Limited. I also invite Dr. Ravi Prakash Mathur, Vice President Supply Chain, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Aneti, Chief Operating Officer, Biological E Limited. May I request everybody to kindly have some order inside the hall. Those who need to have some discussions are requested to kindly step outside. Others to take their seats. All our delegates who need to have discussions are requested to kindly step outside for carrying forward the discussions or interactions or networking. All those standing at the back are kindly requested to take their seats. If you need to discuss, you are requested to step outside the hall. All those having discussions, may I request them to kindly step outside the hall so that we can carry forward the proceedings. Thank you very much indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this session on digital transformation, shaping the pharmaceutical industry value chain. This topic, we'll be discussing what does a digital transformation in the pharma industry look like, and the opportunities and challenges related to the digitalization process, the real-world case studies of digital transformation in the pharma, new and emerging AI/ML interventions, key benefits of implementation of digital tools. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all the discussions to be carried outside the hall, please? Ma'am? Excuse me, ma'am, can you carry the discussions outside, please? We would request you all to show some respect to the panelists who are seated on the stage. Kindly, we have some order inside the hall. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I would hand over to our distinguished moderator of this session, Dr. Mahesh Bhalgat. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this session on digital transformation. What I'm hoping that we do in the next hour and a half is really talk about how digital transformation can be a key pillar of the same conversation that we started this afternoon. You know, we talked about moving from 40, 45 to 130, and one of the key components of that has to be the opportunity to leverage what can be done in digital transformation. Digital transformation is, of course, a very, very broad topic. And before I dive into that with my own opening comments, I'd invite the chair, Kamlesh Kumar Pantji, to say a few words, give his thoughts around setting the stage for this, after which I will do that, and then we'll engage all of the panelists as well. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to this session on digital transformation in the pharma industry value chain. of course, the topic needs no introduction or no highlighting, in the sense that digital transformation is sweeping across everything. I mean, all the sectors are dealing with this particular opportunity. And similarly, this digital transformation is also revolutionizing the pharma sector also. And also pharma companies are also working hard to catch up, to work with it, to use the opportunities presented by digital transformation. And keeping pace with digital transformation is a big task for our pharma companies also. Digital transformation in terms of, say, the cloud computing, advanced analytics, mobile communication, social media, etc., are starting to transform not only the pharma companies in general, pharma sector in general, but also the healthcare industry in general also. So, obviously, the transformation started with some other sectors which are the leaders in this particular area, like media, retail, and banking. But the same transformation is now ready to kind of storm the pharma sector also, and we need to be ready for it. We need to be prepared for it, and we need to use the opportunities that it presents. Of course, the pharma sector, the digital transformation is going to be disruptive. It is not going to be smooth. Some companies will benefit, some companies might lose also. Depends upon what you do, how you deal with it, and how ready you are to utilize the opportunities and threats, tackle the threats presented by the digital transformation. But at the same time, companies are dealing with it, companies are utilizing those opportunities, companies want to get the benefits that come out of the digital transformation. But at the same time, they find it hard to determine what is right, which initiatives they should kind of work with which things they should scale up, because the things are still unclear. What the digital transformation and what the digital terrain will look in 5 years since now, it is hazy. I mean, it is not clear to many companies, and it is, I believe that even the experts will disagree on what the sector, what the kind of scenario it is going to be, say 5 or 10 years from now. So we have to kind of work with these kind of uncertainties in this kind of a unclear and hazy environment, and at the same time we have to deal with it, we have to be ready with it, ready for it, we have to utilize the opportunities. Of course, what is the digital transformation? I mean, before we can discuss it, before we can analyze it, it is important to kind of understand what digital transformation is. I think a good definition could be that it is a strategic approach to leveraging technology to transform from a traditional analog kind of a approach to a digital omni-channel kind of a approach. In essence, basically what you are doing is you are incorporating digital technology throughout a company or your organization in an effort to better utilize the resources and the opportunities that they are available with the organization. This evolution may come, I mean, you have to evolve for it, and this evolution may come in the form of, you might be wanting to update your existing resources, your existing processes to become competitive and more efficient, and when you perform the same processes digitally, and or alternatively, what is possible that you are creating whole new business processes, you are creating whole new services, and take advantage of the technology or the opportunities available. The trends that are contributing to digital transformation, in my view, include, I mean, apart from the trends, I mean, first it is also important to understand what is leading, what is basically fast-tracking the process of digital transformation, what is making it more and more urgent and immediate. COVID-19 has brought a lot of changes in terms of the approach, the way people interact with technology, the way companies deal with technology, and the new challenges and opportunities it has thrown up. patients today are much more engaged. They know much more than they used to know earlier. The patients are aware about the side effects, what is the drug, whether you want to go for a particular drug, what are the kind of treatments, what are the diagnostics. There is much more information available and much more sensitization done to the patients or your clients after the COVID-19 epidemic. They are much more engaged with you, and they also want to have the answers immediately. They are not going to wait for say so many days or as a kind of to wait for your answers to come. They want answers immediately and instantaneously. So that is best, of course, done best by dealing with through a technology-related interface. Similarly, the large amount of information available, the transparency, the resources available have also increased transparency and accessibility. Patients have much more information accessible to them, and they are ready to utilize them, and they are in a position to utilize that. Also, in terms of utilization of the technology, the patients are ready to utilize those technologies, and they are ready to engage with you if you are ready to engage with them. So that itself kind of presents a lot of opportunities and a lot of issues to you also, because you have to answer immediately, you have to deal with them immediately. Otherwise, they are going to move ahead and bypass you in terms of maybe going to your competitors or somewhere else. At the same time, a lot of new technologies have become available which can aid you and assist you in terms of helping you in your digital transformation. Everybody has heard about, say, this ChatGPT and its various versions. It can do many things and, kind of really change the scenario as far as you are dealing with your clients, patients, your communication, your even your drug discoveries and your R&D is concerned. So the technology landscape has changed tremendously. Very, very powerful and strategic tools are available which can assist you in terms of your whatever your requirements are, whatever your processes are, whatever your needs are, whatever you are working upon, right from, say, drug discovery to sales, marketing, anything you can say, anything you see, any particular sector you are working upon, any particular segment you are working in, that is wholly transformed, and the old and slow methods won't work anymore. As I said, digital transformation is likely to be very disruptive and present companies with lot of opportunities and at the same time lot of issues also. If you don't transform, if you don't utilize the opportunities, if you don't kind of deal with the issues arising from it, that it is going to be quite challenging for you. The business could be, your balance sheets could be affected, your innovation could be affected, your R&D could be affected, your marketing campaigns could be affected. So all your important resources, all your important parameters for your company are going to be impacted by it. So, so I think it is urgent for the companies to understand the sector, to understand the process, to take advantage of it, and to utilize the opportunities it presents, and to deal with the threats it also creates for you. So in that sense, I believe the organizers have worked out a very eminent panel. Very knowledgeable people are available with us today on the dais. At the same time, they have, I believe they have prepared a very good background note also for today's discussions. I hope you have gone through the background note also. It really highlights the issues and the challenges and whatever is required for this analysis to be done. With this backdrop, I would like to hand over to Mahesh to moderate. To be very frank, I am also not an expert in digital technology. I am also a user of digital technology and processes like you are. To some extent in NPPA also we have utilized these technologies for better interaction with our customers, which mainly the companies are in one sense, and also the consumers in terms of a new IPDMS we launched recently. The Pharma app was upgraded. And we are also, organizing our internal processes also to take advantage of these digital technologies and to do the digital transformation in our organization itself. In that sense, I am more a user of digital transformation and digital technologies rather than an expert. So I'll hand over to Mahesh so that we can listen to the experts and see where this takes us and what are the opportunities and threats present. I hope the discussion will be useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm actually going to move there because then it's easier to hear and also moderate and see everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible? I guess yes, sorry, okay. Just to continue where Kamlesh Kumar Pant ji left, NPPA has actually been doing a lot of things in digitization as well, as he mentioned, right? And I was looking at it, even things like submission of price notifications happening online, monitoring of price compliances online, doing all of that data analysis and therefore driving the change on how notifications need to happen, how changes need to come in are things that are potentially possible, and I know the journey is on with how that can actually potentially be done through the efforts of NPPA. I'll step back a little bit and just set the context a little more broadly as we go into this. And the first thing I want to talk about is, where the times that we are in. We've talked about moving from 40 to 130 billion. We've talked about the fact that there are many different levers to pull. That's what we heard in the previous session. However, the climate that we are in is also one to look at. These are unprecedented times for us. We've had learnings coming out of the pandemic. Every single session starts out or talks about something that we've learned from the pandemic. Things like supply chain disruptions, geopolitical tensions. There is thoughts around how do we move out of China, how do we secure ourselves, the population demographics, that's another major opportunity. And therefore, leading to things that are much more important for us to consider, although they may be happening outside somewhere in the world. And one of those things that I want to mention there is with regards to the opportunity that is coming or the way the landscape is changing from a Inflation Reduction Act. I'm sure everybody's been hearing about this. This is something that's actually changing things from how long you can actually benefit from a patent life, and therefore, how do pharmaceutical companies need to look at maintaining their margins, maintaining their profitability, maintaining the value of their products by going to other countries, other opportunities like India. And I think that's truly an opportunity that's there. As we talk about where does digital fit into all of this, digital is actually in the middle of everything. Again, Mr. Pant mentioned this. You can have digital transformation that goes anywhere from discovery to the supply chain and everything in between. Just a couple of numbers that I can talk about. The healthcare sector has cut an annual administration transaction costs because of digital and automation opportunities to the extent of annually 122 billion. 122 billion in savings by moving to digital ways of doing things. That's a very significant number. And so for everybody who's thinking, well, digital is expensive, this is where you start to look at the payback that is there. The other number that's worth mentioning is digital transformation. The cost of it, or the opportunity for those providing those digital services in the pharma industry is up to 4.5 billion total market share in terms by the year 2030. These are just some numbers that kind of give the idea of what is the opportunity space out there. I know it was mentioned ChatGPT a couple of times. Just in the interest of this particular audience, let me check and see how many of you are, of course, familiar with ChatGPT, but have actually used ChatGPT. Raise your hand if you've used ChatGPT. I'd say good more than 50%. Those of you who have not, think about it. It's actually a transformation. It's actually a transformation. The next two segments that I'll cover very quickly is actually an output of ChatGPT. I figured what is a better way to start my remarks and set the context on this without using ChatGPT for a session that's on digital. So I asked ChatGPT, I said, what are some of the trends that are there or the opportunities in the pharmaceutical value chain for using digital transformation. And it gave me, I asked for about 10, it gave me about 8. I'll tell you what I think it missed out. But I'll just read those out quickly. One is drug discovery development. I won't spend time on all of them, but I'll spend time on a couple of them I think that are worth talking about. In drug discovery and development, what can we do? We can do everything from things like novel target identification, looking at drug-protein interactions, looking at lead optimization, looking at clinical trial designs, looking at PK/PD predictions so that your molecules can be well selected, doing 3D simulations, drug repurposing, all of those. Second area it called out is clinical trials, where you can do much more efficient data collection. You can do management of your data, you can do analysis, you can reduce manual paperwork, get rid of things around challenges associated with patient recruitment. Third area, supply chain management, very, very important. It's something that is really critical, especially in the landscape that we talk about when we think about, supply chain is the biggest opportunity for us to manage counterfeiting, something that has been talked about a lot today and in this particular session. And then, of course, also improving supply chain with IoT devices, sensors. Fourth area, patient engagement and adherence. Mobile apps wearable apps that can tell you a lot about what can be done. Pharmacovigilance, advanced analytics, AI algorithms can really help in pharmacovigilance so that you know where adverse events are happening, even if they don't necessarily get reported that way. Personalized medicines, AI algorithms can help in personalized medicines because there you start to predict drug responses, start to come up with biomarkers, which then lead to design of wearables, which then lead to digital health platforms. Seventh area is regulatory compliances. I think that's a very straightforward one. It's about how do you do electronic documentation, how do you data management, audit trails, so on and so forth. And then data analytics and insights. I think this data analytics and insights is where I get into, and I say ChatGPT did a good job of saying data analytics and insights is a catch-all. Because of one area that I was expecting ChatGPT to pick up is manufacturing. Where is the opportunity in manufacturing? In any case, I'll use data analytics and insights to talk about opportunity in manufacturing, where you can look at deviation reduction. You can look at yield improvements. You can look at bottleneck reduction, all through the use of digital tools and digital transformations. So that's in a nutshell where the opportunity lies, which basically covers the entire value chain that we have. The second question that I asked ChatGPT, again, just to look at how far are we going in this journey, is what are some of the significant developments, significant trends that are there that we've seen, and this I did over the last 36 months, 36 months being the opportunity that we had over pandemic to really transform the way that we work in. First area that it gave me is telemedicine, and I think India has also been doing this very, very well, a widespread adoption of telemedicine that we see. There's, of course, a lot more to go, but primarily, has at least started entering into the value chain of pharma. Second is digital health platforms, and I think this is where India needs a really big round of applause in terms of things that we've done on CoWIN, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. All of these components have really led to digital health platforms setting the foundation for further improvements in healthcare records management, remote patient monitoring, all of the things that are going to help us to use this data in a much better way, because after all, digitization is based on having good data. Third area that I talked about is what I call as in India, represented by the digital health mission, which is where the target is to have every Indian having their own digital health ID. Fourth area is artificial intelligence. Fifth one, wearable devices and remote monitoring. This is one that's very important because this is where, through digital therapeutics and through use of smartphone applications, the FDA is now looking at granting approvals to health apps and digital therapeutics. I'm sure some of you have followed the news this week. Elon Musk got an approval for doing the first in human trials for a chip-based approach where you would embed a chip into humans and conduct a phase 1 trial. So we're getting into completely different areas. The last two I'll mention is blockchain in healthcare. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit as we talk about supply chain, and then collaborations and partnerships. And here's where I think, again, the India opportunity is, because India has been doing a lot of things on Skill India, digital skills, Startup India, which is all about making sure there is collaboration and partnership, the opportunity to bring everyone together, the academia, the overall ecosystem, government, and then industry. With that opening remarks, I'll sort of move on and get into the conversation with describing what is really, really important. It's just to understand, and I'll go through each of the panelists, just start with where are you in your own digital journey? We just looked at the opportunity and the landscape is very large, and I'll just make it easy. We'll just go right to left and left to right and so on and so forth. I'll start with you, Philip. Where you come from a very large organization that has the opportunity to be involved in digital in many different aspects. Where would you see yourself in that journey?
Right. First, I would say not only a large organization, but an old organization. And I say it, by purpose. We are not a digital native organization compared to newly created organization. So we are more than 130 years old, and we started our digital transition, I would say, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, we were having some pockets of excellence, very limited in some very specific departments. Digitalization was coming. I remember I was involved in a project to adapt the landing page of a physician going to a website 15 years ago. It was the very beginning. And the organization was having such kind of pocket of excellence. I would say somewhat in between 5 to 10 years ago, depending on the departments, we started to take it serious. And we started, of course, with when you want to go digital, how are your data connected? How broadly are they connected within your organization? And how well are they curated? So I think on, and to be able to deliver on those specific use cases, which is the information, which are the as department to go into that direction. And then suddenly came also the discussion around me from innovative units, me from being department-related initiative. We have been looking at global organization use cases. Now, as you rightly mentioned, it's a journey. It's not because we are here at this point of time, this is the end. And we are always looking at new emerging technologies with the question, what can we take as benefit, either for the organization internally or externally? And currently we are looking at what does metaverse offer as opportunities to have a better engagement with our customers. So I know I have only 1 minute, I could talk 10 minutes.
We'll come back into a deeper dive. Lakshminarayan Netiji from Biologically, please.
Thank you, Mahesh. I think the question that you asked, I'm fairly, in my understanding, digital transformation has been happening for a while, but it's a function of the maturity of the this modernization as digitization has been happening over a period of time. Now, if I were to talk about the company that I work for and then the couple of other companies that I've worked for, I think it's about the various specific spheres that which we have done. See, for example, the QMS or the quality management systems. As you upgrade yourselves to meet the regulated markets and then the auditors, so the QMS elements with reference to it, requires a global standard, so you try to do that. Implementation as an ERP across the organization. Now, most of us—
I think you'll have to hold your mic a little closer.
Sorry about that. So SAP as an ERP across the different value chains, in my understanding, most companies use only a fraction of what it can actually deliver as companies platforms that we have built, but primarily driven by the need. And as you work with lots of scientific people in terms of how do we so forth in various different parts of the value chain, but in my understanding, and then the general prudence that we put to test is about what we haven't done as of now is also in terms of leveraging the AI ML kind of, that's the ultimate criteria that we put to use is, the technology should work for us at the value, at the chain point where particular technology, at the level of maturity that the organization, so that's the test that we generally use it for, I hope.
Good, that clearly demonstrates a approach that is one about, let's go as needed, let's not go unnecessarily fast, but also recognize what's going on around us. Ravi Prakashji.
Quickly about my organization, I think Dr. Reddy's was a very early adopter of technology. I would say as early as the 90s. We were probably one of the first companies, it's a journey of continuous improvement. I'd like to see it, if we try to bucket the use of technology into broadly three. Once you have the hygiene correct, once you have simplified your basic processes, once you have automated your basic processes, that is the first level of intervention that you do in any organization. Once you have aced that, then you move on to transformative use cases, where you are actually, as we discussed, are the disruptive ones, and maybe those are technologies for the second horizon, and where we significantly change the business model itself. For the every one of us are in different spaces in those three buckets. But just one word of caution, while digital is the way to go, one should not think that digital is a pill that you can take that solves all your problem. The thing is, when we take a digital pill, you need to understand the digital pathways. And when I use the word digital pathways, you actually need to understand the processes you're trying to, about having made the processes lean itself to start with, and then we can go on the digital journey of automation and, further.
We'll continue with the industry inputs. Let's move to you, Suresh.
Thank you. So, Mahesh, thank you for inviting me on the panel. Sanjeev, sort of decided to go. I was just thinking, where are we not applying digital? Digital seems to be all pervasive across the organization in your personal lives. You also track how you sleep, with your wearables. Today, if very important, and I think today we had a lot of talk today morning at the round table on track and trace and how do you recognize and how do you ensure data integrity. I think that's very critical. So blockchain is so important. That's being utilized. Artificial intelligence, I think ChatGPT, your common sense to write the email. But he said, it throws up 3 or 4 versions based on the kind of letter I would like to send. So, it's become all pervasive. So artificial intelligence, I think, is going to be very important. I think you mentioned a lot of that, Mahesh. We are using that for early school, very important. So how do you put all the data together and come up with an outcome? And I think that's going to be very important. And the last is machine learning, predictive analytics are going to be so important for our this thing. And in clinical trials, sources. So I think across the organization, as AbbVie, I represent AbbVie in India. We are from basic research to the customer facing. We are using digital at every point in time. We are looking at Salesforce models, which are completely omni-channel. These are all the things which we are using. So digital is all pervasive, I would say, across the organization. And maybe we can dig a little deeper later.
Sounds good. Very good. Very good. Sakiyama-san, where would you see yourself in this journey?
Yes, thank you. Quite dramatically changes, right? And I think, sure, from now on, also on like 2 years, even now ongoing, how we can understand this digitalization and the digital area, how we can utilize. We have some initiative also ongoing, some globally getting all data of prescription and to make big success, because involving or many stakeholders have to same understanding or same goal establishment. But sometimes shortly happen, this COVID-19 is disconnection, everything, and starting remote or communication is pushing but successfully done. Last only 1 year and a half. But this clear evidence, we also push ourselves how we can about Gujarat. Then our focusing area is quality management and commercialization. Then my quality area already mentioned, fundamental areas are SAP or QMS or LIMS. Step by step, this is a digital behavior. Then this mind setting our user and people. So this area also sometimes our management leadership and our commitment is one of the key factors outside. But that area also same. If we look to same line to medical outcome betterment, we just think effectively this is a new tool or new innovation from digitalization. Everyone touch and to see how they can work. Our company globally also already platform this ChatGPT then try to use first. Still, we don't know clear answer, but this new innovation also day by day happen. How we can adapt our, thank you.
Very good. Keep the mic with you because let's build on that further, right? I think you mentioned a certain number of things which are very key to our day-to-day operations, which are very key to how we make decisions around implementation of digitization. Let's talk on one of those components a little bit deeper with regards to efficiency. Of the many benefits that we expect coming out of digitization is efficiency. Efficiency, as you mentioned, maybe around the lines of looking at how we can bring in better improvement in quality systems, better management of materials as they're moving around. What are some of the aspects of how you measure efficiency that has been coming through from the digital initiatives that Otsuka has been going through?
First of all, as I said, my just thinking way. First one is these digital area is require involving every stakeholders. Then, for example, just even this few years, our Indian government also stick and to initiative like this digital in compliance. Like this initiative also quite motivating to our industry and to be betterment this in compliance or in transparency step by step for Indian future. Then, as you said, efficiency point of view, our company just to think three pillars. First one is our belief is today one is digital medicine. The second one is digital diagnosis. Third one is digital treatment. These areas surely to more tangible and bringing betterment for medical outcome step by step. Our thinking is this digitalization is surely impact to cost effectiveness also. Not only if you cannot use effectively, just the cost up our process. So how making win-win to get to this clear goal is every time our good journey, even under now development this journey. For example, just globally, our Otsuka has one unique product. Name is Abilify MySite. This is a worldwide first of medicine as a digital medicine. Inside have a sensor, digital sensor, and in the pill. So this one can monitor to check adherence and taking medicine properly or not in CNS, mental health area. Because that area is quite a big issue to reach out medication outcome. It is innovative or initiative also, but now globally we are touching, then step by step to understand this innovation, this digital solution can hit or not. On the other hand, in India, our efficiency way is today, our one of main portfolio is nutrition management, our business. What we see, this portfolio, nutrition area. Hospitalized patient, 40% is malnutrition level there in India. This area, how we can contribute by our thinking way. Then we believe that this area we can use this digitalization. How we can approach to be betterment for patient outcome. Then this area is first our challenge is surely diagnosis and the proper assessment for nutrition in parenteral nutrition and enteral nutrition. How understand this situation and to link to proper use of treatment. So this new concept and with digitalization, we try to initiative. We started this one. And this experience also, we sometimes good well, sometimes good work, sometimes not so good work. This is same, involving more and more communicating with our stakeholder and to understand. Because if don't put the solution here, we can imagine if malnutrition a lot, easy to happen infection risk. This one is a surely longer hospital stay. So cost also up, right? I believe no one happy this situation. So how we can click these like a pain point, and then can solve and making win-win relationship for patient first, then for doctors and nurses. How we can involving and making clear this clear solution. So I really think this efficiency tool should be digitalization. Then after initiative like this area, surely data collection again, then to use by evidence based to use more pan-Indians like a level one by one want to expanding. Last one is just as industry. I believe that we should work together. Then again, communicating our stakeholders continuously and to be look same picture, same betterment outcome in India's future. This is my thinking way.
Very good. That last point is really interesting. It's very, very important to understand the entire map and the entire ecosystem that you're working with. Suresh, I'll move to you. One of the things that you mentioned was around blockchain, things like track and trace and so on and so forth. I'll broaden that a little bit more and ask you more around compliances, right? There's different ways that we in the pharmaceutical industry worry about compliance. And we believe that digital transformation is one of the key components of how you can deliver on compliance and therefore put India on the map of security, reliability from a compliance perspective. Give some more insights on how you're seeing that actually pan out through your journey.
No, I think very important, and as a multinational company, if you ask me where do I spend my time, I spend 60% of my time just to make sure all the compliances are done. I think we are under so many processes which we have as a multinational company, whether it's auditing, whether it's quarterly monitoring, monthly monitoring, to make sure that whatever we are doing is according to the process which has been laid out, for the country. So compliances are very important. Now this cannot be done through, paper search. Or there has to be tools and digital tools which will enable us to have, make sure that we are able to do this quarterly tracking and monitoring mechanism. So compliances definitely are done through, digital process, and we have different tools. So sometimes in the morning I get up and ask myself how many different platforms I need to sort of log into to approve what things. Okay, so compliances are extremely important. Now, having said that, for example, if you look at the banking industry is even more where regulatory compliance is very strongly governed. And this risk governance mechanism and is digitized now through the SaaS platform. And I think this is something which is getting implemented now more and more even in pharmaceutical companies in the multinational, because everybody would like to have a central source of truth, and they would like to see sitting wherever they are across the world, what's happening in India. Are we adhering to the processes which have been laid out by putting in the data onto that, centralized, digitized system. So for compliance, definitely this is used. The other one which I would like to point out over here is digitization in the clinical trials area. It's so important, and if I can touch upon that, is, in terms of overall efficiency, today, clinical trials are becoming more complex. It's a certain patient type with a certain kind of a marker, thereby they are recruited. So patient recruitment efficiency, putting all the data together to analyze the data is becoming very important. And I think more and more important would be for India would be in terms of real world evidence studies. This is again where digital is going to play a very important role in real world evidence studies. And I think, we have a lot of things which we can do here. And we can really leverage our IT skills and capability. And that's one of the reasons why most of the companies, have huge global services solutions thing. And I think they do not mention the numbers, like Novartis has got 10,000 people working out of Hyderabad. In Bangalore, you have GSK with 4,000, Novo Nordisk with another 3,000 people, all supporting predictive analytics, global business services, marketing, medical writing, regulatory, support, you name it, it's all being done out of, India today.
India.
So which means that we are in a way building capability, and digital is such a integral part of our life right now.
Absolutely. No, well said. And the one question that does come to my mind based on that, so it's fantastic to see that ecosystem of the number of people who are able to generate work through algorithms with the data. It's another thing about getting the country ready for implementation of that, right? For example, on the clinical trials that you mentioned, it would be great to make sure that the field force who's actually going and recruiting patients, collecting data on a real life basis is also just as savvy, just as ready to make sure that all of these digital tools can be applied. And I think that's where, I'll make sure that we pull in the government to recognize that these are the places where all of this needs to flow together. It can't be just the industry looking at saying, well, I have my 4,000 data analysts and I have my 4,000 bioinformaticists and molecular biologists who are generating this data, working with it, processing it. But when I go out in the field, I really don't know whether that tool that has been now developed is actually collecting the right data and is being utilized in the right way, because at the end of the day, this is all about data. I'll move to you, Ravi Prakash, on one of your areas, of course, of strength is the supply chain, and we talked a little bit about barcoding and so on and so forth. In the areas of supply chain, where do you see this opportunity going further in terms of even more digital implementations within the India arena, overall based on what the challenges that we see as India? We have a lot of challenges that we recognized. We also took care of them when we were shipping a ton of vaccine around the country and around the world. Yet, not all of our problems are done. There's a lot of IoT that can be done. There's a lot of opportunities. Give us some of your thoughts where you see supply chain and that whole dynamics going for the pharma industry in India.
Thanks, Mahesh. That's a great question. And I think some of the questions you asked about barcode, QR codes, so on and so forth, and IoT, I think a lot of these are already hygiene. These are your ticket to play. These are not your ticket to win. So serialization, in most of the regulated markets, that is given unless you are selling products with serialization. Even in India, you have a degree of serialization, and on the API again you have those QR codes coming in. So that is entry level, And as far as the other technologies are concerned, and your second part of the question about how is it transforming India, what are the potentials? So again, I like to answer it from first principle basis. I think what IT does, we first understand what is actually IT doing for us. I mean, whatever the use case being or whatever the technology that we are talking about being. Number one, it is automating processes, right? Number two, and the most important, it is actually creating visibility. So we have to understand the power of IT to create visibility and hence, and thereby exposing the inefficiencies that are there in our processes, right? And third is, it also drastically reduces your cycle times. Any cycle time in any process, whether it is a supply chain process or any process in clinical trials or any business process. If you leverage the power of IT to crush your lead times, to crush your cycle times, that is where the efficiency gains are going to come from. So we have to understand the fundamental value that IT is bringing. And to your question of how it helps the macro ecosystem is, that is going to come from integration. For example, in the pharma world, we are still kind of somewhere in the curve where we are looking at our own enterprise level internal systems. Okay? In other industries, the IT systems actually integrate to your customers and back to your suppliers. In industries like automotive, they would integrate to your suppliers and your customers. In pharma, we are not there. So I think the integration of end-to-end supply chain, thereby creating visibility, giving greater comfort to compliance, giving greater comfort to auditors, creating that audit trail. You know where is that data, who changed that data, when it was changed, what is the timestamp. So that confidence from a pharma perspective, that is very important. So visibility, that is the biggest lever for us. Breaker of silos, improver of cycle times. I think we have to look at it that way.
Can I just chip in over here? I think
please do.
Yeah, so Dr. Reddy's actually was the first company to integrate up to the wholesaler, in terms of, and I remember that was in the 90s, way back, where you actually knew how much of inventory was going out from the wholesaler to the retailers, and thereby the sales force did not go to pick up orders. It was automatic replenishment. So, I mean, I knew that from one of my colleagues who was there. Yeah.
Thank you. Fantastic. I'll take this opportunity to mention my vision on end-to-end visibility, right? I'd love if there's an order that somebody's placed and they get to know when it got to the vendor, they get to know when the vendor actually packed it, all are sitting on their system, and then know when it is coming back, as opposed to making 5 phone calls to people saying, when is my material coming in, so that can I actually really plan my experiment, can I plan my batch at that point of time. And so if we get to that seamless, as you said, visibility.
At some point of time, we're going to see the Amazon of pharma.
Yeah, it's blockchain. Yeah.
So when you punched your order, you know when it's out for delivery, or it is being shipped, or it's there at the DC. I think that level of integration and that level of visibility to our customers, to the end chemists, I think that is the way we all want to progress.
Absolutely. Great to hear that we are actually moving in that direction.
Mahesh, just to interject here, I mean, the sense of discussion I have listened to everybody. Of course, India is a outperformer as far as IT and IT-related processes and being at the forefront of all these, at least the lower and middle level kind of IT work is concerned. At the very top, say products, etc., we may not be that far ahead. So, is there a similar sense here also? I mean, are we at the cutting edge where we would like to use the latest tools at the very cutting edge, say drug discovery, etc., etc. I mean, business processes, simplification, compliances, this thing. That is okay. I mean, we do reasonably well there. We are the back office of the whole world. But where are we in terms of the cutting edge? For example, I read somewhere, I don't know whether it is true or not, that in China they designed a whole battleship in 3 days. Normally it used to take them about, I think, 9 months or so. So they were able to, with these advanced tools like, I mean, these AI and all that, they were able to reduce the time for designing a ship, which normally used to take 9 months to 3 hours, I believe. So that kind of reduction, and if you can do that sort of thing, say in drug discovery or somewhere else, at the very cutting edge, then it will be transformational. That company will have huge advantage. I mean, that will wipe out rest of its competitors. So are we there at that level also, or we are at the lower or middle level also? So that part also, let us have a little focus on that maybe.
Absolutely, we will touch upon that one as well. But I'd welcome the panelists, and then I'd welcome any thoughts from the audience on that right now. I know Philip, we were going to talk about you to really intervene on the opportunities in the drug discovery space.
Okay, you're putting some pressure on me. By the way, last week I was in Mumbai visiting stockists. And I know the reason being because we were having an internal challenge with regard to data integration and how to optimize and digital that process. And basically, India joined our region 2 years ago. What I did observe over the last 2 years, it's an immense progress with regard to data integration compared to the past. Now, if you're doing a benchmark with other countries, I think there are some countries that are still more advanced. Let me take the example of the UAE, where the digitalization of all services is at the best, maybe not at the best because there are still possibilities to improve, but at the top compared to the other countries. So India, from my perspective, is doing huge progresses into the right direction. And I don't know how long it will take because we also, with regard to EMRs and etc., we do see the progresses, different organizations providing those services when it was not the case in the past. So huge progresses. Now, I think it's also up to the authorities to give the vision and to facilitate that transformation.
That's fabulous. Let me add to that, right, from to Mr. Pant's question. Syngene as an organization that I am with, we actually do a lot of drug discovery research for our clients because we are a CRO and a CDMO. I'll take this opportunity to mention that we are introducing things like AI-based target identification. So this is the very, very early part of drug discovery for all novel molecules. We are using AI in the entire component of drug discovery leading up to the first in human. So this is anywhere from target identification, lead optimization, the antibody design for it, and then actually deciding on the type of work that needs to be done for your preclinical studies before you even file for your IND. A specific real-life example that I can offer is, depending on what you know about the target and the type of pharmacophore or the molecule entity that you're going to go after, you may have to synthesize thousands of compounds before you find that one that you're actually going to take into humans. We've reduced that dramatically by introducing software-based approaches which tell you that so-and-so drug is probably going to have X type of toxicity, it's probably going to have X type of solubility issues, it's probably going to have some, X type of metabolic profile that's not going to be acceptable, and therefore don't even try to synthesize it. So that's brought down the component of time and cost associated with those. And so I'm certainly expecting that as the scientists in India learn these tools, learn these technologies, and of course we have the data that's coming from many of the academic institutions, CROs, CMOs like us, the partnerships that we have with the multinationals, that we can build this capability into the India ecosystem so that we are actually going and doing more and more of this. The one example that's real life, I'm sure everybody is aware of this, but I'll just state it. This is becoming a reality. This is becoming a norm, right? The company called InSilico, back in February of 2022, they announced that they had a fully AI-based drug that they were now able to take into first in human. So this is really changing the paradigm of how things are done. They were able to do it in less than 30 months. That is typically about half the time that you would take for getting to that stage. They were able to do it in a price band of 2.6 million, which is several fold less than what you would again do for that first in human. So this is certainly becoming the norm, and I expect that we will be getting onto that same bandwagon as we build the ecosystem and as we continue to have such conversations on the opportunities that are there. I just wanted to touch on you, Netiji, on the opportunities that you continue to see in manufacturing. I think the one that I want to talk about is manufacturing is a really important area where there is a lot of vulnerability, and when I consider manufacturing, I'm also considering testing. There's a lot of vulnerability of how data records can be kept, how we can analyze those for yield improvements, how we can analyze those for rapid release of products so that there's testing that is already done while it's online, while it's inline, and so on. And is that an area that you see India is well equipped to, or what do we need to do to get into that further so that we can leverage that opportunity fully?
Absolutely. So what we are trying to do is about the data that we are gathering from various different sets. We are trying to put up intelligent systems over on top of it, especially on the manufacturing part. Now, many of the parameters, each of the particular product when we manufacture, maybe the critical process parameters could be 10 or 12. And if we are able to harness those on real time, and in terms of the plot and trend, one, at this time, we are trying to look at historically trend them and then see what has led to some of the batches with the highest of the yields in terms of the golden batch you may call, and look at those parameters and then try and replicate as much as you can do that. Potentially, this is also, we're trying very early days, but then if you're able to put it on an ML platform, it lends itself to, in which case potentially you could get it over and over and again. And these are biologic processes, extremely high cost batches. If we are able to replicate and then be at the frontier of the batch yields, I think that will give a lot building our competitiveness globally.
And I think these things are important because one of the realizations that we need to have is India is pharmacy of the world. One of the components of that is the cost basis that we bring. But cost basis is not going to stay the same, and the cost differential is not going to stay the same unless we adopt things like this, where we improve our performance at every single step along the way.
And more important, just to add this, from a QC perspective, we do hundreds of tests and publish the results or whatever. One of the things that we are attempting doing is about getting the intelligence out of that, and try and at the operating level, so the manager who is reviewing, or even give access to the manufacturing chemist of that. Usually the time lag by the time a review happens is a month or 20 days in a vaccine process. So it's that time you do, by which time everything is gone. Now at the time of even review and then release itself, we are enabling the statistical analysis, and then even if they are well within the limits of acceptance, are there any statistical trends that are more relevant, and then giving more insight so that the manufacturing guys or the QC guys can take more intelligent action. So it's basically, I wouldn't call it, that's why I'm trying to say, I'm afraid of saying anything that we are doing out of the world, but it's just the place where you are in, what is making your life more intelligent and more competitive in the space that you're operating. That's exactly the test that we use it to.
There's an adage in supply chain, and that's maybe what you're actually referring to. Is the most current data which is most valuable. If you are looking at data as it is happening in real time, then you are also able to react to it, that much faster, as against looking at data 1 month back and trying to make sense out of it. I'd like to draw an analog. In the older days, we used to have these analog cameras. You used to take that picture, and that had to go for development. And after a certain lead time, you used to come back with a printed picture. So only after a week or 15 days, you would know if you had taken a good picture or not. Today, you can take 15 pictures and delete 14 of them and keep the one you want. So that is the power of current data.
I think that's where the digitalization is going to help, because you can't go back and change anything, okay, if you have blockchain, right? And the other one is today in manufacturing, with the change controls and other things which is happening, you have to enter it into TrackWise and make sure that it is all captured, right? You can't just go and do the change in the manufacturing. So it's all.
The of that particular software itself lends itself for so much of a credence that the regulators feel, because you can't tamper with the evidence of it. So they feel comfortable with what is. Just building on one other thing, what Ravi Prakash has mentioned on the supply chains. It's not as much as that what we can do, but it's also that the industry and its maturity. Say, Suresh was talking about our industry. I mean, if you ask me on a comparative basis with an FMCG industry supply chain to a pharmaceutical industry supply chain, it's relatively disjointed.
No,
at
absolutely.
least historically.
And I keep asking this question, why is it that when an Amazon or a Walmart can actually track the lettuce from the farm to their shelf and which store it is, and we are not able to do the whole
That's
thing?
That's exactly the point I'm coming to. So it's also the question of the industry and then the trade dynamic.
Very striking. Very
Yeah,
striking.
it's about adoption. So that then that's a very provocative statement, right? How ready are we to adopt? Because it's out there. It's just about us taking it up. And again, that's where I'll continue to bring in that it's about support. It's about the ecosystem. At this point of time, I'll open it up to the floor for questions, comments. We'd love to hear questions for the panelists. Also love to hear where some of you may be able to talk about your own digitization journey. And I'd welcome actually both the government sector as well as industry to talk about this. So questions, comments from the audience before we continue with our questions. If there's no questions, I'm going to make one quick round. Oh, there is. Okay, sorry. Manish, yes.
You mentioned about government sector, so just wanted to chip in to support that.
Please do.
The digitalization or transition to the digital interface, as probably you might all know, if you move from corporate to public sector, you're bound to move all communication in thick files, and people keep writing notes on it, and then it moves from one desk to the another. So in the COVID times, what we moved and transitioned from physical files to e-office. So all communications then can move from one desk to another virtually, and then you can also track it. And that came very, very handy, especially in the COVID times when the offices, you couldn't commute to the offices. So virtual interface really was a boon, and people can work remotely from all over the country and yet commit for the common objective. And it came out very happy. We rolled out SOPs, guidelines, how to select beneficiaries online, how to monitor fund releases and follow through. So I think some of those things we are still carrying. For example, if we were to call expert committee meeting, we now hold it virtually. And that helps, saves transit time from Bangalore, 3 hours to and fro to Delhi. But so a lot of people can now join us virtually. So something we carry that forward. And the point that you raised regarding in silico, I think one fascinating fact that still inspires me, the 200 million protein structures which just got unraveled and put up in the public domain, and in silico claimed that after the protein structure got elucidated, within 1 month they could actually do a hit identification, and that too nanomolar hit. So I think that's the power of digitalization and things moving in that direction. Thank you.
Very well said, very well said. On that note, I'll just say that, I know we would love to see things like Sugam portal having full digital visibility for everything for us so that we know exactly how things are moving, right? I'll take that opportunity to go ahead and say that here in the front, and then we'll go to the back. I think yeah, so, sorry. I saw his hand first.
To the panel, if we can do image processing, then why do we need to do QR code? That's my, like, you have everything available in on the pharma package,
correct,
of the SKU. Then why do we want QR code, or why do we want to do barcoding? That's my question to the panel.
So maybe I can attempt. So we are going to use that image processing for patient information. For example, let's say a patient has been prescribed a product, and let us say there is a logo of the product, and the logo can be scanned, and it can link itself to patient information which is valid for managing their disease. So these are things which we are right now looking at doing on the image processing, but what you said is very valid. But only thing is, you want it to be dynamic because you want batches, for every batch, and you need to have a track and trace, and you want to have an anti-counterfeiting measure also.
Yeah. So Raviji talked about serialization.
Yeah.
So once we implement serialization, so every batch has a unique, so every unique SKU you can identify in the system.
Correct.
So once serialization is done, as soon as there are more number of SKUs sold of a particular SKU, you have sold more than the number
Correct.
of serial numbers that was produced in the batch.
Correct.
You automatically know that something fishy is going on there.
Right.
So that's the first step
Yeah.
towards countering the counterfeit thing. The second step could be like having more security features like we have on the rupee note. That is the second, which can again be done through deep learning.
Absolutely.
So my question is, when the technology is already available, why are we going towards QR code and why are we going towards barcode? That's my question.
I think there is one more issue here. Of course, the information, all relevant information may be available in the pack, and if you do this processing, etc., you could extract all the information from the pack itself. But who is doing that? That is also important. That whether a consumer in a remote location with a simple, very ordinary kind of mobile phone, whether he can scan that QR code and go straight away. He doesn't need to fill any data. He doesn't need to do anything. He goes directly to the point where you want to take him. So that kind of flexibility in optical processing, etc., you will require a much bigger structure. The person at the last mile, basically the villager, will not be able to do that whole process. He may not have that infrastructure. So QR code gives you that facility also in terms of that it can be done at any place, any person, no technical expertise required, nothing. and you just take your mobile, get all the information. You don't need to fill anything. You don't need to do any optical processing. What you need is a simple scanner in a lower or middle range phone. So that is the kind of requirement that the QR code meets, which optical processing, etc., may not meet.
Correct. A much higher level of data security. Let's go to the Murali.
So digital transformation from the patient point of care, from the patient side is that, of course, it starts from the R&D, it ends with the patient.
Yeah. Yes.
So what is your opinion about electronic, I mean, I'm not talking about e-pharmacy, there's a controversial. I don't know what is happening in Japan or what is in UAE and Germany, because in India, it is account of transparency, any quack can give a prescription, accountability and transparency, responsibility. As I said, we find it difficult even to get a tricyclist antidepressant. So, I mean, SSRI. So would you, I don't know, the government policy, maybe, see, I had visited your NPPA. What is your opinion that are you in favor of electronic prescription? Because from our side, it is very humble. It's very easy. Now in India, the mobile penetration is so much.
So your question is, should we be encouraging electronic prescriptions or not?
Accountability comes, because healthcare needs stringent regulation, or in our language, totally unregulated.
So opinions on that, electronic prescriptions,
No,
good or bad?
And just on a lighter note, AI and ML need to read the doctor's handwriting.
exactly.
That will be the challenge for.
No, but it's there. Actually, you have a optical pen now.
I'm just joking.
So just to give you an idea, today the doctor would write in a prescription pad, which is already there with the pen enabled, and it automatically transcribes whatever the doctor is writing. For example, let's say doctor doesn't have time to explain a lot of things, but he or she ticks a box, then automatically a video would go to the WhatsApp of the patient to say, okay, this is your disease, this is how you need to look at it. You need to chronically take it, not stop the medication after symptoms go away. All that is available today as a technology, and it is getting adopted, but it will take some more time for that to happen. Correct, that's... Agreed.
Sir, may I have the last
It's about
question?
penetration. Yeah, perhaps the last question. I know I'm getting cues on time.
Yes,
We
I'll
do
just
want to close.
answer the morning I raised this, that academia is becoming one of the major source of innovations everywhere in the world. And not only because of cost, but the quality and the kind of competitiveness academia has. So in country, what do you think in discovery space, how our academia should also adopt the digital transformation, which is not limited to knowledge management, which is still, we are really far behind. But at the same time also digital transformation, which like Mr. Bhalgat says, the ADME studies, the data is at the bottom where you can utilize it for the discovery and in various ways to get the innovations out of the academia.
I think it's a very valid point. And, we have not been talking, we just address shortly ecosystem. And what digital really allows is to have a broader ecosystem, and academia should be part of it, having access to the data, dedicating resources into the research. So absolutely valid point.
Maybe I can chip in over there. I think I was having a discussion with Professor Panda as well outside, and also in the NIPA Council meeting, is about how do we ensure that the research which is being done in our academia is cutting edge. And not, by the way, I have to do some research and thereby I'm doing research. Because it's a long journey from discovery to actually having a commercial product which is marketed, because there's a lot of data which needs to be generated between A to B, right? So I think that's the other focus of the government right now, is also to see, okay, how can we make the discovery research or the research which is happening at the NIPERS or the IITs or the ICTs more relevant to the global requirements, and thereby, having things which is very interesting for, let's say, a venture capitalist or maybe big pharma to invest, to take it from the lab to the market. So this is, I think, the intent. We have a little bit of a journey to do there, and that is where we are also encouraging, for example, a NIPER to collaborate with global academia, so that we will see, okay, what's happening there, and see whether we can do a lot of that here. So that's our hope.
No, great point. I think it's really, really important, just to add on to everything that's been said, which is very, very valid. it's a recognition of the fact that we do want that academia even understands the value of that, so that there is that opportunity to start collecting that data in a way that it can actually be processed. I think we're out of time. I'm going to say a few words on summarizing, and then I'll give the last word to the chair so that he can summarize from his thoughts as well. You know, the themes that have emerged for me are around what is the action that we can take, given that this is a landscape where you have the opportunity to digitize in the entire value chain of the pharmaceutical industry. Whether it is drug discovery, really novel drug discovery, I gave some examples, we heard some examples as well, all the way to development, manufacturing, supply chain, commercialization, and ultimately getting the benefit to the patient with having a reliable drug supply of a high quality product that comes through all of these components of ease, efficiency, quality maintained throughout. The enablers for that, I believe, is one, access to data. So more that we can do to recognize that there is data that is needed, whether it is from academia, whether it is from the government portals, whether it is from manufacturers, all of that does need to be recognized as one that needs aggregation. Second is on skill building, because we talked about that a little bit around, you know, we will have some components of it that we put together through data centers and things that we have, to bioinformatics that we have, but we also need the field force, we also need the pharmacists, we also need our regulators, everybody to be online with how do we manage this volume of data that's coming through more digital sources. Then there's, of course, transparency, visibility, whether it is electronic batch records that manufacturers implement, whether it is a Sugam portal where we get to see how things are progressing. And then, of course, even the opportunities that are there around the initiatives of the government of India that we want to support around digital health IDs, the very transparent ways of managing that NPPA has been talking about. So I think lots of opportunities that have been put together. I'll leave it as saying it's for us to recognize that anywhere and everywhere that we can be interrupting and bringing value into this value chain, we need to do. With that, I'll hand it over to you, sir, for your summary and comments.
I think I will also come there. That is better. So thank you, Mahesh. We had an excellent discussion and excellent sharing of thoughts during last 1.5 hours. Of course, this is a subject that is very at the core of the Indian expertise, in the sense that India has always been a leader in IT, digital, and all these fields. I'm sure that we can do a lot better, and I don't want to understate. In fact, I barged into the Mahesh domain by kind of prodding him towards a particular topic in between. But the purpose was selfish. I wanted to learn myself what is happening in this space in terms of Indian pharma industry, because digitization and digital transformation cuts across sectors. It is not exclusive to pharma only. I mean, see, retail, banking, etc., it has happened at a much higher level and all that. In fact, some of the best I would say digital transformations have happened, say, COVID during COVID vaccine. I think that is an example of extraordinary kind of achievement. Similarly, UPI, I believe, would be one of the finest products as far as payment system is concerned. And we are at the top of the league in terms of at least these two products. I know myself and I feel myself that we are at the top of the league. So similarly, I wanted to learn. I am sure that at the basic level, at the middle level, in terms of compliances, in terms of, automating our routine tasks, in terms of our improvement of our processes, be it in terms of e-office, somebody talked, or we see video conferencing and reducing all that unnecessary travel, etc., etc. We have capabilities. We will do well. The only thing needed is a little bit of push, which, of course, at the governmental level, there is huge push towards transforming the governmental processes towards digital and utilizing the full potential of digital technologies. But I wanted to learn also about what is happening in the pharma sector as far as the cutting edge is concerned. So are we, can we have, say, an equivalent of a CoWIN platform from pharma sector? Can we have an equivalent of a UPI kind of interface from a pharma sector? Are we at that level? Because as I see as a layman, and from the policy perspective, I am not an expert in digital this thing, but what I see is there are all kind of technologies and products in the digital space. Some like ChatGPT and something which could be and which potentially are truly, I mean, mind-boggling. I mean, you cannot estimate what they will be able to do or what they can do, and what are their future capabilities can be. What are their current capabilities also are, in some senses, nobody understands. But there are, of course, lower level transformations also. I don't want to understate the importance of lower level transformations, cutting the routine tasks, automating things. That is extremely important, that is required, that is, I don't want to in any case undermine the importance of that particular task. But at the same time, we don't want to be confined to that lower and middle level. We want to rise to a higher level. We want to have an, as I said, an equivalent of, say, CoWIN platform from pharma sector, some drug or something like that, or a equivalent of a UPI interface from pharma sector. So I try to steer the discussion towards that. That was with that selfish objective, and also with the objective of learning myself what is happening there. 1.5 hours of excellent discussion. We had a great panel, very comprehensive discussion, right from academia, industry, government, all sectors were covered. I hope the objectives of the conference workshop, which were to basically analyze, threadbare all the issues related to digital transformation in pharma sector, and what are the stages, what are the companies doing versus the government doing, how the policymakers should deal with it. They have been discussed very well. I hope that the workshop has been useful for all participants. And of course, this is not the end. We will have to take this forward. We will have to continue this conversation further. This is, in a sense, a very initial stage, a very beginning. And I will request everybody to, in future also, to kind of share their thoughts, to come forward, to educate us also, to discuss with us, and take this, the objective of this workshop to the logical end. To that end, I am sure DOP and NPPA will be ready to further discuss, further liaise, further have any consultations that are required. And thanks to all the participants, excellent discussions, excellent insights, and I can say definitely that I go a much more informed person, even from policy perspective, from this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's once again put our hands together for that wonderful session that we had, as I request all the eminent panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we would request you all to kindly remain seated as we straight away move to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to move ahead with the next session. I would request everybody to kindly be seated as I invite our distinguished chairperson, Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, Chairman AIMS Bhopal and AIMS Jammu, Government of India, to kindly grace the stage with your esteemed presence, sir. Inviting our chairperson, Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, Chairman AIMS Bhopal and AIMS Jammu, Government of India. Inviting our moderator, Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, he is Mission Director, Grand Challenges Program of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, National Biopharma Mission. Inviting the government participants, Dr. V.G. Somani, Joint Drugs Controller, India, CDSCO, Government of India, and Dr. Manish Devan, Head Strategic Partnership and Entrepreneurship Development, BIRAC, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Also inviting our participants from the industry, Mr. Sushil Umesh, Chief Commercial Officer, Emerging Markets at Biocon Biologics, Dr. Sanjay Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Genova Biopharmaceuticals Limited, Dr. Murali Ramachandra, CEO, Origin Discovery Technologies Limited, and Dr. Prabuddha Kundu, Managing Director, Premas Biotech. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for this session is leapfrogging into the future of Indian pharma, capitalizing our global biosimilar opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, in the 1 hour 15 minutes for this session, we will be discussing about measures to compete with our developed countries in terms of regulatory aspects and export of biosimilars, complexities in production and opportunities, key strategies to seize the global biosimilar opportunity, and design and development strategies for novel, affordable biosimilar products. And may I now hand over to our moderator, Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir. Mukherjee, sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And the first job of the chair is to request all people who are standing, please take chair. I again, as a chairperson of this session, I request all those who are standing in the hall to please take chair. Thank you. So this panel is for discussion on the issues of biosimilars, biologics, and what are the issues in the country and what are the issues international and how we can take advantage of the situation. And I would say, there was a time that, and there is of course, when you say the treatment today of majority of the disease is done by single molecule or small molecules. However, the time is changing, the therapy is changing, therapeutics are changing, and maybe today there are few therapeutic domain where the biologics are important, taking over small molecules. Maybe after 10 years, the majority of the therapeutics will change from small molecule to larger molecule or biologics or biosimilars. The current issue of biologics is the cost. And one of the important option is that you make a biosimilar. The moment you say biosimilar, it does not mean that this is the same. So it is a similar. When you say it is a similar, and so if it is the same, then we can expect that this batch and this batch will have least variability or no variability or acceptable variability in terms of purity, and which is very clearly mentioned in pharmacopoeia. But when you say it is a similar, then you have to see that what is the possibility of dissimilarity, or what is the evidence of similarity. And because similarity can be in terms of its structure, similarity can be and should be in terms of its efficacy and in terms of safety. Now, the issue comes that how we test for this similarity. And it is implied that when you are putting is not a dissimilar but a similarity, then whether it is a toxicity, whether it is a clinical trial, whether it is a analyticals, you need not to do the entire from A to Z process. And the skill of a regulator would be to cut down the minimum possibility or the minimum criteria which will establish similarity, but within the acceptable therapeutic range, within the acceptable toxicological profile, so that what you ultimately issue in the market is not having any difference or not having difference without acceptable range of these three parameters. Several issues would be that you have a biological, and of course there is a guideline which was released in 2017 and it has been revised again. We have been talking of revision. Many organizations have been representing that why there is a need of RCGM and what is the need of, should there be a single window for this. But then we also know that the biologics or biosimilars are different than the than the small molecule. They are produced from biological origin and therefore possibility of variability is high. And the guidelines are still evolving. So I am very open that suggestions coming from the consortium is or must be viewed very, very critically, and it should be adopted wherever it is possible. Many times we feel, and I agree, and sometimes I do not agree also, when you say that delete the parameters of toxicology, all parameters of toxicology, just depend on the analytical process and it is meeting all the requirement, then there is no need of toxicology. One can be optimistic, but has to be very careful. Careful in terms of, can you bridge, can you first identify what is the possibility of the gap and then suggest that what can be the bridging type of, and what bridge is too big or bridge is small. So what is the toxicological data which can be called as not required or optional or risk-based, or what can be the clinical parameters which need to be deleted or which are again must or option. And so same thing I think need to be deliberated. And most important question which is yet to be addressed, when there will be multiple biologics or maybe biosimilars in the market, what will be the reference which will be used? And for a clinician, can he be using his judgment or it is free for interchangeability? And when you say interchangeability of biosimilar A and biosimilar B, and now where the biogenerics will be in the market in future, then what is the knowledge which the physician should have? What is the regulatory process when they will say yes, interchangeability is allowed? And if not allowed, what is the difference test which need to be done? With this, I will hand it over to my colleague.
Thank you, sir. I think what an excellent, firstly I thank FICCI for this creating this panel and the Ministry of Pharmaceuticals for creating this panel. Very, very exciting and important panel on looking at the path forward for biosimilars, firstly. The attendance has gone down things since after lunch, and I think it is going down slowly. But I think those people have left will definitely miss the interactions this panel is going to have. You know, introducing my panel members, it will be a privilege and honor for me, because on my left, almost we call him Pitamaha of, pharmacology in India. He has been mentoring a lot of us here. He has been mentored to me for many, many years. And for any challenges in taking a molecule forward or a vaccine forward, we generally go to him. So I'm privileged that he's sitting next to me and he's going to chair this panel. Sitting on my right is another gentleman who has been really a pusher within the government system. And I have worked with him very closely for the last 2.5, 3 years during these challenging COVID times. Because I have the privilege to lead Mission COVID Suraksha also within the DBT and BioRack system. And he has been literally, we have been working from 7 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock, or he must be sleeping, not sleeping in the night, or I used to close my system at 12 o'clock in the night, and guiding us to move out our vaccines and the related products to the next level. And that's why we have the privilege of having almost 6 vaccines in our country, almost indigenously developed, starting from almost the antigen itself. So I think the push which not only came from the academic side, the industry side, but the government regulatory system, which was literally working. So I'm privileged to have you here next to me, sir, and what has been our experience in doing that. If we would have not done that, nobody would have given us those vaccines. Globally, Pfizer and Moderna produce around 4 billion doses of vaccines, sir. And our country needed around 2.5 billion to 2.75 billion, which if we would have not produced, nobody would have given it to us. So I think that kudos not only to the industry, to the academics, to the researchers, but to the system, which literally brought it and implemented it. Then to my, Professor Gupta's left is my very close colleague in BioRack, Dr. Manish Diwan, who is moving the strategic partnership within the government and the agencies across the globe. He has been one of the leaders in enabling the biotech innovation ecosystem through startups. He has a strong inclination toward drug discovery, developing molecules forward in an earlier avatar. And now he is literally creating that ecosystem within the government, how startups and the related ecosystem can be merged together. So I think we are privileged to have that. Then on my extreme right is Mr. Sushil. I think that's what I said, the panel has been very beautifully curated. He brings in the commercial experience on how to market biologics and taking forward the molecules in the commercial setting. So I think that's what we are going to hear from you, sir. Then again, one of my very old friends, Dr. Kundu, is sitting from my Ranbaxy days. He's sitting there. I think he runs a company, he was the first to, I think, come into the startup foray from biologics angle. He runs a company called Premas Biotech. And from his experience and challenges, how he takes molecules literally from academic setting to the platform and to the, to a level where it can be commercially exploited, we are going to hear. And on the extreme left is Dr. Murli Ramachandra from Origin. I think he has a very strong experience in oncology sector, developing biologics there in Dr. Reddy's laboratory as well. So we are going to hear from his experience what are the key way forwards and what the existing challenges are there and how we can move it forward. So saying so, I think we have a very good, extremely diverse panel here, and we are going to learn from all of them, hear from all of them the experience and what are and then I will open up this session for discussion from you all, and I will definitely ask you all to ask very active questions, because you will not have all of them in the same panel. And again, thanks to FICCI and the Department of Pharmaceuticals for bringing them all together. We have regulatory voice, we have research voice, we have voice who enables the ecosystem and brings funding to these platforms. We have all of them together. Saying so, I think the session today is leapfrogging for future of Indian pharma, and we will be talking about the biosimilar opportunities available to us, especially with respect to India. The gap, and as sir also mentioned, the biosimilars are going to gain importance because of the lot of basic drugs are going to come out of the patent. And then the biosimilars which are going to take those spaces are literally going to be very, very critical and important. Thereby, the R&D in those spaces is very important. Not only R&D, but to take that molecule to the next level where it can pass the clinical trial phase and become a reality is another phase. So I think this entire value chain of the life, of a molecule, replacing an original drug with the similar properties, similar function to take a space of is going to be very critical. And how we are going to face the challenge, how we are going to take it forward is our understanding, and we have to move that. Within the government system, I think I'll not take much of the time of my fellow panelists, but I want to say that within the government system, especially I come from the Department of Biotechnology, BIRAC, which has been instrumental in implementing a lot of these missions to support that. One of the critical missions is the National Biopharma Mission, which is jointly supported by the Department of Biotechnology and the World Bank. And one of the major elements there is to promote development of biosimilars to literally take the space of the one which are going to come out. For that, we support funding, that is the one element of it, but to support the background infrastructure to help those products to go to the next level has been a very critical part of it. So we within the system have almost created good clinical trial sites, bioassay labs, animal challenge facility to support that innovation space. And we will be continuing to do that, and we will encourage companies. We fund large companies, we fund mid-sized companies, we fund startups to literally take advantage of that. And that was a very critical element how we won the COVID mission, COVID vaccine program and the COVID battle, is that already we had created some of these infrastructure which was quickly brought into use for trial of these developing COVID vaccines or diagnostics, which my colleague Manish will speak about how we did not only the diagnostics, but various other elements which we funded on ventilators or PPEs to start with, sanitizers, and all these infrastructure were used and we were taken forward. So I think this platform which the government is creating, I think which is a very important platform to look at future innovation angle, future readiness for any other, God willing, we should not face, but future pandemics, and our regulators have been very, very supportive. They have been literally hand-holding innovators from literally helping them how to do that, take the innovation quickly, clearing the applications quickly, telling them what are the gaps, and then addressing those and quickly. So I think the entire ecosystem within the government, within the academic setting, within the startup community, has been supporting development innovations, and same is the case of biosimilars. So I think what we are going to do is now, we'll hear from all of them, the challenges and how we should take the innovation to the next level to address that. So I may have the privilege to first request Dr. Somani to give his remarks, and then we'll ask other colleagues to do it, and then I'll come back with a specific set of questions to all of them. Sir, you have a presentation, so we can have that, sir. Can we have sir's presentation, please?
It's a very small presentation which will set up the tone for the rest of the discussion. If my presentation can be put on the screen. Yeah. By the time they are asking, the technical team is asking for the 2 minutes. The tone is set up very nicely. Actually, the biologics, including biosimilars, and whether it is proteins, peptides, enzymes, stem cells, gene therapeutic products, are going to be the future for more and more personalized and target-specific medications. Of course, they are very complex and expensive. Whenever the innovator makes it, they are really very expensive because they are difficult to make, and also it requires a lot of research and development. So I will give you a very brief idea so that rest of the session you will be able to understand what is the actually it requires for the biosimilars or similar biologics, which we call as a similar biologics in our country, to go ahead as far as regulatory approval pathway is concerned. Next slide, please. Okay. So the outline of my presentation is I'll give you the brief background about similar biologics, guidelines on the similar biologics, insight on the regulatory requirement for similar biologics in India, and inspection of site, and testing, which are the requirements in our country. Thank you. Now I have a control of my own presentation. It's a very brief presentation. I'm not going to take a long. So when we talk about the background, India predicted to be one of the world's fastest growing biohub in recent years. When we talk about similar biologics. And for your information, India has around 200 approved similar biologics in domestic market. 200 is a very big number. It's not a joke. And it's more than any other single country might be having the similar biologics in the world. And the pipeline for similar biologics, as Dr. Shishendu has told, has been increased because of the encouragement of the government from various stages for the manufacturing of the biologics, similar biologics in our country. Its research, its development, and also presently certain part of the trials also. With the advent of Ayushman Bharat, India's universal healthcare program, these life-transforming similar biologics are now accessible to patients in our country afflicted with various diseases like cancer, diabetics, and other immune-mediated diseases. Now, what are the regulatory agencies which are involved in the regulation of the similar biologics? This RCGM, which is based in the DBT, which looks after the preclinical studies. Then the Office of Drugs Controller General of India, that is our office, CDSCO, which look after all the data package of physicochemical characterization, preclinical studies, clinical studies, its approval, and state drug regulatory authorities, which looks after, along with the CDSCO, the manufacturing licensing part of it and the sales part of it. And whenever there is a live modified organism is involved, the GEAC, Genetic Engineering Advisory Committee in the Environmental Ministry, they are also part of this regulatory system. Since these are the complex molecules, this is how the system have been made in our country. As Dr. Gupta has told, we have made our first guideline in 2012, then second guideline which were made in 2016, on the similar biologics, and these guidelines brings about the clear-cut criteria that what are the requirements for the key principles for licensing of similar biologics. So first key principle is when you are making similar, how similar is similar. And that fingerprinting of similarity based on the physicochemical characterization. And when you achieve absolute similarity, the residual risk of having a different effects in the preclinical studies and clinical studies reduces a lot. And when the risk of having different profile in preclinical and clinical studies reduces, then your requirement of preclinical and clinical studies also reduces. So to reduce the residual risk or any risk, this similarity has to be built by studying the physicochemical characterization and the quality attributes of a reference product as a first step in guiding the development of similar biologics, and subsequent comparability. I am telling about the reference product. First, you have to study the reference product, means the innovator's product. It may not be necessary that innovator product is in our country, in our guideline we have made that. It may not be necessary that should be approved in our country. If we make that as a compulsion, then that product would not be available for the studies purposes. So from our guidelines we said you can take any innovator's product which is approved by the robust regulatory authority for the similarity comparison, and subsequent comparability exercise should demonstrate structural. Here structural means chemical, physical and steric structural, functional and clinical similarity. Then you have to conduct the preclinical studies. Here how much preclinical studies is required? There is a lot of debate on this, and WHO guidelines and all those, they have stated that if the similarity is absolute and if you can use the proper preclinical model, transgenic mice, then the preclinical studies can be reduced also, and in some cases they can be waived also. But it is not the case presently in our country. You have to prove because fingerprinting similarity is not yet established in our country. What is the fingerprinting similarity means? You have to have a absolute amino acid sequencing and terminal sequencing and also peptide sequencing along with the impurity profiling and similar kind of all attributes, quality attributes. Then this has, once the physicochemical characterization and preclinical studies have proven that yes, it has an intended effect and it does not have adverse effect, and it has a proper kinetics and distribution similarity in the animals, then it can go to the then it can go for the PK/PD studies into the humans. The product has to prove that it has a similar pharmacokinetics. It can be done in the healthy human volunteers or it can be done into the patient depending on what is the disease. Usually it is expected that it should be done in the healthy human volunteers, but the question comes when you are trying a anti-cancer drug, why should it be given to the healthy human volunteers? There are also models where you can do it in the low doses, where you have to have a regulatory dialogues with the regulators, and it can be also done. But this is a third step: structural functional similarity, preclinical studies, then pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamic studies. And because these are basically either for small protein or for small amino acid sequence molecules, this may not be the issue, but for the monoclonal antibodies, if antibodies have certain issues of creating immunogenicity and then their own effects gets reduced in the second dose, so immunogenicity assessment is also one of the safety assessment is also one of the requirement while you are planning your clinical studies, and confirmatory safety and efficacy trial is the most important. You take innovator's product, your test product which has gone through all this chain of physicochemical characterization, preclinical studies and PK/PD studies, then you have to prove that in confirmatory trial it has a similar safety and efficacy profile. But that may not give the complete picture of your similar biologics will perform in the long run in the same way. So whatever residual risk which will remain, how will you address, which we call as a risk management plan through your pharmacovigilance and post-marketing studies, that also has to be addressed. And when we get all this information along with the mandatory information which we call as a process validation, stability studies and all the CMC characterization, the decision to license the similar biologics, give the marketing is based on evaluation of whole data package generated during the overall comparability studies exercise, and these are all discussed into the subject expert committees. The manufacturing sites where these are prepared, they are essentially audited. Not to have hurdles further, we sometimes have a audit for starting from the initial stages when the preclinical or clinical studies batches are being manufactured, so that the process become more easier. And it is also expected that when a similar biologics has passed all these stages, first 3 consecutive commercial batches should also be assessed and tested through the independent government testing laboratory like National Institute of Biologicals, Noida. Once these are cleared, inspections are cleared, trials are cleared, all the similarity and comparability is cleared, then it is issued a license for sale and distribution. So we have a very robust mechanism. There are certain questions which are about the labeling, interchangeability, the sample size, margins of the sample size, upper margin, lower margins. In our guidelines, we have been very, from 2012 when we moved to 2016, we have been very careful that there should be a reasonable sample size to undertake the comparability, and what are the residual risks that should be addressed into the phase 4 or post-marketing studies. So, there are many things which the panel will discuss. I will stop here. There can be many things which can be discussed in this area, but it is very well developed in our country. All the capabilities are there, and people can definitely venture into these areas, and the regulatory support, the government support will always be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somani. I think very, very crisp and clear way forward how to take innovations and biologics, biosimilars from the regulatory angle. Just to say that the DCGI's office and CDSCO is very, very supportive these days. At BIRAC, every first Friday, we call it Open Darbar or the first hub, where any innovator has any challenges can join us from 4 to 5:30. We have a representative from CDSCO sitting there, from ICMR, from National Institute of Biologicals, from the Department of Biotechnology, from GEM and Bureau of Indian Standards to help you to sort out any of the challenges, and the Drug Controller's Office has been very supportive to help the companies and the startups to take the innovations forward for that. So I think that is very, very important, and the government is making systems which are very, very enabling to literally look forward to address the innovations. Now, this leads to a very nice segue to bring in my colleague, Dr. Manish Diwan, into further, because he has been literally enabling the ecosystem, building the ecosystem for research and development, and through his experience in biologics and drug development, I'll request Manish to tell us how we are enabling the ecosystem and preparing the ecosystem for addressing the biosimilars way forward. Over to you, Manish.
Thank you, Shashendu. I think the theme of this session is reflecting that there is a significance of biologics stream and how India can capitalize on it. We are known as pharmacy of the world, and we have demonstrated our strength and the prowess that we can contribute to the small molecules, drugs that are on the shelves of pharmacies worldwide. Every third molecule or third formulation from India is on US pharmacies, and every fifth in the Europe. But similar is not true when it comes to biologics. And I think if you look around all the pharma majors of India, the valuation of all the companies would range about $5 billion, 3 to 5, or just about that range. Although we capture a very large segment of of the NCEs or the formulations or the synthetic molecules. The cost per drug, per formulation is very small, and that is the window of opportunity compared to biologics. Each biologics dose would run in lakhs or several hundred thousands. So if the industry is able to sell and bring a product in biologics, though one or two products, but it just enhances the total commercial value of and the revenue or the turnover for that particular company. The investments are different, and that special logic segment. About 50 to 60% of industry is moving from pharma to biopharma and compete and become relevant as we move along in the future. But all would not come very easy but that's the fundamental question, and I would appreciate here the Department of Pharma as well as FICCI to include. From the government enabler side, we also recognize that we need to enhance our footprint in the country so as in this segment as well. How that can be done? Would the existing footprint opportunity, are we good enough? Do we have enough footprint? I personally, fundamental effort in that direction is government or Department of Biotechnology under Ministry of Science and Technology, seeded BIRAC, to facilitate and create that ecosystem, enhance the number of biotech enterprises in the country. So these are seeded through first generation entrepreneurs, SMEs moving into R&D, investing more, the scholars, PhD scholars, postdoc scholars coming from outside India, seeding a new enterprise, industry corporates who have generated enough experience, they wanted to venture into entrepreneurship, seeding a new startup. So that's the new entity incorporation in the country that has expanded. So in our 11 years of experience since BIRAC got seeded, today we have 6,300 plus bio, 70% in the healthcare. That includes the low-hanging fruits in medical devices, diagnostics, but there are some who are pioneering the R&D in the biologic stream. Very, very few, but there are green shoots that some of these companies are also venturing in the first-in-class biologics beyond the biosimilars. One would reflect what they are doing, but Zumotor is one example that comes to my mind right on top. They are working in immuno-oncology, selling into first-in-human clinical trials, and that's an Indian company which has now expanded and reached to this side. Similarly, there are to that segment. I'll cite one example. OmniBRX is one technology who had endeavored to create manufacturing capacity in small bioreactors, let's say single-use bioreactors, but the higher yields can replace and augment the manufacturing and save costs. So that technology during the COVID, others. So I think there are very good examples in the ecosystem which have taken this initiative of investing enough and contributing to the segment. I'll take 1 minute more. Capacity building and investments and a specialized consent focus, but they do not have that much amount of EBITDA that they can spare enough cost for R&D and here, that one can look at crowdsourcing of R&D. And today's India's biotech ecosystem provides that excellent opportunity that you can cherry pick any lead that you think that is relevant to your product portfolio and then partner, co-develop, co-evolve, acquire, and then and find different models of operation. But I think that is...
I think you have very nicely, eloquently elaborated on how within the system we are creating that ecosystem to attract startups and mid-size and large-size companies to literally take innovations to the next level. From the system, we are creating that, and also supporting science is 60%, but downside of it in the regulatory strategy, the IP strategy, and the exit strategy. This makes me a good segue to bring in Prabuddha into the discussion. Prabuddha, you moved from up, and then moving into foray of biologics, working with global players in the same field. So tell us about your journey and what are the trends in biosimilar product development. And
stoked to be on a panel of such eminence, and I thank Fiki and everyone. I think it's very important that in this department of pharmaceuticals is recognizing, instead of only listing out the challenge, if I may also offer a possible solution, because it's no use perhaps just to say what is wrong, but also to use our capacity to collaborate and perhaps put a solution. I'm not sure whether I should, but I will be brave. While prepping for this panel discussion, I looked at unicorns in India. We raised $41 billion in 2021, and they were valued around $333 billion. Falls in the top 10, top 20, and I started increasing the net to go up to top 100. Most of the top 10 unicorn startups are taking away inefficiencies of our intermediary. And hence you are talking either directly to the producer or to the distributor. In fintech, it's somehow different. I want to wish, and since we have such an august audience and a panel, are there not inefficiencies in the pharma by bring tremendous value that we could use this population pressure to move forward? And in that, my expertise is in proteins. Now proteins, the same protein could be a therapeutic, could be a vaccine, could be a reagent, could be a biotransformation. Brings me to my point that what we are trying to do is bench to bedside in therapy, but at the same time what we are trying to do is uplift health. And when Dr. Shishendu asked me, is that my journey till here has been solely and focused on that's how we got into therapy, and then fortunately we were very happy to be funded by BIRAC for COVID. And that brings me to where we first encountered the regulatory perhaps hurdles. You see, we come from a generic, consider that into thing, which means once you qualify your GLP tox and you show BE, the push is on how quickly you can enter your molecule into the market. Therefore, you must be GMP, you must have consistency batches, you must have COVID vaccine to go forward. We had the first oral COVID vaccine in the world as early as 2020 December. Now, what are the challenges? Innovation does not follow a generic pathway. Because if you want a small company to invest in 3 consistent, what are you, when you rewrite or write the new guidelines for biosimilars, what Dr. Somani said is absolutely right, because again, the pressure is route to market. On the other hand, if you want to promote innovation, consistency badges in a GMP setting and my cost is out of the roof, while I do not even know my mechanism of action works or not. Will my even drug cross? So my humble suggestion is that if we can work out a middle path, which is, can we bypass some of those or have a guideline which says if you are in innovation, these will not apply to you. Immediately when you do that, you would accelerate yourself. This land of opportunity would open up where now I don't need to stick it into a mouse and show it works. The minute I show it works, VCs line up, I'm able to apply to BIRAC, I'm able to do so many things. In India as of now, we retain that because that's a guardian principle for generics, because there, as I said, speed to market. You don't want a bad drug or a bad sort of copy getting in, because there is a 30-year history A biosimilar means 10 years of research, 20 years of market has expired, patent has gone. It's a 30-year-old concept. Do not apply those rules to some more thought is that biosimilars can be done by big companies, as Dr. Manish said, because they have capacity. And if you see, Amgen is now doing Pfizer's biosimilar, and similarly, Pfizer is doing Amgen's biosimilar. In Apex, make the cell line, scale it up, perform clinical trials, and beat Pfizer's pricing is something we should ask ourselves whether perhaps is that road right, correct, and appropriate. With that, I will.
Thank you, Prabhuda. I think what you said, I would ask Dr. Somani also to respond for innovation angle.
Yeah, we can definitely look at it, but when up to trial level, up to proving its capabilities and capacities, safety and efficacy, this would be more appropriate. When it comes to commercialization, probably the requirement of false assurance that, and this is the way with which it happens worldwide. But for innovation, definitely up to what level and up to which level we can encourage that, which will make the innovators and startups to come up to the trials level and approvable level, that we can definitely look at.
Sure. Sir, only till the preclinical, only till a mouse study, if the relaxation can happen, not for human clinical trials. Only for the...
For the mouse studies, nobody is asking you the consistency batches. Has anybody asked for that?
That was precisely why I came to you, sir.
For the mouse studies, nobody would ask you, and let it be clarified from me to everybody. You can record it on writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Just because this is a beautiful panel where, regulatory bosses are here, the innovators are here, the funders are here. So I thought this has to be a cross discussion to make things clear. Now this leads to us to two of my colleagues which are on the extreme right and left, who comes from big pharmas, and who have literally taken products to the market and working very aggressively in these spaces. And now I will request Murali to talk about, the current state from how he is pushed into market and what are the, barriers he faces in between to do that.
So first of all, thank you for the organizers for inviting me to participate in this very good panel. So I come from Origin Oncology, which is the wholly owned subsidiary of Dr. Reddy's. We work on innovative therapeutics. That's small molecules, biologics. Essentially, these are antibodies, antibody drug conjugates, as well as cell therapy. So the last two biologics, when I say antibodies and antibody drug conjugates, cell therapies, these are some of the newer modalities that we are working on. So we mostly work on innovative therapeutics, whereas our parent company, as you know, that they've been working on biosimilar for quite some time, and they've been successful in biosimilars as well. So I think there are, number of very valid and very interesting points that are already brought up. But I think one thing that I would like to highlight is, having established ourselves as a very big player in generics, obviously I think it's a natural succession to get into biosimilar. As we know that this is relatively less risky, it's already clinically validated. Obviously, risk is to make something that's similar to the innovative product. And that's where I think already Dr. Somani and others elegantly described what are the extensive characterization that you need to do. But I think those are some of the things can be addressed by very good ecosystem that we can develop that also is very well articulated by Manish. But I think we also talked about in the recent last couple of weeks, we've been discussing with NIPERS and some of the other institutes of eminence, can we set up centers of excellence to do the extensive characterization, to build the skill sets that are required for these kind of characterization? That's one of the major hurdles. I think if we can do that, many of these are expensive instruments. Other than some of the big pharma companies, many of these smaller players may not be able to afford or set up those in-house and train people. So if companies or if institutions such as NIPERS or other institutions that are government funded, they can create centers of excellence where some of these sophisticated instruments, sophisticated technologies can be adopted, can be trained, students can be trained, and they can turn be the good skill or the workforce for these biosimilar or novel biologics. So that's one of the way I think in addition to the ecosystem that BIRAC is creating that could help for biosimilar. Probably the second one is the requirement for funding for biosimilars or innovative biologics is substantially higher compared to generics. I think generics, typically we are talking about an investment of probably in single-digit $1 million, whereas biosimilars, it could be anywhere from $100 to $150 million. These are again global average that I'm quoting. Whereas innovative biologics or innovative even small molecule, if you include even cost of failure, it's more than $2 billion that most of us are aware of. Whereas innovative biologics as well as innovative small molecules, cost of failure is very high, and the gestation period is very long. You need up to 10 to 12 years to come up to have the relevant data package to able to get it approved so that you can start marketing. So that obviously this requires very large funding, and that's the reason I think other than generics, except few companies, there are not many companies in India really ventured in a big way in biologic space, whether it's biosimilar or novel biologics. I think we are one of the companies now, we are trying to get novel biologics. I think Zomator that we talked about the oral vaccine. So clearly there are things that are appearing, I think we are seeing some encouraging signs, but how can we really make sure that we get funding for these kinds of innovation? When we are talking about innovation, let's assume that everything succeeds, whether it's initial stages, you nominate a candidate, you go through your phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Even with everything succeeding, it may take about anywhere from 200 to 500 million. This is without taking into consideration cost of failure. How can we raise that kind of money? I don't think even some of the big companies in India can really think of funding many programs of this nature because it's not affordable, it's too prohibitive for any company in India. That means should we really stay away from innovative biologics? Answer is not, definitely not. I think, again, it was very well articulated. In the future, already it is like that. In cancer, for example, if you look at the top 10 drugs, maybe except one, everything is biologics. Some of them are expected to be almost $40 to $50 billion a year. For example, Keytruda, that goes after PD-1 surface receptor in immuno-oncology, is one of the biggest drugs. Probably, if you take all innovative or indications, it may be one of the biggest drugs. So we can't really shy away. If you want to be a value player, if you want to be really pharmacy of the world that offers some of the best medicines in the coming years, we need to be in that space. How can we really think of spending that kind of money, do that kind of innovation? I think it's possible. I think we at Origin have shown that in last 18 years, we've been running a self-sustaining business model. I think in the initial years, as you know, that Dr. Reddy's is probably the first company in India that started work on innovative therapeutics. Dr. Anji Reddy was so passionate to see innovative therapeutics coming out of India. I think for various reasons, the efforts that was originally in Dr. Reddy's didn't really succeed, but then they started thinking of Origin as an innovative subsidiary of Origin, of Dr. Reddy's. What we've been able to do is, we've been collaborating with pharma companies. In the initial stages, we started collaborating at the very early stage. We go with a target, say this is an interesting enzyme or a receptor that we want to modulate. Will you help us? Can we work together? So it's essentially a sort of integrated collaboration services model. That's how we were one of the first companies in India to offer integrated services collaboration. That's how we brought in a lot of big pharma companies. We worked with Sanofi, Novartis, you name it. I think 6 of the top 10 pharma companies worked with us. We came up with innovative therapeutics. Obviously, this was fully de-risked because it was funded by our partner. We nominated a candidate. They did the clinical development. And we got funding for the work that we did. But obviously, this is not going to give us the rights. We're not going to be a big player if you keep on working only on services for drug discovery. So what we did was eventually we started working on projects on our own. We started partnering at a later stages. We licensed out at the IND stage when we demonstrated animal proof of concept. Obviously, we get a much higher upfront. We can use that money to develop other programs. I think our thinking is going forward, we may not license out or we may not partner at the stage of IND. We will come up with a clinical POC. We will demonstrate activity of our innovative therapeutics in the clinic. Obviously, value will be significantly higher. I think just to give an example, recently a psoriasis drug by a small biotech company called Nimbus. They sold it to Takeda for $4 billion upfront just with the phase 2 data, with the clinical data, with a total deal value of about 4 plus 2, $6 billion. So I think if you can demonstrate a very strong clinical data, the large pharma is going to come to you and they're going to work with you. So I think that's something we need to harness. That we can do because we have a larger patient pool. We have some of the best hospitals in the world. We have trained clinicians, oncologists. So I think Dr. Somani very nicely said we have a regulatory system that's receptive, that's very eager to sort of do the reform that's conducive to innovative therapeutics. If you can discover molecules, most of our expense comes in clinical stages, mostly at phase 3. For example, even 200 to 300 million is what's required for phase 3. If you can take our molecule as quickly as possible with very little regulatory hurdle, we have to make sure that these are produced properly, these are characterized properly, they have a demonstrated safety and efficacy. Then if you can take it to clinic to demonstrate efficacy, so that's where I think I would request all the ecosystem to cater to that kind of, whether it's regulatory, whether it's clinical development. If we can show clinical activity, then we can bring in. There are companies, the Nimbus was only one company. I can name probably 10 other companies. There are companies like Pharmacyclic, BTK inhibitor, one of the biggest selling drug. They got a very nice clinical POC. They partnered with Johnson & Johnson, and then now it's a multi-billion-dollar drug. It's probably the biggest selling small molecule drug. I think that's what we need to focus on. If you do that, I'm sure more and more companies like us with a self-sustaining business model, I think we have the talent, we have the skills, we need to improve the ecosystem. I think there are a lot of efforts going on, but I think what it requires is the funding. I think with these kind of innovative funding, it is possible. But for that, I think I would urge I think we have all the stakeholders, whether it's regulatory, whether it's clinical, whether it's the, some of the manufacturing of, whether it's the biological manufacturing or the small molecule manufacturing. I think we can all put our heads together. If we can streamline some of these processes, I think it's doable. I think that's where India needs to be. In addition to biosimilar, we also need to work on innovative biologics. I think that's my humble submission.
Thank you, Murli. I think very eloquently you literally summarized the entire pathway. And what you said is very, very important, that we have to have collaborative, research platforms where, you pick up, identify targets and molecules from the academic settings, bring them, validate them, and a value is created when you have a clinical data to take the innovation forward and literally take it to the market. I think that is very, very critical. And just to say that Department of Biotechnology is also working very actively on creating a biomanufacturing policy and biomanufacturing infrastructure across the country. You will soon hear some strategy document or something coming out, where we are also eager to support, fund, and take such type of programs, work with companies, take that innovation to the next level, validate that, and the infrastructure which is being created on the clinical trials, the bioassay, the animal challenge, which all supplement to that. So that is what we are also working at the system also, and it will be soon be very, very useful to take, as you rightly said. We need, and Manish, Prabuddha and all literally emphasize that we need molecules which comes out from India, which addresses our unmet medical needs and which are affordable and accessible to all. That is the idea we are all looking forward to. Now, I think that literally moves me to, Mr. Umesh, who has been literally, looks at the commercial angle basically to look at the, product to the next level. Sushil, huh? Sushil Umesh. So, to take the innovation forward, and I think what we were discussing, Sushil, is that why you had a concern of why biosimilars should be treated differently from basic drug. That also you talk about, and talk about what are the way forwards and the challenges you look for.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for staying behind. Really appreciate it. It's a great honor to be in this esteemed panel. My name is Sushil Umesh. It's a little confusing because sometimes people say Sushil is here, but where is Umesh gone? So my first name is Sushil. I joined Biocon Biologics for a particular reason. And there was a purpose to this organization in terms of getting affordable access. It all started with insulins, as you might know. When we first launched insulins, the price of insulin at that time was about 400 rupees a vial. I was there 35 years back. And the price dropped significantly. And what it made insulin available to everybody. So there's a very strong purpose here. I think most of the points that I wanted to cover was already covered. We need to look at biosimilars or similar biologics differently from the generic products. And we spoke about the valuation, we spoke about the initial investment being high, we spoke about it being difficult to do. If you look at the top biologic slash biosimilar companies in the world today, I'm very happy and proud to say that the only Indian company in that top 10 list would be Biocon. A lot of effort has gone into it to build this market. We do business in more than 120 countries. We do business with different partners in the world. We also, of course, operate in India. We've got a team in India. I take care of the emerging countries, and for me that's very important because more than 30% of our turnover of biologics would come from emerging countries. And here, as we go along, the aspiration of the patients, the aspiration of the doctors will want us to be available at that particular point when you have products going out of patent. By 2027, almost $60 billion worth of products are going to be out of patent. And we need to be there at that point of time to cater to this market. Another point which is important, and I was really, really very happy. I travel around the world. I travel in Latin America, El Salvador, Guatemala, Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, different parts in Africa, and different parts also in Asia Pacific. And the kind of respect which India has got there with biologics is amazing. There are people who come to meet us because they want to do business with us. And it gives me a very good feeling. And especially in the field of biosimilars slash biologics. We have got 2 novel products as well, and Dr. Somani, you know it, during the COVID time, we used to have these weekly meetings together to ensure availability of our products. And one of the products that we had, which was novel, was itolizumab. At that point of time, the cytokine storm for almost 50,000 patients. When tocilizumab was out of stock, we supplied it, and we made it available in a very, very quick time. So there's a big market out here. That market will open up more, and we need to be present there as India in this particular market. A few things which I noticed is if I operate in about 84 countries, these countries are of different archetypes. All are not like India. Like India has got a piece of tender market, it's got a large retail market in which you go to the doctors and promote your products. If you divide these markets, there will be 3 major archetypes of markets in which we have got to make our biosimilars available. One kind of market or country is the country which is completely tender-driven country. For example, Malaysia or Algeria. There are some countries which have a mixture of both. For example, Saudi, UAE, Philippines, South Africa. And some countries which are largely retail-driven, very much like India, which is like Brazil. So these countries, we have got a big market share in many of those countries. For example, you look at market shares of to the tune of almost 80% of insulin in Mexico would be a Biocon insulin. In Malaysia as well, we would be having 75 to 80% of market share here. So within the product, it is our insulin which is used there. Unfortunately, sometimes, and this is something which I must share with the group, in India, we don't have that kind of market shares. And I'm not saying it's all doctors or whatever, nor do I want to make any kind of, judgments on this. But we still believe that what comes from the West is better than our own product that we make here, deep down. We speak about Atmanirbhar Bharat and make on your own, but still, very often, the doctors would, of course, they would support, but much of the support goes to the originator product, or they would like to use the original products themselves. Now, if you're saying Atmanirbhar Bharat, you expect the product to be cheaper, you expect all the activities to be done like any other company. So we would like some kind of, pride build up with our doctors as well, to say that if there is somebody who is making a product that is selling so well, say in the US or in Mexico or in Brazil, we should support these kind of products as well. That is one point which I wanted to make. The other thing is, especially when you have tender-driven markets, many of these tender-driven markets, they open up and you are expected to react very quickly. It's not as if it's a planned tender opening up. Some are planned tenders, some open up. You've got to participate in this center, in these tenders. And you may either get the full volume or you can get partial volume. We need to be very flexible and quick out here. So sometimes the export NOCs do take a long time between making the NOCs, the different levels of approvals, etc. And I know it was already discussed in the regulatory forum about the various tiers of approval here. So if we can get an approval as a solution for a country, for a tentative amount of quantity, and we give you proof later on of the quantity that we export, I think it will make our job that much more simpler to make this happen very, very quickly. The other part is looking at it differently from generics. I mean, the government does a great job with production-linked incentives, but we know that for biosimilar innovation that you already mentioned, the time between lab to market and market formation is much, much longer. The investment upfront is very high. The clinical trial that you mentioned, 250, 300 million, is very high. The RLDs that you have to purchase to do the comparatives is very high. So I believe that there should be a different a PLI scheme for biosimilar companies who are doing that kind of work. I am very, very positive that being in innovative biosimilars, or what we call the novel biologics and biosimilars, is going to boost the image of India in the global market in a big, big way. And we should be there, we should be equipped to make the best use of this right now. So that's what I wanted to share with the audience and with the panel.
Thank you, Sushil. I think you gave a broad picture of how you have taken and what are the challenges you faced. I think both mine, extreme right and left, have literally worked in that space and taken innovation to the market, and it was great hearing from you. Bhuvnesh WhatsApped me that we have to close by 6:30, but if interest continues, we can continue for some more time. So before I go for a second round of discussion with my panelists, I will open it out for questions to the audience here. And you can raise your hands, identify yourself, and you're free to ask a question. Be pointed in your questions so that the panelist can answer straight away. Sir. Sir, then Chitra, you. You'll get a mic just.
Thank you. The very first biosimilar was from Biocon. That was Glargine. The Glargine price was exorbitantly high, and without Glargine, we cannot run the diabetes department. And diabetes is a very expensive chronic disease, but there isn't much price difference between the original. So we all opted for the Glargine. And they said that our cold chain, I don't know how much, they say, oh, Indians, you don't have a cold chain, our cold chain is much better. And even now, somehow the Glargine patent has come out, but still, say, everlasting patent, they go for 300, 200, so that gives a lot of confusion. But in India, Professor Gupta will agree that there's an Indian Institute of Chemical Biology and Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, one in Calcutta, one in Hyderabad. They had come out with the thermostable insulin, and we heard that they are also inventing the designer. As you know, the designer insulin is the one which propels the diabetes industry. Our conference are much, much bigger than yours. Okay, and we don't allow any Indian, national or all our mafia, Indian insulin mafia, everybody knows. So why is that we don't invite them? The ICMR, CSIR has got our own innovation. Professor Gupta, it is for you to come out. See, innovations, Many innovation happens in the universities or in our public sector thing. Where is, I don't know whether they are still in the under the radar. But as you said, India has got a global, we got a moral role to support the developing nations. There are inventions coming from the public sector as well. This is what we know. But to come to your stage.
Take it, sir? No, I don't. Okay, good observation. I think that's what we will. Chitra, over to you. No, the innovation ecosystem is being built up, and we are literally supporting, as was told by Manish and sir in the beginning, we are literally hand-holding innovations. And as the biosimilar pathway is a long pathway, it needs to be validated at various steps, and we are aware of it, and we are literally hand-holding innovations for that. Sure. Yes, yes, we are absolutely doing. Chitra, over to you. Yeah. Chitra.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm taking the advantage of few people in the audience. So I have a question which might be, means I'm a little unaware, that's why I'm asking this, that when we are saying 300 biosimilars already approved and so many to come, and there will be a time when, as Professor Y.K. Gupta in the starting says, the transition in the pharmacy shops, I'm just trying to visualize that. If more strips are going to be replaced with more of the biologics in coming time, so is any regulations in the storage system at pharmacy shops that might be in your list, or that is required? Because I heard from one of our companies that, for example, in the vaccine storage, the government is very well complying to the PQS system of WHO, and they procure all the refrigerators and the storage devices which are PQS certified. But there is no such regulations for the hospitals and any other private systems that stores the vaccines. So is there anything which the challenges might come up when we have more biologics and biosimilars in the future, and they will be part of the pharmacy shops quite regularly? So that's something I wanted to understand, sir, from you. Thank you, sir.
As far as, shops or anywhere it is concerned, whenever the storage is required in the 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, that is not a problem. When you want to validate the entire supply chain, its shipping, starting from its originator to till C&F to distributor, and that is already a part of regulation. That is a part of manufacturer's responsibility to prove that. So there is no much of concern on that area. So nothing to worry about it. I can assure you that. And if needed, if something comes like that, we can come with a vial monitoring system also, which is already there for vaccines, where the product get destroyed in sometimes in 6 hours, and which is already being monitored, which is already being implemented into the procurement system. So assurance, nothing to worry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somani. I think ma'am also said that we have to close, but I think this panel, give me 5-7 minutes. Before I hand it over to our chair to literally give his closing remarks and close the session, I would request all our panelists to give the 60 seconds way forward in taking biologics to the next level, which is available for us, and take it. I'll start from you, Murli.
So I think, so I think biosimilar now, I think for all the pharma companies like us, I think it's...
Hold the mic near.
I think biosimilar is something that a large number of companies, in addition to the few companies that are actively working on right now, should take. It's a clear opportunity. It's probably relatively less risky. I think if we can work with government, with potentially partnership, there is a big opportunity. I think it's really a good time for Indian companies to take advantage of the situation right now.
Thank you.
Prabodha? No, thank you so much. Very few, except that to recognize that sometimes science needs a different way of handling, and if you want to get ahead in our innovation and putting value over volume, we may have to look at certain other ways of handling these questions. But with that, I thank you.
Manish?
I think biosimilars is or biogenerics is the way to develop that capacity building and infrastructure across the country. It would yield by itself innovations, as Murli said, moving from CRO to innovator pharma. Likewise, Premas is another example of many innovations. I think those capacity building infrastructure would has already paved way. For example, all 4 COVID vaccines were innovated, developed, manufactured, and delivered in the country. We have CAR T-cell therapy going in phase 1 clinical trials. One of the very few countries can boast of that. Only 5-7 countries across the world which has that. We have diagnostics, for example. Similarly, new diagnostics developed and then delivered and tested, used by all of us. I think that is one major path towards innovation and building on the biologics. One more piece which is critical, it didn't figure out in the discussion, is that for biogenerics or biologics, along with infrastructure, the ingredients, the raw material components are grossly missing in the country. So unless we indigenize those, then only we can still stay cost competitive and relevant to the world market. Along with that, one more piece which often gets ignored is the equipments that are used to characterize and manufacture and develop, they are also imported. So I think these are fundamentals, as Trishendu you mentioned regarding can India become biomanufacturing hub as we move along. Department of Pharma is working on PLIs. We're also considering RLI for biologics or biologics field. So I think these are fundamental enabling efforts that need to go. Sorry, I took longer than 60 seconds.
I think
but
you
I thought
brought a right
those are
count of raw materials. I had written that in my, but I think that's great. Sushil.
First, sir, to your question. If some competition is saying that Biocon does not take care of cold chain, he's lying. We supply to more than 100 countries in the world. Do you think we can take a chance of not allowing cold chain or breaking the cold chain? Secondly, Dr. Somani already mentioned in terms of the retail shop, in terms of the stockist, they are already well regulated. The gap could be what the patient does in his own house. So please, we cannot risk being
Okay, I think
no, but I think you asked for a question, so I answered that.
So,
my comment,
please.
comment on the biosimilar is this is something that will give India great image. If we can win this game of biologics, biosimilars in the world, we go to a different plateau altogether. There are new therapies. You mentioned about the ADCs that will come in. You mentioned about CAR T therapies. These are going to be game changers. And whichever company is working on this should be encouraged to work and develop this very, very quickly.
Thank you. Sir, your supportive remark, you are the people who literally move things into the system.
Yeah, the environment in our country for regulatory environment I'm talking is absolutely conducive. We are quite adaptive and you can take advantage whether it is similar biologics or innovative biologics or CAR T therapy or gene therapy or stem cell therapy. Because personally in my own tenure as a DCGI, because I have worked as a chairman of member state mechanism also of 194 regulators I was head. So I know how, as he was saying, how India's similar biologics are respected worldwide. With regards to its affordability, with regards to its cold chain, and with regards to its quality assurance also. So our ecosystem, regulatory ecosystem is there. The ecosystem which is provided by BARAC is also there. And as people say, whether it is for the innovative biologics or biosimilars, people have to come forward and take advantage of this opportunity. This can be a multi-billion opportunity. That's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Somani. Now, before I hand it over to our chair to give his concluding remarks and close the session, I think we had a very interesting discussion. And this discussion will continue because we need it, we have to do it, and we have to take it forward. And it is not possible with only one system in place that government supports. It has to be always between the academics, the government, the startups, the companies, all have to be and the regulators have to literally catalyze it and take it forward. It is a very, very strong story which I think has to be literally implemented. When we do a lot of grant writing workshop, I said winning a grant application is how compelling story you tell. And I give an example of fairy tale, which used to start with once upon a time and ends with happily lived ever after. So that sort of compelling story, it is needed here to take this forward. I am pleasure once again to hand it to our chair to give his concluding remarks, please. Sir.
Thank you very much. I think everybody will agree that this was a very, very interesting discussion on a very contemporary topic, and I wish there was more time for more interaction with the floor. If I conclude it, the biologics will be the treatment of future. So biosimilars will be the science of future. And where the India has to be leader is in producing biosimilars at an affordable cost. And then second thing is be innovative for innovative biologics. That is one thing. If I just listen to all of these panelists, the one thing which is very important thing is to have an ecosystem which will help from laboratory, from concept to laboratory to the delivery in the market. And what could be this ecosystem? And initially I will focus on what could be the regulatory hurdle. I am slightly hesitant in calling it as a regulatory hurdle, maybe regulatory bottlenecks, because when you say hurdle, it means it has been created. Rather, it is not created, it is perceived. So it can be regulatory bottlenecks. So I would say then when you have a biological similar, a biosimilar, you have to ensure that how much, whether 99.9% or 100% similarity. It cannot be 100% because it will become same. So it has to be less than 100%, maybe 98%, 99%. So we have to basically assess that where is the dissimilarity, maybe 0.01%, and then what could be the clinical implication of that dissimilarity. That is entire science in that. So there are three steps. One is the paper-based, so that you have information based on the original product, reference product, and the biosimilar, and that can be further classified, that can be further verified by what you call as analytical or structural changes. And Dr. Murli has very rightly said that for that, the bigger companies may have infrastructure, the smaller innovation or maybe may not be having. So my suggestion would be, of course, this was also discussed in the Chintan Shivar of NIPER, where I was as a mentor, in recently concluded, and this was one of the mandate being given to NIPER, that one of the centers can do that. In addition, can we make a consortium of those who are involved in biosimilars manufacturing, maybe Dr. Reddy's or Origin, or maybe Pfizer, or maybe whatever they are. They can create a consortium and create a facility for preclinical oriented for this, designing clinical trial for this, and having bioanalytical process for that. That is one thing. The second thing is people say that why should there be an RCGM, so many RCGM, DCGI, GESE? Why cannot be this be clubbed or can be done? It can be, but provided you create a document which will say, no, this can be done at BI. Because this is a biological, everybody understand that this is a larger molecule developed from a biological sources, large variability, and we expect large similarity, but then what is the thing which can be avoided is the science which you have to convince. And the one thing which I would like to say, that one component which used to say that it takes a lot of delay in RCGM. Last 2 years, we have reduced the frequency. Now we have the RCGM meeting every 15 days. And usually, and the comments are sent within 3 to 4 days. We ensure that the minutes are done and approved in a 7 days time. And the cycle is usually completed in 2 to 3 months maximum. But majority are them much earlier. The comments or representation are again threadbare assessed. The thing which we have done now, that after the meeting, each meeting we have an internal discussion and saying that this was the question raised by expert, was it relevant? And does it add something? Can it be avoided? So that means the feedback we are taking is a very constructive manner. And recently we had a committee which has given its recommendation, which will be again that if a drug has been in phase 1 trial, which has been done outside India, but phase 1 clinical trial has been done, is there any justification or mandatory requirement for doing preclinical study? Can it be avoided or not? This may not be blanket, but if there is any, does it require that? So these are the things which can be, and similarly when you do the second part is the preclinical data, is a bridging study, definitely, because this is the preclinical means you have some evidence. This is biosimilar, it should not be the same. Now what is this bridging? How long this bridge should be and how small this bridge can be? And this is again input required from the companies, from the scientists and from the academia. And then we have to come to that. And same thing will apply for clinician, for clinical thing. Now this is one thing and which will establish how much is this. One of the question which sometimes is raised, that when you have a reference biological standard, which is that reference biological standard which you will agree upon? Is this the originator? Or maybe sometime later when you have a couple of generics in India itself, then what would be the criteria for adopting Indian standard in the system? And that is one of the, what I say, the road building thing should be. Soon when you have a more biologics, biosimilars of Indian origin, where of course there will be price competition, and then we have to decide if the physician has in its basket 2 biologicals, then will he be forced by, of course without any risk, to take A and B separately once you are tuned to A and the B has introduced to 1/3 of the price, then can he interchange that? And if he can interchange that, this has to be addressed right from now. Because we cannot wait for, we have seen this in vaccine, COVID vaccine. Initially interchangeable was not permitted, but the study showed that interchangeability rather is much beneficial, and that was a paradox when what we thought and what we got. And so that is again has to be, one challenge will come, which I think input from all those who are involved, like from Murli and then Dr. Kundu and of course Dr. Somani will add on. Later, when we will discover some drug or maybe some innovator will say that I have developed this biologics or biosimilar for rare disease or for orphan disease. What will be the regulatory pathway for fast tracking it? Now, the N is one thing which Dr. Somani has referred to, is very well defined, but this N means number of subjects in clinical protocol. Now this is a fast track. 80% of the information is already known. So is there any need to go to the same method of calculation of N, or this can be reduced, or this can be arbitrage? So that is another thing which we say. Now, when we say, which Dr. Kundu has mentioned, that this is the funding process, or absolutely the funding, the BIRAC is doing a large this type of supporting system, but the definitely fear of failure or larger amount of failure in biologics is much higher, no doubt about it. So how we can do de-risking of this? Now, knowing that biologics has a much higher, so there can be some mechanism other than this, and so that is important thing. And one is the issue which raw material, which has been, and this has also been addressed by DOP, and making a list of API and making also the list of devices and instruments. Now, if this group or any group can suggest that these are the 5 or 6 instruments which are now totally 100% dependent, and if these instruments can be made by IITs, and then what can be the saving of in the foreign exchange, and more important, what can be the difference in the price reduction, and what can be the time reduction. I think that is something which is very important. Now, the also important thing is when you say focused approach, I think I fully agree that this is the focused approach is very important. And can we bypass few steps and parameters? I would not say you say bypass. I would say that can you optimize the process? Because the moment you say bypass, it looks that you are taking a shortcut. In science or in regulatory science, there cannot be shortcut. But if you give an argument and justification that these are the superfluous study, which will, if we delete this study, there will not be much risk. And we have to also identify and logically say, when you make an application, that this is the risk which is acceptable, provided the strong pharmacovigilance of most marketing surveillance is strong. So you make for post-marketing surveillance process so strong that you can say that yes, this much risk is left, and I cannot afford to delay this product. This we will say, the regulator will say, and the consumer will ask that just because of this risk, why you are delaying the process of release this? Can this be compensated adequately by the post-marketing or pharmacovigilance activity? And then create a stoppage rule or maybe something like that. So that is something which is, I would say, should be important. And finally, I would say, I agree strongly that it's very difficult for one organization or two organization to do the complete cycle of biosimilars development. And therefore, involving NIPERs, involving academic institutions for up to proof of concept level, I think we must encourage that. I do not see that we have reached NIPERs or academic institution which have competence to help you. I think this shake-hand approach should be done. And finally, I would say that this type of brainstorming is an excellent opportunity to exhibit your worries, your frustration, and your willingness to cooperate with each other. So this should be considered as a beginning.
Thank you, sir, for your eloquently summarizing it and giving us a way forward. So with this, we bring this session to an end. I thank Yuvraj Saab for the invite today and organizing the session. Vicky, Dr. Bhuvanesh for assimilating and bringing us this platform together. So thank you very much, Department of Pharma and Vicky for organizing, and thank you all my panelists.
Thank you very much indeed.
And the chair.
And may I request eminent panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings of this 8th annual conference on pharmaceuticals and medical devices sector. I take this opportunity to thank all our distinguished dignitaries, all our eminent panelists, chairpersons, moderators for those wonderful, insightful deliberations we had, for all the discussions, and above all, we thank all the participants for your participation in making this event a huge success that it was. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thanking you all. We look forward to seeing you all next year in the 9th Annual Conference. And I would invite all the members of DOP and FICCI for a group photograph together. So ladies and gentlemen, with that we close the proceedings. Once again thanking each one of you. Thank you for your participation. It was a hugely successful event. And ladies and gentlemen, have a safe journey home. Good evening and namaskar.